Chapter 2290. Just nice, we have 5 sea gods' tooth corpses. Xueqi revealed a satisfied smile. Of course, she knew that to the Black Hell Emperor, this condition was extremely attractive. Although Chen Ting had been separated from the Black Hell Beast, as long as he was willing, he could let the Black Hell Beast enter his body at any time and make himself a part of the Black Hell Beast again. It was just that he could not separate again. After much difficulty, he had finally returned to his true human form. The Black Hell Emperor struggled internally, but still resisted the urge to let the Black Hell Beast enter his body. At least for now, as long as he could still control the Black Hell Beast, he was not in a hurry to merge. He took a deep breath and said, "Words alone are no proof. Let me take a look." Xueqi frowned slightly and puffed up her cheeks. What a timid and calculative man. With a wave of her hand, a huge beast that was 100,000 meters long appeared in the starry sky. It was an azure blue sea beast, a shark. It was the pinnacle of the sea race bloodline. Legend had it that it was the direct descendant of the sea race's god, the sea god. It was one of the pinnacle bloodlines of the sea race. If it could grow to the pinnacle, it would have the strength of the Dragon Emperor. Xueqi quickly kept the sea god's tooth corpse and said, "Now you believe me, right?" The Black Hell Emperor's eyes were still filled with shock. The Black Hell Beast in his hand had completely come to life and was full of energy. It stared greedily at Xueqi, its eyes filled with a strange light. "All right, tell me your conditions," the Black Hell Emperor asked very seriously. The temptation of this deal was undoubtedly huge. Obviously, the conditions would be very harsh as well. Xueqi smiled and said, "Actually, you must understand that our targets are the same. We are the 15 Dragon Emperors, and you are also one of the 15 Dragon Emperors. Therefore, this is more of a cooperation than a simple deal. As for the Sea God's tooth, just treat it as a gift from us to you, our ally." The Black Hell Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "The people of the Devil Star definitely have one goal: to remove the seal of the Devil Star. Looks like you want the 5 Dragon Balls, right? Hee. You are coveting the eternal celestial territory, right? What a big appetite." "You're wrong. What we want is freedom, not a prison like the Devil Star," Dreamscar suddenly said resolutely, interrupting the Black Hell Emperor's words. The Black Hell Emperor rolled his eyes and did not argue about this topic. Xueqi said, "All right, we are allies now. Actually, our plan is very simple. Black Hell Emperor, listen up." She became serious and continued, "In our hands, there is something called heavenly water. This is the dirtiest water in the world. It stinks and is extremely poisonous. Both the strong and the weak can't bear it. The weak will die immediately, and the strong will be driven crazy by the stench and filth. This is a terrible thing that was born in the Devil Star. Only we have it." She couldn't help but frown at the mention of the heavenly water. Clearly, this thing was too terrifying. "Then you asked me to release the sky void water in one of the 5 dragon cities and cause a massacre," the Black Hell Emperor continued. "Only half of it is correct. You will indeed be the one to release it, but not in the 5 great dragon cities, but in their holy land, the cave of the ancestral dragon." Xueqi giggled as if she was talking about something insignificant. The cave of the ancestral dragon. The Black Hell Emperor narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that these 2 girls were terrifyingly bold, but their idea was brilliant. The sky void water is actually extremely filthy water. If it is scattered in the cave of the ancestral dragon, it will definitely drive those old fellows even more crazy than if it was scattered in the 5 great dragon cities. It might even drive the entire dragon god domain crazy. "So what should we do next?" the Black Hell Emperor asked. Xueqi had a plan and said, "When your Black Hell Beast absorbs the 5 tusks of the sea god, its combat power will be enough to restrain the 15 Dragon Emperors. The cave of the ancestral dragon has been polluted by the sky void water, and you are wreaking havoc nearby. It is impossible that they won't come. As long as you fight them and restrain them, the 2 of us will have a way to make these 15 Dragon Emperors unable to move and snatch away their 5 Dragon Balls. We only care about the 5 Dragon Balls. Once we have taken away the 5 Dragon Balls, you can kill or plunder these 15 Dragon Emperors as you please." Hearing this, the Black Hell Emperor's heart trembled. He was silent for a long time. From the sky void water to attracting the 15 Dragon Emperors to fight with him and then restraining them, he had no problem with this. The problem was, how were they going to make the 15 Dragon Emperors unable to move and then take away the 5 Dragon Balls? To be honest, The Black Hell Emperor didn't care about the demonic star breaking the seal. He wanted the world to be in chaos even more. Therefore he raised his doubts. You don't have to worry about this. We will only carry out this plan if we are confident. Meng Hen rejected coldly. What if I insist on knowing? The Black Hell Emperor said stubbornly. Meng Hen was a little angry, but Xueqi stopped her. She giggled and said, "This isn't a big deal. You don't have to worry. We have something that can open up a passageway and release the demonic seeking array that almost all the experts on the demonic star had set up into the cave of the Zulong dragon. It's more than enough to imprison these 15 dragon emperors. As long as you restrain them, the success rate is almost 100%. In addition, we can use the World Breaker Sacred Hand to invade their god kingdom and take away the 5 Dragon Balls." After hearing this, the Black Hell Emperor was even more shocked. The demonic star was indeed terrifying to be able to transfer such power. In fact, the 15 Dragon Emperors could predict that the demonic star wouldn't let these two fight for the 5 Dragon Balls for no reason. They were facing 15 Dragon Emperors, so there must be some special means. The Black Hell Emperor also knew this. Now that I've told you the detailed plan, if you don't agree, we can only kill you. Meng Hen wasn't as polite as Xueqi. The Black Hell Emperor's eyes were as deep as the sea. A strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was almost the same as the Black Yama beast in his hand. He said, "You're right. This isn't a deal, but a collaboration. As for those sea gods' teeth, they'll be your gifts to me." He actually didn't have the right to reject, especially when he was so desperate for power. He couldn't wait for 100 years. By then, Long Chen would definitely be at a heaven-defying level, and no one would be able to kill him. The sea god's teeth could give the Black Yama beast unprecedented power. It could allow the heavily injured Black Yama beast to be reborn and bring disaster to the 15 Dragon Emperors. Only then could the Black Hell Emperor swallow his anger. Of course, he couldn't forget that the 15 Dragon Emperors had joined forces to kill him today. He had almost died. With the Black Hell Emperor's reply, Xueqi and Meng Hen looked at each other. Xueqi had a sweet smile on her face. Although Meng Hen didn't smile, his dark red eyes shone with a dazzling light. "It's rare that we have a common goal. In that case, I'd like to know more details," the Black Hell Emperor said. "No problem." Being in the 5 major dragon cities, whether it was Long Chen or the 15 Dragon Emperors, they obviously couldn't guess what they would do. The 15 Dragon Emperors only knew that the people from the demonic star were definitely not easy to deal with. Now, the Dragon God domain was very peaceful. The shock caused by the Founder Dragon Sword had gradually passed. Most people didn't know what it was, and the Dragon Emperors didn't spread the news. However, this peace was like the calm before the storm to everyone. There was a high chance that a new disaster would break out at some point. Long Chen, on the other hand, cultivated in peace in the Crimson Dragon Palace. His only goal was to reach the later stages of the 5 Elements Reincarnation Tribulation Realm as soon as possible. That way, he would quickly catch up to his previous self when he merged with Li Xuanji. Now that Li Xuanji was no longer here, he could only rely on himself. However, at this time, Lingxi had already entered the final stage. "Chen, I'll succeed in about 10 more days," Lingxi told him through the star talisman. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Too many things had happened in this year, causing Long Chen to have no time to care about Lingxi. Thinking back to the year when he was on Sky Dragon Planet, he had only crossed 1 level and entered the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. However, after a year, he had gained a lot and directly rushed to the 5 Elements Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. The more people grew, the slower they grew. However, he grew faster. Of course, Long Chen missed her very much. They hadn't seen each other for a year. "I'll talk to the other Dragon Emperors. Anyway, there's only a little time left. I'll go back to Sky Dragon Planet and wait for you." Long Chen hurriedly stood up. During this year without her by his side, there had always been a stone in his heart. It was time to release it. Of course, he was very excited when he thought that he would be able to see her soon. "Really? That's great." Lingxi was full of surprise. Of course, she wanted to see Long Chen as soon as possible. During this year on Sky Dragon Planet, she had been thinking about and worried about Long Chen almost all the time. So many things had happened in the Dragon God realm during this year. How could she not be anxious? "Wait for me for a moment." Long Chen didn't care about breaking through to the late stage of the 5 Elements Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. He directly found the violent blood dragon emperor. Coincidentally, the other two dragon emperors were also there. Long Chen told them his intentions. Of course, it's not a problem to go back to Sky Dragon Planet, but you have to be careful. Recently, there's no trace of the demonic star female Demoness and the Black Hell Emperor. I'm afraid they'll target you. We've been looking for them all over the world these days, but to no avail, the Imperial Blood Dragon Emperor said helplessly. At this time, the violent Blood Dragon Emperor said, I have a way to try. Long Chen asked, what way? Chapter 2291. Just as Long Chen was about to return to planet Sky Dragon and bring Lingxi to his side, in the distant Chaos Star region, Chaos Starlord was hibernating in the Sea of Chaos. He focused on improving himself, wanting to enter a deeper level and face the terrifying Nine Palace tribulation in the future. Once he entered that level, he would have the power to challenge others. He turned into a chaos beast and floated leisurely on the Sea of Chaos. At this time, a white light flashed in the sky. It was not particularly obvious and was even difficult to discover, but the chaotic Star-Lord discovered it. He instantly turned into a black-haired middle-aged warrior because he knew that someone who could sneak into the chaotic royal planet and escape his senses had to be an expert. What appeared in front of him was an enchanting man. His eyebrows slanted to his temples, and a pair of phoenix-like eyes at the corners of his tail glistened. He had a bewitching smile, and he looked really charming. His red lips were slightly pursed, and his skin was whiter than snow, as if it was faintly emitting silver light. His eyes were as clear as crystals immersed in water, but the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, making him look even more charming. His pure pupils and enchanting eyes miraculously merged into an extremely beautiful style. White-haired, white-browed man in a black and white robe flew in the wind and crashed in front of Chaos Star-Lord. Such an enchanting man almost suffocated him. To be honest, in terms of beauty, this man was better than countless women. At least, he surpassed all the women Chaos Star-Lord had ever seen. There were even a few moments when Chaos Star-Lord really thought he was a woman if it wasn't for that natural majesty in his eyes. But then he felt fear. The person in front of him had a supreme pressure. It was something that only a natural king could have, which meant that he was truly at the top. He looked at Chaotic Star-Lord with a calm gaze, but it carried a fatal pressure. After Chaotic Star-Lord saw him, his hair stood on end, and he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Oh, so you're the master of this planet. Just then, the white-haired man said something in a soft but unforgettable voice. Yes, may I ask who you are, Senior? Chaos Star-Lord believed in his intuition. He could definitely control his life, so he called him Senior. Why don't you guess? The man's eyes shone brightly like the starry sky. Although Chaotic Star-Lord had a candidate in mind, he definitely did not dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, the other party would get angry and kill him casually. Junior cannot guess, Chaos Star-Lord said nervously. Everyone in the entire Chaos Royal planet probably couldn't believe that their Chaos Royal family's leader would be so useless in front of this person. Oh, that's actually not important. I'll wander around your chaotic Imperial Star for a period of time. You don't have any objections, right? The white-haired enchanting man said. Welcome. Definitely welcome. I'll immediately order everyone to welcome you, Chaos Star-Lord said hurriedly. That's not necessary. You're the only one who can see me. Just don't be blind. After saying that, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the Chaotic Star-Lord in a cold sweat. At that time, even the 15 Dragon Emperors shouldn't have given me such a feeling. Could it be the Emperor of the Spirit Clan? But the great Ling Huang, the #1 supreme in the world, what is he doing in the Chaos Galaxy? This appearance was indeed similar to the legendary Ling Huang. Only he could be so shocking. But Chaos Star-Lord still couldn't figure it out. Could it be because of the two magical places, the Demon Star and the Destiny God Star? It can't be Sky Dragon Star. After all, Sky Dragon Star is just a group of exiled dragon warriors. There was a small change here that Long Chen and the people on Sky Dragon Star didn't know. But now, Long Chen was ready. Among the 5 dragon cities, there were a total of 5 dragon emperors to protect him. Among them was Eternal Dragon City's Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. The other dragon emperors would continue to guard the 5 dragon cities. If they wanted to hide in their own divine kingdoms, Long Chen could only let them see his divine kingdom. The dragon emperor's divine kingdom was extremely vast, but it wasn't as nimble as Long Chen's. This divine kingdom is already exactly the same as the outside world. It's really a creation of heaven and earth. After entering Long Chen's divine kingdom, the 5 dragon emperors all sighed. The dragon emperor of the Life Dragon City said, "My clan has a legend. For countless years, the dragon sacrificing world grew from a small world, and finally became so magnificent. Long Chen's divine kingdom is exactly the same as the legend. This should be Long Qinglan's credit." Legends are legends. Of course, we can't believe it all. But to have such a divine kingdom is really amazing. Long Qinglan is unparalleled in the world. We were so guilty of misunderstanding him. If he hadn't died, today's disaster would have been a piece of cake for him. Now, the 15 dragon emperors clearly understood that things weren't as simple as they thought. Even the eternal dragon emperor had changed his mind, let alone the others. Only the matter of Demon Star was still a mystery. But even if they didn't know the truth, they didn't have any grudges. "Everyone, let's go." Long Chen seemed to be going to Sky Dragon Star alone, but in fact, there were 5 dragon emperors hiding in the divine kingdom. Once the Black Hell Emperor appeared, the 5 dragon emperors could take the opportunity to kill them. Or if the Demon Star's twin demons appeared, they could also make a move. But if they didn't appear, then they could take Lingxi back. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage anyway. The Black Hell Emperor was seriously injured last time and definitely hadn't recovered yet. Long Chen didn't believe that he would come looking for trouble again. So his main goal was to meet up with Lingxi. Now that Lingxi was at the final stage, she would be able to fuse with the Star Core in 10 days. Most of the journey from Massacre Dragon City to the Chaos Star region was in the endless starry sky. Very soon, Long Chen and the 5 dragon emperors were close to the northern border of the Dragon God domain. In a few more days, he would be able to reunite with the person he loved. Now, Long Chen's heart was filled with Lingxi's figure. He had missed her so much after not seeing her for a year, which proved the deep love in his heart. But no one would have thought that the 2 demonesses and the Black Hell Emperor would make their move at this time. The east of the Eternal God domain was also an endless starry sky. If one walked in the direction that the Black Jade Dragon head was looking at, they would be able to find the cave of the Ancestral Dragon. No one could destroy the Black Jade Dragon head or enter the cave of the Ancestral Dragon. Now, there were a few dragon martial artists guarding the cave of the Ancestral Dragon. Otherwise, no one would dare to approach. Of course, no one was stupid enough to challenge the cave of the Ancestral Dragon. No one had the ability to do so. They were just putting on a show. Sometimes, some hotheads would come, and their mission was to chase such people away. But this time, the person who appeared before them was the Black Hell Emperor. The moment this man appeared, he used his incomparably deep eyes to look at the dreamy cave of the Ancestral Dragon behind them. He looked at the origin of the divine dragons. Of course, the guards recognized the Black Hell Emperor. They were instantly shocked. After coming to their senses, most of them stood in front of the Black Hell Emperor, while the rest immediately informed the 5 major dragon cities. With the Star Talisman, this was a matter of an instant. Black Hell Emperor, you are not allowed to go near the cave of the Ancestral Dragon. You are no longer a member of the human race, nor a dragon martial artist. You do not have the right to go near the cave of the Ancestral Dragon. He had caused 2 disasters in the Eternal Dragon City and the Massacre Dragon City. The people of the 5 major dragon cities hated him very much. Although they knew that he was terrifying, the guards were not afraid. Moreover, at this time, they had basically sent the news back. Now, all they had to do was to buy some time. But the Black Hell Emperor did not seem to hear what they said. Everyone noticed that he was holding a black bottle in his hand. There were patterns of black liquid on the bottle. Now the patterns were changing, and it seemed like the black liquid was flowing. Of course, they did not know that this was the most filthy thing in the legends, the heavenly water. Black Hell Emperor, we have already informed the 5 major dragon cities. If you understand what we are saying, leave this place quickly. The dragon emperors will be here soon. When that time comes, you will not be able to escape. You are not a member of our race, so you do not have the right to go near the origin of the divine dragons. The gods were very nervous. Oh, I am no longer a human? That's even better. Without this identity, killing you is no different from killing pigs and dogs. The Black Hell Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. He opened his palm, and a huge suction force acted on the bodies of the guards. These guards, whose cultivation level was only at the 6 rebirth tribulations realm, were directly turned into dust under his control and dissipated into the air. All the gods were turned into dust, and only the mysterious cave of the ancestral dragon was left in front of him. The origin of the divine dragons. The Black Hell Emperor could not help but laugh coldly. When he was very, very young, he was proud of this. He carried the dream of revitalizing the descendants of the mystical dragons and had once wanted to find those lost mystical dragons. However, that unforeseen event completely defeated him. From then on, he no longer believed in the mystical dragons. He believed in power. We will set up the Aurora technique. When it is done, you can start. Xueqi and Dream Scar emerged from the black vortex. Today, they had to take away the 5 Dragon Balls and break the seal of the Demon Star. Let's begin. The Black Hell Emperor looked at the cave of the ancestral dragon in a daze. Behind him, the 2 demonesses began to set up the array diagram. At first it was the Aurora technique. Next it was the final killing move. They were about to open up a path to the Sky Demon and connect it to the Demon Star. Then, all the experts of the Demon Star would gather together and transmit their power to form the demon-seeking array. With this, they would be able to imprison the 15 Dragon Emperors. This was the last struggle of the demons of the Demon Star. They could only succeed. Failure was not allowed. The 2 women were also burdened with great courage. And the effect of the Aurora technique was. Chapter 2292. When they heard the news that the Black Hell Emperor had appeared in the cave of Zulong, they saw it very quickly. At that moment, many people walked outside. The strange movements in the sky made them quickly notice what was happening above. It was as if the entire sky of the Dragon God domain was under his control. Billions of people in the Dragon God domain raised their heads and could see the clouds and light in the sky changing rapidly. Then, an image appeared. The back of the image was the cave of Zulong and the endless starry sky, and the main character was the Black Hell Emperor. Everyone in the Dragon God domain saw the cave of Zulong and the Black Hell Emperor from the image in the sky. This was the Aurora technique. Everyone in the Dragon God domain saw the cave of Zulong and the Black Hell Emperor's Aurora technique. This technique had been lost for countless years, and no one expected it to appear again today. Billions of people raised their heads and could see the Black Hell Emperor and his crazed eyes. The entire Dragon God domain was filled with countless panicked discussions. The majority of the martial artists definitely did not recognize this Aurora technique, so they were even more panicked. Now that the Black Hell Emperor's infamy had spread throughout the world, not only were the people of the 5 great dragon cities afraid of him, the people of the 72 divine cities were even more so. The people of the 72 god cities naturally knew that the Black Hell Emperor was actually a black hell beast. Now that he had appeared again, it shook the world. Very few people were concerned about why everyone could see the Black Hell Emperor in the sky. More people were concerned about what this terrifying Black Hell Emperor was going to do in the cave of Zulong. That was the holy land of dragon martial artists. Especially the people of the 5 great dragon cities. In a short moment, they were even more excited. Not much time had passed since they received the news that the Black Hell Emperor had appeared in the cave of Zulong to the display of the Aurora technique. At this time, the Dragon Emperors had just come out of the 5 great dragon cities and were preparing to head to the cave of Zulong. For example, the Dragon Emperor of Massacre and the Dragon Emperor of Imperial Blood of Massacre from Dragon City were shocked. It's the Aurora technique. What is he going to do in the cave of Zulong? Looking at his complexion, he seems to have recovered. The 2 Dragon Emperors had to order the 6 awakened 9 palaces tribulation elders. Their strength surpassed Xueqi, but they were below the 2 Dragon Emperors. They happened to be guarding the Dragon City while the 2 headed to the cave of Zulong. The 10 Dragon Emperors stationed there were all in a tense conversation. The Dragon City of Life was in the east, so the 2 Dragon Emperors there said, "Let's go first. No matter what he does, we have to stop him. But this guy is full of tricks, and I'm afraid that the 2 of us are not strong enough." The Dragon Emperor replied, "The 2 of us will come as well. We can't let him escape this time. Also, it would be best if you awaken 1 or 2 of the old men sealed in Dragon City to defend the city. We don't know the whereabouts of the 2 evil women, so we can't let them take advantage of the situation. Maybe this is their plan to lure us away from the mountain. Didn't we fall into their trap last time?" Sure. At this time, the other Dragon Emperors had no more hesitation. This time, they were determined to destroy the Black Hell Emperor. They couldn't let him cause any more trouble. The 5 dragon cities were preparing to awaken some of the old men who were sleeping. With them stationed, the dragon emperors were more at ease. In addition, the evil women's goal was the 5 dragon balls. Now that the 5 dragon balls were with the dragon emperors, they took them with them. After dealing with the backup, they headed to the cave of Zulong. Other than the dragon emperor, the others stayed in their respective dragon cities. Now, they were looking at the sky nervously. They saw the Black Hell Emperor holding a black bottle in his hand. He suddenly spoke, and his voice spread throughout the dragon god domain through the Aurora technique. My former compatriots, when you see me, you must be very nervous. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he continued, in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Perhaps you haven't noticed the changes in me, and even I haven't noticed it myself. Now, I have already embarked on a different path from all of you. But who can I blame for this? I feel that I have to blame Long Qinglan, because he was the one who ruined my life. It was a rare opportunity to face all living beings in the world like this. Long Qinglan. For a moment, everyone was confused. How could there be hatred between the two of them? In fact, the 15 dragon emperors didn't even know about it. In this world, there were many people defeated by Long Qinglan, and the Black Hell Emperor was one of them. However, he wasn't special at all. It's all in the past. Besides, he has already died today, and it was only recently that I understood that my life wasn't really ruined. Instead, I obtained an unprecedented transformation and a new life. This is a level of life that none of you can come into contact with. In front of us, even gods are nothing. All of you won't understand, but one day, all of you will understand. He held the bottle in his hand and laughed excitedly, so that everyone in the world could hear his voice and see his current appearance. Yes, I was very laughable back then. At that time I was still young, and I thought that I was the #1 in the Devouring Dragon City, and also the #1 in the world. I heard that he was very powerful, so I went to challenge him. Perhaps all of you have forgotten about this matter. Yes, to this genius in his dazzling life, my challenge this time was so insignificant, and even the humiliation after my defeat was so insignificant. But to the me back then, it was a fatal blow. Speaking of this matter, he had already entered a state of madness. He couldn't release the depression that had been bottled up for many years. Finally, it was time for the Aurora technique to let him face the world, and he let it all out. All of you probably don't remember, but the bet back then was that whoever lost would have to eat a filthy creature from a filthy pond in front of everyone. I lost, and I fulfilled my promise by swallowing the creature that I thought was a poisonous frog. But what was it? That's right, it was a young black llama beast. That's it. At this point, everyone could see through the Aurora technique that there was a huge beast in the endless starry sky. It was waving its black tentacles that were tens of thousands of meters long, and it was swaying in the starry sky. The black llama beast was clearly displayed in front of everyone, and those who hadn't seen it before were all frightened. Even the 15 dragon emperors finally knew the true reason. They also knew the depression and pain that the Black Llama Emperor had been feeling for countless years. It turned out that the reason why he had become a Black Llama beast was because of the bet back then. At that time, both parties were young and hot-blooded, and no one wanted to admit defeat. No one had expected that the poisonous frog that he had swallowed on the spot would turn out to be such a huge Black Llama beast today. At that time, the weak Black Llama beast lived in the body of the poisonous frog and was on the verge of death. It was me who saved it, and it also saved me. It was just that I didn't want to admit it back then. None of you can understand how much pain I was in. A Black Llama beast lived in my body for so many years, and it was absorbing the fruits of my cultivation and controlling my life. Every night, I could see its black tentacles growing out of my body and swaying in the air. Can any of you imagine such a nightmare? Perhaps Long Chen could understand, because he had experienced something similar before. But at that time, I didn't have his ability and will, and I couldn't have done what he did, and I couldn't have pulled out the Black Llama beast directly. But looking at it today, it was a completely wrong way of doing things. At this time, everyone in the world could hear what he was saying. Perhaps this was the reason why he wanted to kill Long Chen every time. Of course, it was because of Long Qinglan, who had changed his life. It was because of that arrogant challenge that the dying Black Llama beast took root in his body, and lived with him ever since. Long Chen had experienced it himself, and he knew how terrifying it was for a young warrior. But he was also afraid, and didn't dare to tell others about his uniqueness. He had endured until today, and probably only he himself could understand how much pain he had gone through. In the past, I suffered for my entire life because of what happened to me. But it's different now. In the past, I suffered for my entire life because of what happened to me, but now it's different. I understand how powerful it is, and I know how great and powerful I am. I know how lucky I am, but I can't forget the pain I've suffered for so many years. I have to take revenge. But where is Long Qinglan? I don't know, but his son is still here, and he's very powerful. Long Chen, I know you've seen me. Come, I'll wait for you here to put an end to this. This was his inner world. Although it was pretty exciting. But Long Chen was going to be disappointed. He had thought that he was a member of the Sky-Devouring clan, and knew many things about them. It turned out that he was just a lonely being, and he probably didn't know as much as he had imagined. Now, the Black Yama Emperor laughed. He raised the bottle in his hand and said, "In order to welcome you, I will sprinkle the world's dirtiest heavenly water in front of your cave of Zulong. The place of origin of lowly beings like the mystical dragons will be shrouded in the most misunderstood heavenly water. This is my way of repaying the Dragon Emperor for nurturing me all these years, and also the final baptism of my human identity. From today onwards I, Chen Ting, am no longer Chen Ting, but a Black Yama beast, the highest being, the supreme being that rules over the endless world." To everyone, the cave of Zulong was sacred, especially to dragon warriors. This place was called the Dragon God Domain, and not the Human God Domain. Naturally, the mystical dragons were the most ancient ancestors, and the 72 gods were successors. Hence, the status of the cave of Zulong was higher than the battlefield of the gods. And now, the Black Yama Emperor was going to use the dirtiest heavenly water to taint it. Who in the entire Dragon God Domain could bear this? Especially the 15 Dragon Emperors, they were almost going crazy with anger. Chapter 2293. There was not enough time. The first to head to the cave of Zulong were the 2 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon City of Life. They were the closest to it. The remaining 8 Dragon Emperors from the other 4 Dragon Cities moved out and headed in the direction of the cave of Zulong. In the northernmost part of the Dragon God Domain, the 5 Dragon Emperors and Long Chen were still discussing. Now that the Black Hell Emperor is confirmed to be in the cave of Zulong, you are not the target of the 2 demons. You can go to Celestial Dragon Planet with peace of mind. We will settle the matter of the cave of Zulong. Of course, Long Chen wanted to see Lingxi. The problem was that he was the target of the Black Hell Emperor. If he did not go, more troublesome things might happen. In his opinion, this matter would not be so simple. The Black Hell Emperor had recovered too quickly. There must be something fishy about this. As long as Lingxi was protected by Yang Yu, nothing would happen. He was also very relieved. Therefore, he told his thoughts to the 5 Dragon Emperors. In that case, follow us to the cave of Zulong. Once this matter is settled, we will personally send you to Celestial Dragon Planet. Time is of the essence. We will talk on the way. Now, the Black Hell Emperor was about to release the celestial water. With the 5 Dragon Emperors on the way, Long Chen just had to follow them. He reached the God Kingdom of one of the Dragon Emperors and quickly moved towards the east. He said doubtfully, "The ancestral dragon sword once killed the Black Hell Emperor, severely injuring him and causing him to die. However, he has clearly recovered now and even appeared in the cave of ancestral dragons with the heavenly water. More importantly, he has met Mo Xing and the Black Hell Emperor before, which is why there are such changes. Therefore, we can be sure that Mo Xing and the Black Hell Emperor worked together with him to do this." The Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night pondered and said, "That is indeed the case. Then what is their purpose? The Aurora technique is a lost technique. The Black Hell Emperor should not know it. It must have been set up by the 2 demonesses." The other 4 Dragon Emperors also frowned. Long Chen pondered and said, "The Black Hell Emperor's target should be me. He truly hates me and my father. As for the 2 demon girls, their target is obviously the 5 Dragon Balls. They will naturally use the water of sky to force you to go over and snatch your 5 Dragon Balls. Since they have the confidence to let you go over, they must have a way to deal with you. Although this method is hard to guess, I'm sure that as long as you go over, something will definitely happen. Perhaps we should let one of the Dragon Emperor leave with the Dragon Balls. That would be more appropriate." After all, Long Chen understood that the 2 demonesses had grasped the weakness of the 15 Dragon Emperors. Everyone knew that they were definitely setting up a trap for the Dragon Emperors to go over. Even if they went over this time, they might not be able to make it out alive. However, the Dragon Emperors still had to go. That was because that was the cave of Zulong, the place of origin of the divine dragons. It was the holy land of all dragon martial artists. How could such a place be left unpolluted? The sentence that Long Chen said to let one of the dragon emperors take one of the dragon balls and not go to the cave of Zulong should not have much of an impact. The eternal dragon ball is actually with me, the dragon emperor of eternal night suddenly said. At the side, the violent blood dragon emperor said, "They will not succeed. At least, they will definitely not know that Long Chen has already merged with the massacre dragon ball. Without obtaining the 5 dragon balls, it is impossible to remove the seal of the demonic star. However, to be safe, eternal night, you better not go over for the time being." "No way." The dragon emperor of eternal night shook his head and said, "How can I hide when the holy land is humiliated? Wait until I put the eternal dragon ball in a secret place and then go to the cave of Zulong. Don't worry, I can naturally prevent the eternal dragon city from coming into the world for 100 years. This way it should be more stable." The 2 demon girls thought that they were smart, but Long Chen could easily find clues and guess their intentions. As for the 15 dragon emperors, they were anxious and angry. It was normal that they did not understand at the beginning. The dragon emperor of eternal night made such a decision, and the others had nothing to say. Moreover, there was the exception of Long Chen. It was impossible for the 2 demon stars to gather the 5 dragon balls. Although they had already set a trap in the cave of Zulong, for the sake of glory and dignity, now that everyone in the world had seen the cave of Zulong being polluted, how could they be cowards? Through the Aurora technique, the Black Hell Emperor could be seen smiling as he opened the bottle and poured the water down. Instantly, the mouth of the bottle was like a river that had burst its banks. Endless black water gushed out. The heavenly water rushed out rapidly and swept outside the cave of Zulong. In the blink of an eye, it was about to drown the cave of Zulong. Of course, the heavenly water could not get close to the cave of Zulong, but even in the periphery, it was still a deep blasphemy. In the heavenly water, there were 10,000 kinds of filth in the world. Corpse fluid, pus, blood, urine and so on. It was the most filthy, and the stench could reach tens of thousands of miles. In other words, if it was released in the cave of Zulong, even a quarter of the entire dragon god domain would be shrouded in this stench. This stench was extremely poisonous. If ordinary people were to smell it, if their cultivation had not reached the nirvana tribulation realm, they would probably die without a doubt. If it was not for the fact that the stench needed a certain amount of time to spread, the 15 dragon emperors would probably have gone crazy from anxiety. Along the way, the dragon emperor of eternal night went to store the eternal dragon ball. Long Chen and the 4 dragon emperors sped up. When they raised their heads and looked up, everything that they could see had already been drowned by the heavenly water. The cave of Zulong could no longer be seen. Within the Aurora technique, only the Black Hell Emperor was shrouded in light, isolated from the heavenly water, and the Black Yama beast whose tentacles were 10,000 meters long. The baptism is over. Long Chen, are you still not coming? The Black Hell Emperor sneered within the Aurora technique. He was very smart. In reality, the target of the twin demons was definitely the 15 dragon emperors. However, he could not express it directly, so he shifted his attention to Long Chen. Now, the heavenly water had successfully drowned the cave of Zulong, and the stench began to spread in the direction of the dragon god domain. Almost everyone in the dragon god domain was stunned. They looked blankly at the sky, then became angry, wept, and cursed. At the same time, they were also praying that the 15 dragon emperors could truly kill this perverted demon. Soon, the 2 dragon emperors of the Dragon City of Life arrived first. Through the Aurora technique, one could see that they had already rushed into the heavenly water. Both of them transformed into divine dragons and fought fiercely with the Black Yama beast in front of everyone, while the Black Hell Emperor watched from the side. Now, although the Black Yama beast had separated from Chen Ting, it was using Chen Ting's mystiques, and they were amplified. This Black Yama beast had coexisted with Chen Ting for so many years, and had absorbed a large amount of energy. While Chen Ting seemed to only have a late-stage demigod body, the Black Yama beast had actually reached the level of the Dragon Emperor. This time, with the 5 corpses of the sea god's tusk as nourishment, not only did the Black Yama beast recover, it even surpassed its previous level. In other words, it surpassed the level of the Dragon Emperor. Even if it only surpassed it by a little, it would not be a problem to deal with the 2 Dragon Emperors. You lowly creatures will never understand how great a life form the Black Yama beast is. It does not need to cultivate, it only needs to devour. They are the true creatures favored by the heavens. They can rely on small amounts of energy to unleash boundless combat power. As the battle between the Black Llama Beast and the two Dragon Emperors caused the heavenly water to sweep everywhere and spread even faster, Chen Ting laughed loudly at the side. Through the Aurora technique, everyone could vaguely see the two Dragon Emperors fighting the Black Llama Beast, but it was still vaguely below. Although this Black Llama Beast was not as strong as the Black Llama Beast that Long Qinglan had manifested, it still possessed great combat power. Most importantly, it had terrifying regenerative abilities. Even if it was injured, it would be difficult for it to regenerate. It would be difficult for it to deal as much damage to the Black Llama Beast as the Founder Dragon Sword had done. Chen Ting, quickly take the heavenly water away. Now that you have separated yourself from the Black Llama Beast, if you can turn back, we will forgive you. Through the Aurora technique, the voice of the Dragon City of Life Dragon Emperor could be heard. Chen Ting laughed loudly and said, "All right, stop threatening me. If I believed you, I would be a fool. Aren't humans all arrogant? Why would you admit that the Black Llama Beast is 1,000,000 times better than you poor people? It only needs to devour energy to become a god. What about you people? 18 catastrophes, plus the god's tribulation, have a time limit of 1,000 years. You have to rely on secret techniques to delay the arrival of the catastrophes to survive." He had the absolute initiative. The two Dragon Emperors were actually in a disadvantageous position. This undoubtedly made everyone very disappointed. In just a short while, the two Dragon Emperors from Fortune Dragon City had arrived. Next, the Dragon Emperors from Massacre Dragon City and Eternal Dragon City had also arrived. Only 5 Dragon Emperors, including Long Chen, were left, as well as the Devouring Dragon City. After all, the Devouring Dragon City was relatively far away. With the addition of the 6 Dragon Emperors, the tables were turned very quickly. 7 of the Dragon Emperors surrounded the Black Llama Beast and began to fight fiercely. One of the Dragon Emperor from Fortune Dragon City had set up a seal to prevent the heavenly water from spreading towards the Dragon God domain. As for how to deal with it, they had no idea. First, they had to kill the Black Llama Beast to deal with the heavenly water. Moreover, they had to constantly be on guard against the 2 Devil Stars. "The 7 of you are ganging up on me, huh? But without the sword from last time, you can still kill me." Chen Ting stood on one of the Black Llama Beast's tentacles. He was not worried at all. Right now, he was indeed fighting to the death, but he was also waiting. The moment all the Dragon Emperors arrived, he would probably succeed. The 7 Dragon Emperors were indeed powerful, but they could not deal fatal damage to the Black Llama Beast. "Chen Ting, repent before it's too late. Qingyue has already left. Are you still not going to repent?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor roared angrily in the heavenly water. "Are you talking about that pitiful woman? She is much more tactful than you guys. Do you know what she called me?" "That's right, Master. She is the only woman who believes in the Black Llama Beast. It's a pity that I did not let her see what I did today," Chen Ting said unscrupulously. "Master." The Eternal Dragon Emperor was about to go crazy. That was his daughter. Kill. Chapter 2294. The 7 Dragon Emperors were almost the same lineup as the Black Llama Beast that was born from Long Qinglan's corpse. That Black Llama Beast was truly invincible. The one Chen Ting controlled was slightly weaker than that Black Llama Beast. But the difference wasn't too great. At least it could temporarily block the attacks of the 7 Dragon Emperors and ensure that it wouldn't die. Now, under the light of the Aurora technique, everyone could see the battle between the Black Llama Beast and the 7 Dragon Emperors. In the disgusting and dirty sky water, the 7 huge mystical dragons and the eerie Black Llama Beast were fighting. Not only did the Black Llama Beast have a strong physical body, but its black tentacles could move billions of kilograms of force. It could also use the mystiques of the Black Llama Emperor, and even amplify them to produce destructive power. Long Chen knew that this member of the mysterious sky-devouring clan must be very powerful. Perhaps the extinction of the mystical dragons hundreds of millions of years ago had something to do with this mysterious sky-devouring clan. Although the 7 Dragon Emperors could suppress the Black Llama Emperor, they couldn't kill him. All the martial artists of the Dragon God domain were watching the Aurora technique in the sky. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, none of them blinked. They clenched their fists as their hearts trembled incessantly. To them, the Dragon Emperor was simply a mythical figure. This battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. But the Black Llama Beast was too scary. Everyone was praying for the Dragon Emperors to win. Old fogies, it's impossible to kill me. You'd better hurry up and stop the sky water from polluting your boring ancestral dragon cave and dragon god region. Chen Ting stood on the black ball of flesh in the middle of the Black Llama Beast, a mocking smile on his face. To him, these people in front of him were a joke. Billion Starfield Sword. The Firmament Dragon Emperor summoned billions of starfields, forming a huge starry sword that descended from the sky. It looked much scarier than the Firmament Golden Sword that Long Chen had encountered. Calamity of the Common People. This was the destructive mystique that the Destiny Dragon City Dragon Emperor had used. The Wheel of Fate. The 7 Dragon Emperor's Dao artifacts all came out at the same time. Basically, they were all Dao artifacts with around 900 Dao patterns. Under the continuous attacks, the Black Llama Beast's body was blasted with countless bloody holes. It was almost torn apart, but it was recovering very quickly. It was holding on bitterly. However, the 7 Dragon Emperors were sure that it would not be able to hold on for too long. If this went on, it would eventually be found and killed. So what was he waiting for? The 7 Dragon Emperors were still very careful. Let's kill him first to avoid future troubles. Then we'll deal with the 2 evil women together. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was the angriest. He used the power of time to cast the time seal, restricting a large part of the Black Llama Beast's body. The Dragon Emperor in the sky, in addition to the Billion Starfield Sword, directly tore apart dozens of the Black Llama Beast's limbs. So what if you kill me? In the end, you can't escape the fate of being touched. Until now, Chen Ting still did not have the slightest fear. At this time, the 4 Dragon Emperors and Long Chen, who had already arrived in the north, had already arrived. As for the Eternal Dragon Emperor, after hiding the Eternal Dragon Ball, he also sped up to catch up with Long Chen and the others. Coincidentally, the 3 Dragon Emperors from the Devouring Dragon City in the west also arrived. Everyone in the Dragon God domain could see through the Aurora technique that the human race's 15 Dragon Emperors had all arrived. This was a scene that had never appeared in thousands of years. It seemed that the sky water was really too disgusting. Their determination to kill the Black Llama Emperor was also very firm. As Dragon Emperors, they had this confidence. Let's do it together, lest the night is fraught with trouble. The 15 Dragon Emperors looked at each other and pressed towards the Black Llama Emperor at the same time. The Black Llama Emperor could not even withstand the 7 Dragon Emperors. The appearance of the 15 Dragon Emperors at the same time was simply a nightmare for him. Long Chen hid in the god nation of one of the Dragon Emperor. While the 15 Dragon Emperors were preparing to kill the Black Llama Emperor, he was looking for the figures of the 2 demon stars. Currently, the surroundings were surrounded by the sky water, which could not be looked at directly. Even in the god nation, Long Chen had an urge to vomit, let alone the 15 Dragon Emperors who were fighting in the sky water. This was also the reason why they were so anxious. No matter what the twin demons' plot was, they had to come and kill the Black Llama Beast and make the sky water disappear. This was their responsibility as Dragon Emperors. As for the consequences, first of all, the twin demons' target was definitely the 5 Dragon Balls. Now that the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had hidden the Eternal Dragon City, with her ability to seal time, it would be very difficult for others to find it. Moreover, the 2 demon girls could not possibly know that the Massacre Dragon Ball had already fused with Long Chen. Therefore they were destined to fail. When the 15 Dragon Emperors attacked together, Chen Ting was not afraid or frightened. In any case, he was very excited and crazy. He spread his arms on the Black Llama Beast and shouted, "Haha, are you all finally here? I didn't expect that I would have such an honor to have all 15 of you attack together. In history, only Long Qinglan has done this. It seems that I can die without regrets." He kept laughing. Under the attack of the 15 Dragon Emperors, his line of defense quickly collapsed. Soon, his life was in danger. Just as he was about to be crushed, he could not help but look up into the sky. As expected, he was still afraid of death. Spread out. The Dragon Emperors also knew that the hidden twin demons were finally about to appear. Although their individual strength was average, they represented the demon stars and would not be easy to deal with. In reality, the sky was filled with extremely thick celestial water. There were several layers of it. At this moment, all the celestial water in this place had spread out. The sky became clear, and one could see as far as the eye could see. But immediately, something that replaced the celestial water appeared. It was countless dark stars that looked exactly like the demon stars. There were millions of such black stars, and they flooded the entire starry sky of the dragon god domain. They completely surrounded the 15 dragon emperors, leaving them with nowhere to escape. When Long Chen first saw these countless demon stars, he could tell that in order to obtain the 5 Dragon Balls, the demons on the demon stars had definitely put in a lot of effort. This could be seen from the countless demon stars. The Path of the Sky Demon. At this moment, the 2 girls, Xueqi and Dream Scar, appeared in the midst of these countless demon stars. Their bodies were covered in black light, and their expressions were solemn. It seemed like they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment the celestial water disappeared, they quickly formed a seal with their hands, and a bloody light flashed in their eyes. With their hard work, the Path of the Sky Demon opened. In everyone's field of vision, every demon star was a passageway to the Path of the Sky Demon. At this moment, with these 2 girls as the center, dark red ripples spread in all directions. Once a demon star was touched by the dark red ripples, the Path of the Sky Demon had already opened. On every demon star, a phantom image of an expert appeared. They were experts from the demon stars. Of course, there were millions of demon stars. However, on the demon stars that had opened the Path of the Sky Demon, there were only a few dozen phantom images of experts. These dozens of demon stars were scattered in every corner of the sky, controlling the surrounding tens of thousands of pitch-black stars. Friends of the human race, long time no see. For a moment, dozens of demon star experts spoke at the same time. Their voices were loud and mighty, not only shaking the ancestral dragon cave, but also reverberating throughout the entire dragon god domain. This voice was very ear-piercing, and it carried a perverted madness. It made one's scalp go numb and their legs go weak. Each and every one of them was a devil that had lived for God knows how many years. When the 15 dragon emperors heard this, they knew that the situation was not good. The danger brought about by the 2 devils of the demon star was even more terrifying than they had imagined. They seemed to have the ability to temporarily transfer the power of the experts of the demon stars to this place. Attack! The 15 dragon emperors did not have time to worry or be afraid. They shouldered the important task of protecting the entire human race. Coming to the ancestral dragon cave today was their mission, so there was no need to be afraid. The other party had indeed displayed a terrifying power that made it impossible for them to escape back to the dragon god domain. Therefore they could only choose to attack. Among the 15 dragon emperors, only 2 or 3 were still restraining the Black Hell Emperor. The rest had rushed into the sky, using their great willpower and remarkable abilities to deal with the dark stars that were similar to the demon stars. These stars were far from the size of the real demon stars. They were just a passageway to the Path of the Sky Demon. However, there were millions of them, which had already formed a terrifying sealing power. Even though the 15 dragon emperors had destroyed tens of thousands of dark stars in a short period of time, they still could not stop the other party's arrangement. The demon star had always been a magical and heaven-defying place. For example, this time it could actually condense the power of all the experts. This was almost equivalent to the 15 dragon emperors facing all the experts of the demon star. Demon-seeking array. Activate. In an instant, all the experts of the demon star exerted their power at the same time, controlling tens of thousands of dark stars to completely surround the surroundings. Then, about 10 red bloodlines extended from each dark star, connecting with the surrounding stars. Very soon, in front of the 15 dragon emperors, a large star net was formed. They were prepared. The expressions of the 15 dragon emperors changed continuously. They leaned on each other and once again reunited, tearing a gap in the demon-seeking array. Just as they were about to rush out, the absolute power of the experts of the demon star still suppressed them. They quickly formed a new suppressive force and rushed the 15 dragon emperors out. Ridiculous worms. Stop struggling. Today is the day of your death. Oh no, we can't kill you today, but we can make you be more obedient. In the future, when our demon star is unsealed, we will all come to the dragon god domain to pay a visit to all of you. Chapter 2295. The Aurora Technique. Spread throughout the entire dragon god domain. A portion of the celestial water shrank so that when the millions of dark stars appeared, almost everyone in the dragon god domain could see them in their entirety. This was a grand occasion that had not been seen for many years. The devil star powerhouses reappeared. Through the path of the heavenly demon, They sent their power across hundreds of millions of miles to the east of the Dragon God domain. They set up the Devil-Seeking Formation, and under the attacks of the various Dragon Emperors, dozens of the Devil Star powerhouses unleashed their monstrous power to suppress the 15 Dragon Emperors. This was the key to the Devil-Seeking Formation, the Motionless Magic Eye. The Motionless Magic Eye was the ancient secret technique of the Devil Star. When all the powerhouses used it together, one could imagine its power. For a moment, the entire Dragon God domain was in an uproar and worried. What they saw was that the millions of dark stars were changing in the sky, and in a very short period of time, they actually formed an incomparably huge eye. That was the Motionless Magic Eye. The entire range of the Devil-Seeking Formation, which was the entire starfield east of the Dragon God domain, was under the control of the Motionless Magic Eye. According to legend, the eye summoned by the Motionless Magic Eyes was the eye of the primordial great demon Xueqi. Xueqi only had one eye, but this eye had a terrible magical power. Everything under the heavens couldn't move under his eyelids. Even if there was another primordial great demon, when facing Xueqi, their movements would be greatly restricted. Therefore, the Motionless Magic Eye was also known as the Eye of Xueqi. It was just that the 15 Dragon Emperors, as well as the people of the Dragon God domain, knew very little about the Devil Star, so they did not know that such a secret technique would appear. It was a strange eye suspended in the starry sky. Now, it was formed by countless dark stars. It was circular, and the pupil in the middle was constantly rotating. The faster it rotated, the more terrifying the rule power belonging to the Motionless Magic Eye became. When the Motionless Magic Eye first appeared, the 15 Dragon Emperors already felt the restriction from the rule power, and the fear of this primeval troll from the bottom of their hearts. But after the rotation accelerated, they gradually became unable to move. The 15 Dragon Emperors had all transformed into divine dragons. Their huge divine dragon bodies were constantly struggling, but they could only move their bodies slightly. Gradually, they could not even blink their eyelids. At the core of the immovable magic eye, dozens of dark stars that had opened the path of the sky demon gathered together. The dozens of warriors were strengthening the different magic eyes, instilling power into the immovable magic eye. This was equivalent to 15 Dragon Emperors fighting against them at this time. If the 15 Dragon Emperors had overwhelming power, they might have been able to break free. However, the truth was that the combined power of the dozens of demons far exceeded that of the 15 Dragon Emperors. If they had not experienced the Omen's path and fought them head-on, the 15 Dragon Emperors would not have been their opponents. Now, the demons only needed to restrain the 15 Dragon Emperors for a period of time. The 15 Dragon Emperors struggled angrily, but the effect was minimal. Although they would not be injured, they would only be unable to move. But seeing the 15 Dragon Emperors fail with their own eyes, everyone in the Dragon God region could not help but despair. At this time, they were already being controlled. What terrifying things would happen next? There were also people who wanted to rush in to save the 15 Dragon Emperors. They were the warriors with demigod bodies from the Dragon City of Life. But as long as they entered the range of the immovable magic eye, they would be even more controlled. As for Chen Ting and the Black Yama Beast, who were still fighting against the 15 Dragon Emperors, they would not be able to escape. Chen Ting probably did not expect that the other party would even bind him. From his expression, he was very shocked and angry. But now, under the immovable magic eye, he could only be angry in his heart. He could not do anything to Xueqi and Meng Hen. Xueqi and Meng Hen completely ignored Chen Ting's venomous gaze. At this time, they had already made their preparations. Xueqi, Meng Hen, use the World Breaker Sacred Hand and get the 5 Dragon Balls. In the immovable magic eye, the Elder ordered. Yes. The two of them moved very quickly. They immediately came down and came to the side of the 15 Dragon Emperors. The entire Dragon God domain was watching. Although most people did not know what the 5 Dragon Balls were, nor did they know what the people of Demon Star wanted the 5 Dragon Balls for, it was obvious that the other party had used so much effort. The 5 Dragon Balls were definitely very precious items. Judging from the will of the 15 Dragon Emperors to resist, the losses this time would definitely be very huge. It was just that from the very beginning, there was a loophole in Demon Star's plan. That was, Yongyu saw them and reminded the 15 Dragon Emperors. If they had not shown themselves before, this time, the 15 Dragon Emperors would really have brought the 5 Dragon Balls with them. If not for the exception of Long Chen, who had fused with the Massacre Dragon Ball. The 2 demon girls used a magical power that had been lost for many years, the World Breaker Sacred Hand. This was not a technique of the human race, but a creature called the Flying Heaven Race. That's right, they specialized in stealing and specifically targeted the god nations of the human race and the spirit race. Later, they offended a big shot, and their race was directly exterminated. However, this world-breaker sacred hand had spread to Demon Star. Now these two women used the world-breaker sacred hand that they had practiced for many years and tested countless times on Demon Star. They searched through the god nations of the 15 dragon emperors and found 3 dragon balls. At the same time, they also discovered the whereabouts of Long Chen. Long Chen was currently in the god nation of one of the dragon emperors. He could move, but once he left the god nation, he would probably be exposed to the immovable magic eye. Meng Hen did not pay much attention to Long Chen. The 3 dragon balls were placed on Yi Xue's palm. Their faces were somewhat ugly as they said to the Demon Star experts, "Demon Lords, there are only 3 dragon balls. Search carefully, especially the first dragon emperor. He is still missing the Massacre Dragon Ball and the Eternal Dragon Ball," urged the Demon Star experts. They were fighting against the 15 dragon emperors and the Dark Yama beasts, and they would also need to expend energy. At this moment, the hearts of the people in the world were burning with anxiety. Long Chen was also burning with anxiety in his god nation. However, Little Skeleton suddenly said, "Daddy, I have the Eye of Hell. I can resist that eye in the sky. Do you want to go out and give it a try?" When Yi Xue heard these words, she was reporting to the Demon Star expert. "Are you sure, little rascal?" asked Long Chen in surprise. Hee hee. Little Skeleton laughed foolishly. Without saying a word, Long Chen got in touch with the Dragon Emperor. After a simple explanation, the Dragon Emperor opened up his god nation. At this moment, Yi Xue and Meng Hen were right in front of Long Chen. They did not expect that Long Chen would dare to come out at this moment. After all, the eye in the sky was the motionless demon eye. Other than the two of them, anyone who came out would be immobilized. Take this opportunity. Eternal moment. As Long Chen made rapid progress in the Tao of Time, the power of time stop played a huge role in this unexpected situation. Yi Xue and Meng Hen, who were unable to react in time, were imprisoned for a short period of time. Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity to charge forward in an instant. With a slash of his sword, he launched the Tempest of Ages. Before Yi Xue, who was holding the 3 Dragon Balls, could react in time, the god-slaying sword flashed past her hand. The 3 Dragon Balls were in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen instantly put them into his god nation. The other party still wanted to get the 5 Dragon Balls. Long Chen would not let them get a single one. In such an urgent situation, he made a very bold attempt. He did not expect it to succeed. The god-slaying sword's origin was the most mysterious. The Eye of Hell was actually somewhat similar to the different demon eye. They seemed to be of the same nature. The moment Long Chen came out of the god nation, the different demon eye had indeed immobilized him. However, the 2 green eyes on the skeleton hilt of the god-slaying sword lit up and helped Long Chen to break the restraints. Eye of Hell. Motionless demon eye. Could this god-slaying sword be related to the primeval troll? This thought flashed across Long Chen's mind. Now was not the time to think about this. He took advantage of this unexpected opportunity and did his best to snatch the 3 Dragon Balls. Not to mention Yi Xue Meng Hen. Even the other 14 Dragon Emperors did not expect such a change. They were all bound by the motionless demon eye. They did not expect Long Chen to be safe and sound. His appearance made the people of the Dragon God domain, who were already very disappointed, see new hope and a new legend. He's moving. He's actually not being restrained. He actually snatched the 3 Dragon Balls back. For a moment, the eyes of the people of the Dragon God domain were focused on Long Chen. To the 5 great dragon cities, he was of course the acknowledged leader of the next generation. The ones who were still dissatisfied with him were the ancient cities of the 72 gods' descendants and the people of the world. However, his appearance and miraculous performance this time had caused everyone to be greatly shocked. The misunderstanding they had of Long Chen also began to waver. They were so nervous that they held their breaths, waiting to see how the situation would develop next. Although the majority of the people did not know what the Demon Star wanted the 5 Dragon Balls for, they knew that it was definitely very crucial and could even affect everyone's lives. Long Chen knew about the existence of the Aurora technique. Now he held the god-slaying sword horizontally and said in a deep voice, "Everyone from the Demon Star, it's better for you to stop. We already know that your plan today is to obtain the 5 Dragon Balls and open the Demon Star seal so that you demons can break the seal and wreak havoc on the common people. So, why would we fall for your trap? Don't waste your energy. He wanted to let the people of the Dragon God domain understand how crucial today's matter was. These words naturally caused the entire Dragon God domain to go into an uproar. After experiencing what had happened to Long Qinglan, they naturally knew how terrifying the people of the Devil Star would be if they were to come out. Previously, Long Qinglan had sealed them back into the Devil Star domain. This time, no one could stop them. However, the strange thing was that Long Qinglan was the one who had caused the chaos in the Demon Star. This time, it was actually his son who was stopping all of this from happening. He seemed to be different from Long Qinglan. Chapter 2296. Long Chen's appearance caused the situation to change, and also made everyone understand the importance of what was happening before their eyes. This was a moment that made everyone feel suffocated. Right now, the motionless magic eye was spinning in the starry sky, and even the 15 Dragon Emperor and the Black Yama Beast were unable to move. Anyone who entered the motionless magic eye would also be instantly imprisoned. The only person who was ineffective in the motionless magic eye was Long Chen. When he had suddenly appeared and snatched away the 3 Dragon Balls, everyone's hopes had been placed on him. Although the 2 witches looked like young girls, they were currently in a state of rage and cold-bloodedness. A battle between the 2 sides was already on the verge of breaking out. Even the hopes of the entire Dragon God region had suddenly fallen onto Long Chen's shoulders. This made many people who had previously disapproved of him in this battle begin to acknowledge everything about him. Sincerity, passion, and persistence, even tenacity and strength. The Dragon God domain had been beset with disaster recently, but many times, it was because of Long Chen that everyone had been able to survive. Especially the incident at Massacre Dragon City, which was known to the whole world. He had not done it on purpose. He had only done what he was supposed to do, and everyone's approval and following him was the best reward he could think of. He had come to the Dragon God domain to achieve this goal, and an even greater goal was, of course, to solve the final riddle for his father, so that he, who had been spurned for thousands of years, could be treated fairly, so that he, his former subjects, could acknowledge him. After all, they were all compatriots, and the Dragon God domain was the place where he had been born and raised. Now, he was once again facing off against these 2 witches. Because Long Chen had destroyed the most crucial part of their plan, suddenly appearing and snatching the 3 Dragon Balls. Even the previously mischievous Xueqi's dark red eyes were now flashing with a bloody light. Although they were beautiful on the outside, this could not conceal the demonic nature in their hearts, especially when they threw themselves into battle. The black-robed girl, Meng Hen, had already transformed into a body of steel. The dark red metal shone in the starry sky. When her appearance was revealed to the world, it immediately caused a commotion. They were worried about Long Chen's fate. As for Xueqi, she didn't change much. It was just that she seemed to be shrouded in a black mist. She was very satisfied and pondered. Her face was pale, and she was as lifeless as a doll. Only her eyes were getting redder and redder. This was also what made her terrifying. Although he did not have Li Xuanji's help, Long Chen did not fear the 2 of them. He held the god-slaying sword in his hand horizontally and said, "It is impossible for the Devil Star seal to be opened, and the 5 Dragon Balls will not fall into your hands. If you want to obtain the 3 Dragon Balls by the Wu Tribe's river, you must first see what you 2 are capable of." By the time she finished her sentence, the steel-like scar of dreams had already drawn an incomparably bright arc in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes for a moment. That light flashed and disappeared, bringing with it a peerlessly terrifying killing intent. Clang! Long Chen swept the god-slaying sword horizontally, but Scar of Dreams was still sent flying. This showed how terrifying this woman's physical strength was. Of course, Long Chen was not in a hurry. The people of the Devil Star were now using the motionless magic eyes, and there would always be a limit. As long as he could hold on until the 15 Dragon Emperor escaped, the 2 in front of him would be finished. The Black Hell Emperor would also be finished. Therefore he was not prepared to fight. That would be useless. He went in the direction of the cave of Zulong, where the heavenly water was wreaking havoc. He used his strength to protect his body and plunged into the heavenly water. Although this thing was disgusting, he was still a man. He had seen mountains of corpses and seas of corpses. How could he be frightened by the heavenly water? Unexpectedly, the two girls also followed him into the range of the heavenly water and disappeared in front of everyone. What's the situation? Everyone could not help but stare carefully at the art of Aurora. At this moment, the heavenly water shook violently. In the motionless magic eyes, living things did not know how to move, but the heavenly water could overflow. In the battle between the two sides, the heavenly water set off huge waves. The battle now was extremely tragic. The most difficult to deal with was of course Scar of Dreams. Her body of steel was simply abnormal. Long Chen could only use the Deathclaw to fight against her. However, he had to use one hand to hold the god-slaying sword to block the suppression of the motionless magic eyes. Therefore, his combat power was somewhat reduced. And Xueqi's strength was actually controlling the primordial spirit. She hid in the dark, and all the attacks were directed at the primordial spirit. This was even more terrifying. If one was not careful and the primordial spirit was hit, the result would be immediate death. Fortunately, Long Chen's primordial spirit was the void cosmic dragon. The more it grew, the stronger it became. It had an extremely strong resistance, which was why he could be in a stalemate under their siege. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavenly water continued to shake. Long Chen and the two demonesses rushed out from the heavenly water from time to time. Seeing that Long Chen was actually safe and sound, everyone slowly relaxed. In this way, Long Chen's position in their hearts became even more majestic. If it was not for him this time, what would the situation be like now? Chen Ting could only wait anxiously. In his heart, he was probably cursing the people of the Devil Star 1,000,000 times. This time, if he did not risk his life to restrict the 15 Dragon Emperors, how could they succeed? The 15 Dragon Emperors were fighting fiercely with the experts of the Devil Star. They were on another battlefield. Now that Long Chen was blocking the two demonesses, they were very relieved. The power of the Heavenly Devil Road could not last long. As long as the people of the Devil Star exhausted the power, they would be able to escape. At that time, they would definitely be able to regain control of the situation. The Black Yama Beast and the two demonesses would not be able to escape. The 15 Dragon Emperors were already fully prepared to fight against the experts of the Devil Star. It had to be said that the 15 of them coming here today was indeed very reckless. However, they could not retreat from their mission. Moreover, there was an exception like Long Chen. That was why they rushed here and dared to fight. From the current situation, it was not certain who would win and who would lose. Boom, boom. The heavenly water exploded a few more times. During this period of time, Long Chen was resisting Xueqi's primordial spirit attack. At the same time, he was engaged in close combat with Dream Scar. Under the suppression of the two, he was naturally at a disadvantage. From time to time, wounds would appear on his body. Some were even pierced by Dream Scar's sharp claws. However, Xueqi and Dream Scar could not do anything to him. This was because, in terms of primordial spirit, Long Chen's primordial spirit was stable and could not be confused. It could only affect him to a certain extent. However, in terms of his physical body, he had the fire of life. That was a body that could not be harmed or killed. The huge life force allowed Long Chen to recover at a frightening speed time and time again. Every time they saw Long Chen charging out of the heavenly water unscathed, everyone in the Dragon God domain would shout and shout. At this moment, their hearts had already become one with Long Chen, as if they were fighting alongside him. Long Chen is going to risk his life and kill these two demonesses. We can't give them a chance to catch their breath. Kill them. Everyone in the world was shouting. Their voices gathered together and even rushed back to the Eastern Star region. Xueqi and Dream Scar could hear them. Damn it. Dream Scar was about to go crazy. In one attack, a steel saber suddenly appeared in her right hand. It was dark red, similar to the color of her eyes. The saber was less than half a meter long. She held it in her hand and spun it rapidly. Just the few flashes of light it emitted were enough to prove that it was a terrifying killing weapon. When the saber struck out, Long Chen looked back. It was as if a huge blood-colored beast the size of a planet was staring at him with bloodthirsty eyes. That was the saber's Dao spirit. A Dao treasure with 830 Dao patterns. At a glance, he realized that this short saber actually had 100 more Dao patterns than the god-slaying sword. In addition to Dream Scar's terrifying physical body, one could only imagine what kind of killing power it would have. Heaven-piercing saber. The name of the Dao treasure was like the Dao treasure itself. Dream Scar held it in her hand and waved it casually. Heaven and earth were torn apart. She broke through space after space and appeared in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. She stabbed the saber at Long Chen's forehead. The god-slaying sword danced and a vast power slashed at the opponent's saber. "Ah, it feels so good." The little skeleton let out a cry of pain, then started to yell again. It was quite daring. It actually dared to open its mouth in the face of such a terrifyingly destructive Dao weapon. He was lucky that his teeth weren't knocked out. After Long Chen used this move, he swiftly entered the heavenly waterless. It was easier to stall for time inside. Now that the 15 Dragon Emperors were about to reach the limits of the Demon Star experts, he could see it from their relaxed eyes. "Son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, you are really annoying. Why do you have to disrupt our plans? We, the people of the Demon Star, just want freedom." "We won't hurt you," said Xueqi, who was like a puppet. Xueqi, who was standing behind Long Chen with bloodshot eyes, looked like a puppet with a dull expression on her face. "Your freedom is a disaster to others. I don't believe you." Long Chen used space-time reversal to escape her and Meng Hen's pincer attack. Once again, he headed in the direction of the cave of Ancestral Dragon. Meng Hen caught up with him and slashed at Long Chen's back with the sky-piercing blade. All of a sudden, a golden crack appeared in space. It was like a huge mouth that swallowed Dream Scar and Xueqi. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. "What's going on?" Long Chen stopped. At this moment, the golden crack expanded. In an instant, a strong suction force was produced, pulling Long Chen towards it. Long Chen, of course, resisted. He thought that it was an attack from Dream Scar, but he quickly realized that it wasn't. He saw another starry sky in the crack. He saw Xueqi and Dream Scar being sucked in. Go! Chapter 2297. Even if the battle between Long Chen and the two witches did not appear from the celestial water, there would still be a lot of movement. However, after a certain moment, the celestial water actually stopped moving. For a moment, everyone became nervous. Was it because the battle had ended and one side had died? If that was the case, it was very likely that Long Chen had died because there were two of them. It was impossible for both of them to die at the same time. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They did not even dare to breathe loudly as they stared blankly at the Aurora technique. Even the 15 Dragon Emperors had pinned their hopes on Long Chen. Long Chen was their future hope. Therefore they were also very nervous. If either side had been defeated and killed on the spot, the winner should have come out soon. However, when everyone was nervously waiting for the result to be revealed, the result did not come. After a full quarter of an hour, there was still no movement. At this time, everyone was no longer nervous, but puzzled. What was going on? Where did they go? Even if they shook hands and made up, they should have come out by now. The 15 Dragon Emperors secretly communicated. This is the origin of the divine dragons. Since ancient times, there have been countless magical things. It is possible that they have gone to other places. I once read through the ancient books. It said that there is a hidden palace in the origin of the divine dragons called the Origin Dragon Palace. It has a lot to do with the origin of the divine dragons. However, there is only a name and no specific introduction. Let's not care about that for now. The people of the Devil Star are probably even more anxious now. This is their only chance to get the 5 Dragon Balls, but their people have also disappeared. We just need to hold on and wait for them to exhaust all their power. This demonic seeking array will automatically disband, and they will no longer be able to transmit their power here. We just need to be prepared. When the immovable magic eye disappears, we will directly attack and kill Chen Ting. The 15 Dragon Emperors were ready. Everyone in the world was quiet, waiting for new changes in the cave of Zulong. Now, no one dared to enter the range of the immovable magic eye again. Anyway, they could not move after entering. Long Chen had indeed arrived in another part of the starry sky during this accident. Perhaps Dream Scar had used the heaven-piercing blade to cut open this space, or perhaps for some other reason, but the golden gap quickly disappeared. The three of them were practically thrown into this starry space. The first thing they did was stabilize their bodies and then distance themselves from the other party, in case the other party suddenly attacked. Next, they calmed their hearts and looked at this strange world. It was a starry sky, but it seemed very ancient. Stars that were like fine sand were scattered across the sky, glowing with dreamy colors. Most of the stars were ancient dark brown, and the light they gave off was not very strong. The entire starry sky was exceptionally gloomy, and there were countless dark stars rotating in the darkness. But somewhere in the east, there was something that instantly caught the eyes of Long Chen and the two witches. It was also something that deeply shocked them. It was a palace, ancient, majestic, and shocking. A palace floating in the starry sky was not that strange. What was strange was that this palace was so huge. Even though Long Chen and the others were still very far away from it, this palace occupied almost a third of their field of vision. Long Chen had seen a giant beast that was comparable to the eternal god realm before. That might not be true, but the size of this ancient palace in front of them was probably larger than the ancient battle god city. It floated in the starry sky, like a boundless land. If Long Chen transformed into his divine dragon form and came to this palace, it would probably be similar to when he came to Massacre Dragon City in his human form. It was hard to imagine why such a palace would appear here. How did they get here? Long Chen looked carefully. This palace was enveloped in layers of light, and on the light, there were countless images of divine dragons swimming about, forming words. There were even images of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and trees. There were even images of beasts running, birds flying in the sky, and fish playing in the water. Light and shadow flickered. Although it had been a very long time, it still looked magnificent. This palace gave Long Chen a sense of heaviness and solemnity that penetrated deep into his soul. He even had the urge to cry. It was a feeling of belonging. He was very sure that this palace had something to do with the mystical dragons. When he recalled that this was the origin of the mystical dragons and that this was before the cave of the ancestral dragon, he was even more certain of it. Within the layers of light, there were billions of images of divine dragons dancing, as though they were recreating the glory of the era of the divine dragons. Long Chen's gaze passed through the layers of light and saw the palace door. There was a golden plaque on the palace door. Although it was shining brightly and blocked much of the light, there was a very strong voice in his heart telling him that the name of this palace was Origin Dragon Palace. It rotated and floated in this ancient star sector. What is this? Dream Scar's cold, steely voice woke Long Chen from his excitement. Only then did he remember that there were two strong opponents beside him. I don't know. There might be many treasures. Let's go take a look. Xueqi let out a voice that sounded like a young girl. She had not recovered to her previous appearance. Now, she was in a daze and there were faint traces of blood on her face. She looked a little scary. Long Chen stood in front of them. The battle is not over yet. Do you still want to explore? In front of the Origin Dragon Palace, it was best that the two demonesses did not go. Xueqi, don't you only know how to dodge? How dare you block us? Xueqi chuckled. If the Origin Dragon Palace was really a treasure, then Long Chen was their only enemy. Their thoughts were clear, and that was to kill Long Chen at this moment. Xueqi, let's attack together and kill him quickly. Dream Scar gripped the heaven-piercing blade tightly, and transformed into a dark red beam of light as he shot forward. Xueqi followed closely behind him, her bloodthirsty eyes darting about, her hands manipulating 10 illusory blood-red threads. These blood-red threads were actually as hard as steel needles, and could extend for hundreds of meters. Long Chen was already surrounded by these blood-red threads. Bewitching. Ultimate killing technique. This time, the two demonesses attacked at the same time. Without Li Xuanji's help, Long Chen, who was still unable to kill the Black Llama beast, faced immense pressure. He did not dare to be careless. The only thing he could rely on was his flame of life. This could ensure that he did not die. With the god-slaying sword in one hand and the 10,000 death claws in the other, Xueqi's bewitching attack was the first to land. Bewitching was naturally to confuse Long Chen. Strength, beauty, power, and even a tremor of the soul formed a wave that slammed into Long Chen's primordial spirit. The surrounding blood threads were like an ocean. As they swayed, all sorts of illusions and thousands of images surged over. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was drowned. It was as if this moment was a lifetime. This was how terrifying Xueqi was. Calm down. There was no better way to resist bewitching than to calm down. Long Chen's void cosmic dragon was strong enough to allow him to avoid these disturbances, but only to a certain extent. If it was just Xueqi, she would not be able to do anything to Long Chen. But with Dream Scar, it was hard to say. She had taken advantage of Xueqi's attack to unleash her ultimate killing technique. This was the pinnacle of close-quarters combat techniques, and it was even more brutal and violent than the massacring sword art. It was like a violent storm, and it displayed Dream Scar's body of steel to the fullest. She had completely suppressed Long Chen, and each of her attacks was fatal. Long Chen could only rely on his 10,000 death claws to defend. What was certain was that he was definitely not a match for these two in his human form. Ding! With a crisp sound, Dream Scar's sky-piercing blade brushed past the god-slaying sword and pierced into Long Chen's shoulder. Just as she was about to move forward and chop off Long Chen's head, Long Chen suddenly transformed into a dragon, and the impact sent her flying. After transforming into a dragon, he lost some of his agility, but his ancestral dragon mystiques and physical body were greatly strengthened. Storm of Time. The void cosmic dragon roared. His target was not Dream Scar, but Xueqi. In her physical body, Dream Scar was like a monster. It was difficult to hurt her, so he could only attack Xueqi. As long as Xueqi was seriously injured, without her help, it would be much easier for Long Chen to deal with this steel girl. Wang. The storm of time formed a torrent that crashed into Xueqi's body. Rumble. A transparent barrier of light appeared around her body to protect her. Clearly, it was a defensive Dao artifact. As expected, her opponent had come prepared. He had prepared for whatever aspect he was weak in. However, Long Chen's attack was not that easy to block. At the very least, he managed to send Xueqi flying, allowing her to temporarily leave the battlefield. Dream Scar was already attacking again. 10,000 death claws. The body of a divine dragon was the strongest 10,000 death claws. This time, the huge claws collided with Dream Scar's sky-piercing blade, and a sharp, crisp sound rang out. This was the first time that Dream Scar, who had a strong physical body, was defeated. She was also sent flying by Long Chen's divine dragon body. But Long Chen realized that killing these two was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. And the other two seemed to have realized this as well. At that moment, Xueqi's eyes regained their clarity and she returned to her adorable self from before. She blinked her eyes at Long Chen and grumbled, "Little brother, you really don't know how to be protective of the fairer sex. You made me feel so much pain." Long Chen did not speak. He returned to his human form and said, "Since no one can do anything to the other, let's first figure out where we are and how to get out. Or if there's no other way, let's go to that mysterious palace to take a look." Xueqi looked around and said excitedly, "Okay, let's go to that palace first. There must be a lot of fun. But if there are treasures, how are we going to split them? Give them to me?" Chapter 2298. Out of the two from Mo Xing, Scar Dream was a cold-blooded killing machine. Xueqi was cunning and even scarier. Long Chen wouldn't let his guard down just because she looked sweet. In the two battles, neither side could do anything to the other. The mysterious palace was right in front of them. After a few words of discussion, they decided not to fight. They would get closer to the palace first. This was a palace that appeared around the cave of Zulong. Long Chen saw the name of the palace. Origin Dragon Palace. It definitely had something to do with the mystical dragons. As the inheritor of the ancestral dragon's blood, if this place was dangerous, then Mo Xing and Scar Dream would be even more dangerous. That was why he chose the three of them to approach together. After all, if they continued to fight here, they might not be able to determine the victor. As for outside, the 15 Dragon Emperor and the Black Yama Beast were controlled by Mo Xing's elites. Both sides were fighting for a long time, so there shouldn't be any danger. Of course, Long Chen didn't know how to get out either. What is this place? What is inside the Origin Dragon Palace? Has my father been here before? Long Chen couldn't help but think. To be honest, it was just a coincidence that they were here. Now, he and the other two were approaching the Origin Dragon Palace at a moderate speed. Both sides weren't too fast. Once someone rushed over first, it would be a competition of speed. However, neither side was in a hurry. In the starry sky, Xueqi blinked her big and bright eyes. Her white and smooth skin glowed under the starry light. Her curvaceous figure was also quite attractive. She looked very soft, and she was the polar opposite of the steel-like Scar Dream. Her voice was very sweet. As she hurried along, she said in a tender voice, "Little big brother, you're really outstanding. Even I can't help but be tempted." Why don't you join our Devil Star? We can definitely help you improve faster. In time, it's not impossible for you to dominate our Devil Star. Long Chen's gaze was still fixed on the Origin Dragon Palace, which was getting bigger and bigger as they got closer. It was indescribable in terms of size and vastness. It was like an endless continent floating in the starry sky. The continent was flat, but the Origin Dragon Palace was millions of miles tall. The trio's approach was like an invisible speck of dust to the entire Origin Dragon Palace. Although it seemed like they were close, there was actually a long distance between them. As the two of them advanced, they passed by some strange planets. Some of them were even as big as the planets in the Chaos Starfield. There were tens of thousands of planets around the Origin Dragon Palace. In reality, the Chaos Star region only had slightly more than 100 planets. The closer he got to the Origin Dragon Palace, the more intense the solemn feeling in Long Chen's heart became. This was a sacred place that belonged to the dragon martial artists. With the arrival of the two Devil Star people, Long Chen was very worried that they would tarnish this place. Xueqi kept tempting him. Seeing that they were getting closer to the Origin Dragon Palace, the three of them were looking forward to what kind of encounter they could have here. Therefore, they definitely wanted to get rid of each other as soon as possible, especially Long Chen. He was very reluctant to let the two of them get close. In fact, Xueqi's incessant chatter was a form of attack from her. At a certain moment when they were close to the Origin Dragon Palace, she attacked again. As she kept tempting and hinting in her heart, the countless red threads on her fingers spread around Long Chen. Now that she was attacking, the thousands of threads instantly bound Long Chen. Soul control. The crimson threads did not bind Long Chen's body, but his primordial spirit. With his primordial spirit restrained, it was difficult for his body to move. Xueqi's soul control technique was at the peak. Compared to Long Chen's soul-devouring eyes, it was thousands of times better. In that short moment, the threads formed by Xueqi's power controlled Long Chen. At the other moment, Dream Scar, who was already prepared, transformed into a body of steel. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived in front of Long Chen. It looked like a simple punch, but it hit Long Chen's head. If he was hit, he would probably die on the spot. In reality, Long Chen was also guarding against them. Space-time reversal. The power of the Void Universe Dragon. Now, Xueqi had trapped the Void Universe Dragon. When the threads touched his eyes, the Void Universe Dragon used this mystique. That was where the power of space-time reversal was strongest. The moment the soul control technique touched the Void Universe Dragon's primordial spirit, it was reversed. When Dream Scar punched, the power of space-time reversal also reversed her. Long Chen used this time to quickly change his position. His body was covered in dragon scales, and his claws were the 10,000 death claws. With extreme speed, he pounced towards Xueqi. Xueqi did not expect that after preparing for such a long time, she would still fail. However, she had a defensive Dao treasure, so she was not too worried. Furthermore, Dream Scar had already caught up. If he hit Xueqi, he would also be hit by Dream Scar. However, he passed by Xueqi directly. With a feint, he actually rushed towards the Origin Dragon Palace at his fastest speed. This was his real goal. Since it was difficult to defeat them, he might as well get closer to the Origin Dragon Palace first and see what he could gain. After him. The two girls twisted their bodies and crossed the galaxy, chasing quickly. However, the three of them were about the same speed. Now that Long Chen had the upper hand, it would not be easy for them to catch up. D*MN. Dream Scar was so angry that her eyes were about to bleed. Long Chen paid attention to their movements while looking at the Origin Dragon Palace in front of him. He looked at the sacred palace. He passed by one planet after another, and was about to get close to the glorious Origin Dragon Palace. At that moment, a black star appeared in front of him. It was not big, probably about 1/20th the size of planet Sky Dragon. At first, Long Chen did not pay attention to it. After all, he was racing against time with the twin demons. He was competing with them in terms of speed. He was very fast. In just the blink of an eye, he could pass by the black star. The two pursuers did the same. Just then, a terrifying suction force came from the black star. Or rather, it was the gravity of the star. Being in the starry sky, Long Chen could still resist ordinary forces. But this black star was definitely different. In that instant he had exhausted all his strength, but he was still sucked in, smashing into the black star in an arc, almost smashing him to death. Although Long Chen had not died, he had been seriously injured. All the bones in his body had nearly cracked. Moreover, even though he was on the Black Star, he still had to endure the terrifying pressure. If Long Chen had not used his life flame in a hurry, he would have most likely fallen apart. The ground was extremely hard, even harder than steel. In fact, it was almost as hard as Dream Scar's body. This was a planet made of pure steel, and it had a terrifying gravitational force. It was barren, with not even a single blade of grass growing on it. Under normal circumstances, Long Chen would be able to circle around this planet in a dozen or so breaths, but he could not do so now. Now, it was difficult for him to even stand up. It would probably take him a month to go around the star. Now, he already had the combat power to fight against a martial artist with a demigod body. However, he was being suppressed by the gravity star. From this, one could tell how terrifying the gravity of the star was. Moreover, as far as he could see, the territory closest to the Origin Dragon Palace was filled with black stars with terrifying gravity. Under such circumstances, there was no way he could get close to the Origin Dragon Palace. But to his relief, it wasn't just him. Even Xueqi and Dream Scar were smashed into the star. Their situation was much worse than his, especially Xueqi. Her physical body was weaker. When she was attracted by the black star and smashed into it, the Dao treasure that was protecting her shook violently and almost broke. Just like Long Chen, she was in a daze. Her body was cracked and she was a bloody mess. But she didn't have a mystique like the Flame of Life and didn't have Long Chen's recovery ability. This time, she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Dream Scar, who was at the side, was in a slightly better condition. However, her steel-like body was almost smashed. There are black stars like this everywhere. With my current strength, I can't enter the Origin Dragon Palace. I have the advantage of the Flame of Life. Now is the best time to deal with them. Let's deal with them first. Long Chen made up his mind instantly. Xueqi. Dream Scar struggled to stand up from the black star. Beside him was a pool of blood. Xueqi's eyes were lifeless as she fell to the ground. I'm fine. I can only lie down. Xueqi's mouth was full of blood as she spoke. Damn it, what the hell is this? Long Chen. Meng Hen was enraged like never before. She was a demoness, and as expected, she was possessed just like Mo Xiaolang at this moment. Her eyes turned blood red like liquid, and the murderous aura on her dark red steel body became even denser. Dang dang. Every time he stepped on the ground, there was a loud sound. Long Chen used his flesh and blood body to hold on. His flame of life was burning. To him, he didn't need to deal with Xueqi. All he needed to do was subdue Dream Scar. If necessary, he should kill them. Although they were all beauties, they were from the Devil Star. He couldn't be soft-hearted. However, what surprised him was that even though she was lying on the ground, Xueqi had undergone a huge change. Her face was lifeless and she looked like a doll. Her eyes were like a sea of blood. The two of them were screaming and filled with murderous aura. They had even lost their consciousness. They only knew that they had to take Long Chen's life at this moment. On this black star, it was destined to be a tough battle. Any movement was extremely difficult to complete. Chapter 2299. Seeing that they were possessed, Long Chen didn't want to fight anymore. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he wanted to see how long they could last under such circumstances. He had seen Mo Xiaolang in this state before. Usually, he would have the power to break through his limits, but when this power receded, there would be a period of exhaustion. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly retreated and said, "Seeing that you're injured, I'll let you off this time. Think about how to leave this black planet." After that, he slowly left the place. What he said was, of course, a lie. He just wanted to relax and find a more suitable opportunity. More importantly, he found that although the gravity in this place was quite terrifying, there was one good thing about it, and that was that it could suppress his power. The more he tried, the more he could create a kind of explosion in this suppression. Dream Scar had wanted to chase after Xueqi, but after chasing for a distance, she realized that Xueqi was still in the same place. She could only return to her side. Even though they were in a demonic state, and their minds weren't clear, they still stayed together. Xueqi was still resisting the gravity of the black planet. To be honest, she was at her wit's end. She couldn't even stand up, let alone leave. At the side, Dream Scar kept walking in circles, clenching her fists and screaming, "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." She looked up in the direction Long Chen had disappeared countless times. She wanted to go, but she couldn't bear to leave Xueqi behind. In her unconscious state, she kept repeating this process. It seemed like she hadn't woken up from this state. Xueqi was also useless. She kept pressing her hands against the ground, trying to prop her broken body up, but she couldn't do it. Every time she tried, she would fall heavily to the ground. Long Chen watched from afar for a while. He was relieved. These two are quite interesting. Their intelligence has dropped after being possessed, but they can still stay together. That's what sisters are. It was clear that they had a deep relationship. From their looks, they were probably sisters. Seeing them like this, Long Chen felt more at ease. He continued forward until he reached a corner that Dream Scar would not be able to find. Then he began to cultivate. He had already tried many times, but it seemed that with his current strength, it would be very difficult to resist the gravity of this planet and charge out. Then I can only try breaking through. His goal was the late stage of the 5-element Samsara realm. Originally, he estimated that it would take him another month to reach this level. However, with such a special environment, Long Chen believed that he could definitely speed up the process and allow him to break through this barrier. I should hurry up. I wonder what the situation outside is like now. He mobilized the power of the 5-star cycle and sent it surging through his body. Under the attraction of gravity, this process became extremely difficult and required strong willpower to persevere. However, it was precisely because of this difficulty that he was able to obtain a certain amount of help, allowing him to become more proficient in forging this power. In the starry sky, the power of the 5 elements gathered towards him. The power of the 5 elements surged in his body, forming 5 great rivers that flowed continuously in his vast body. From time to time, new power would join. Although it was difficult and he had to resist the gravitational pull at all times, the effect was twice the result with half the effort. This stimulated Long Chen's enthusiasm. Now, he couldn't care less about the passage of time. He began to use all his strength to rush towards the late stage of the 5-element Samsara realm. As time passed, he accumulated more and more. This starry sky seemed barren, but in fact, it was the opposite. There was the purest power of the 5 elements here, and it was the most primitive. It was more than 10 times richer than the outside world. It was precisely because of this, and with the help of gravity, that after about 5 days, Long Chen had already touched the edge of the 5-element Samsara realm. When Li Xuanji was here, he had easily killed Emperor Tianmu. However, as soon as she left, his combat strength fell back to the level where he could only fight Emperor Tianmu. Now that he had broken through, it was simply the right time and place, allowing him to return to his peak state. At this level, if Li Xuanji could return, he would probably rush to the level of the 9 halls tribulation. Long Chen was a little absent-minded. He didn't expect to achieve his second goal in the blink of an eye. The first goal was to marry Lingxi, which was about to reach the peak of the dragon sacrificial continent. The second goal was to clear his father's name. Now that the goal was close to completion, it was about time for him to rush to the peak of the eternal god realm. In the future there might be new goals. But now, he only wanted to complete the crucial thing in front of him. These 2 women from the Devil Star should have experienced what happened to Long Qinglan back then, so they definitely knew some details. Not only did Long Chen want to defeat them, but he also wanted to subdue them. He wanted them to tell him the details he wanted to know. He thought that it definitely wasn't as simple as the legends said. Just like the battlefield of the gods, the world only knew that Long Qinglan wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. How could they know that there was something like the immemorial soul assimilation technique? What he relied on was, of course, the explosive increase in strength this time. With the increase in strength, his ability to resist gravity had also increased a lot. He gave it a try, and perhaps he could already rush out of the gravitational pull of this gravity star. The reason why he, Xueqi, and the others fell so miserably the first time was because they didn't expect it at all and were caught off guard by the gravitational pull. It's been 5 days. Are they still in a state of frenzy? Long Chen went back the way he came. Now that his strength had broken through, it was time for a decisive battle with them. Previously, he hadn't reached his peak strength, so no matter how he fought, it was very sullen, especially when there were 2 of them working together. On this black star, he could only take 1 step at a time. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen returned to the place where he first fell. He was much faster than when he left. As soon as he returned, he saw that the two of them were still in a state of frenzy. Among them, Xueqi could only lie on the ground, and the injuries on her body hadn't healed. Probably because she sensed Long Chen's arrival again, a crazy killing intent appeared in her eyes. There was no need to talk about Dream Scar beside her. Her sharp, blade-like nails had already taken shape, and she held the heaven-piercing blade in her right hand. Her eyes were blood-red as she glared at Long Chen. Compared to their normal state, they looked crazy and ferocious in their current state. Without a word, Long Chen's body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. His hands turned into dragon claws, and the top transformed into the 10,000 death claws. This was his killing move. After completing this step, he stepped on the ground step by step and increased his speed. He actually ran on the black star, leaving after images as he pounced towards Dream Scar. Dream Scar stepped on the black star and also attacked. This time, she was slightly slower. In close combat, speed was actually very important. Of course, Long Chen didn't dare to forget about Xueqi. The 10,000 death claws and the sky-piercing blade clashed. Long Chen relied on his advantage in close combat to quickly shake off his opponent, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind Xueqi. Right now, their battle looked very funny. It was simply too slow, like a fight between children. His first target, of course, was Xueqi. Long Chen pushed his knee against her soft waist, and the 10,000 death claws pressed down on her head, lifting it up to protect his eyes. He believed that even if Dream Scar was in a berserk state, she would still stop. As expected, Dream Scar hurriedly stopped. Even so, her sky-piercing blade had almost torn Xueqi's neck apart. It looked like a simple scene, but in reality, it contained a huge killing intent. The 10,000 death claws killing intent, as well as the 4 types of anger, instantly surrounded Xueqi's beautiful head. At this time, Xueqi struggled to turn her head, and at this time, her eyes were filled with a sea of blood. Waves of roaring sounds rushed towards Long Chen, as though a hand had actually reached out from those eyes, directly piercing into his head. Soul snatching. From bewitching, to soul control, and now soul snatching. One could guess that this soul snatching was Xueqi's true killing move. This move was very frightening. Her spiritual power directly formed a hand, and it pierced into Long Chen's mind, directly grabbing at the Void Universe Dragon's primordial spirit. And the timing of her attack was very good too. It was when Long Chen was suppressing her that she counterattacked. Space-time reversal. In reality, Long Chen was also guarding against her. So when he realized that the attack was coming, the Void Universe Dragon used the power of time reversal to block the soul-snatching hand. But now that Xueqi was fighting with her life on the line against Long Chen, she might not even be able to block space-time reversal. Long Chen no longer held back, and the 10,000 death claws directly pierced into the other party's beautiful head. In an instant, 5 types of killing power rushed in, causing Xueqi to cry out in pain. The soul-snatching attack also dissipated on its own. The fatal move had been neutralized by Long Chen, and the power of the 10,000 death claws had worsened her injuries. Now, even her life was being restricted by Long Chen. Next, Xueqi, heavily injured, collapsed into Long Chen's arms. The blood in her eyes gradually faded, and her eyes actually turned black instead of dark red. Now, she was so seriously injured that she was unconscious, and the power of the 10,000 death claws was still wreaking havoc in her body. But at this time, Long Chen's intuition told him that Xueqi seemed to be different. From the dark red eyes, to the sea of blood when she was possessed, and finally to the black eyes. Now she looked very pure, and there was not a trace of demonic power in her. Of course, Long Chen did not dare to be careless, so this might be a trap. And at this time, hearing Xueqi's scream, the Dream Scar became even crazier. She pounced like a cheetah, using speed that surpassed her limits. Even her body of steel was tearing, but she did not care. She directly forced Long Chen away, letting Xueqi fall into her arms. Damn! Chapter 2300. By the time Xueqi was seriously injured by Long Chen, Dream Scar's hostility had increased. At the same time, her craziness and fighting strength had increased. She could even endure the pain of breaking through the gravity and fight Long Chen fiercely. But Long Chen had the flame of life, and she didn't. The sky-piercing blade attacked with a killer move. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with one hand and used the massacre sword technique to defend himself. Under such circumstances of gravity, the speed of the massacre sword technique could not be too fast. However, this was a sword principle that excelled in speed. It was still very easy for him to block the opponent's ultimate killing move, especially when Long Chen had already broken through to the late-stage 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm. On the other side, the Deathclaw was still fighting Dreamscar. The black-robed Steel Girl possessed an extremely terrifying close combat ability. Every single attack she made had thousands of variations. If it wasn't for the many restrictions on the gravity star, she would have been even more difficult to deal with, especially when she was still possessed. Rip. Long Chen used his speed to block the sky-piercing blade. His left hand's Deathclaw slashed across his chest. The Deathclaw stabbed deep, almost tearing her steel body apart. He didn't seem to know how to be gentle. Long Chen naturally wanted to be gentle, but he didn't dare to when his opponent was Dreamscar. Besides, she was covered in steel now. There didn't seem to be a need. No matter what, after his breakthrough, especially on the gravitational star and under the protection of the flame of life, Long Chen easily gained the upper hand and injured Dreamscar. But to her, as long as she didn't kill her, she probably wouldn't stop. Steel City. At this moment, she once again charged towards Long Chen. She stretched out her palm, causing Long Chen to instantly feel a sense of danger. As she closed her palm, countless rare steel appeared around Long Chen. They collided violently, and clanging sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the space around him had been completely sealed. Piled up around him, surrounding him and Dreamscar, it was like a steel city. They were practically airtight in the midst of this. Return! Dreamscar screamed as the surrounding steel started to shrink. It brought with it an extremely lethal sense of oppression. Seeing that the surrounding space was getting smaller and smaller, and that Dreamscar was almost fused into the steel, Long Chen was very calm. He wanted to use the god-slaying sword to break open a path, but he soon realized that even the god-slaying sword seemed to be ineffective against Dreamscar's mystique. At this rate, Dreamscar's plan was to crush him into a meat patty. The divine city of steel had come with great momentum, and it had gathered almost all of Dreamscar's power. At this critical moment, Long Chen had chosen to transform into a dragon on the gravity star. This was a choice he had no other choice. Although his attacks would be stronger after transforming, his huge body would probably have to withstand even more power on the gravity star. He could make a quick change. He had transformed into a dragon in this narrow space, so that he could tear this place apart. The first to appear was, of course, the huge dragon claw of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen used the 10,000 death claws and pounced on the divine city of steel. This was an attack that he had accumulated all the strength in his body, and it finally shattered the divine city of steel. He also rushed out and returned to his human form. He was able to escape, but it was still very dangerous. If he had been a step slower, the monster Dreamscar would have been squeezed to death. Thinking of her tough and delicate body, he shuddered. After escaping, Dreamscar did not forget to attack. But now she was almost at her wit's end. In a situation where everything was disadvantageous to her, she quickly fell behind in the battle with Long Chen. This time, Long Chen used the same trick, using the 10,000 death claws to grab her head. Under the attack of the primordial spirit of the massacre will and the 4 types of angry powers, Dreamscar also fainted and fell heavily on the gravity star. But before she fainted, Long Chen saw that her eyes had turned black again, and her body of steel had also turned soft and delicate. She was shrouded in a tattered black robe, revealing her beautiful figure and fair skin, which was a little tempting. Now that the 2 of them were lying at his feet, Long Chen had no intention of killing them. Now that he was the master here, killing these 2 injured women was as easy as flipping his palm. As for why he didn't kill them immediately as he had planned, firstly, it was because their black eyes before they fainted made Long Chen a little suspicious. Secondly, he wanted to see if these 2 beauties knew anything about Long Qinglan. Now that they were not only injured, but also fainted, their brows furrowed, their bodies thin, and their bodies covered in blood, they looked a little pitiful. It was hard to imagine that these 2 witches, one cunning and one cold, could look so pitiful. Not only could the flame of life help oneself, but it could also help others. Long Chen did not waste any time, and directly chose Yi Shui, who was easier to deal with. He separated Dreamscar from Yi Shui, and let her lie flat on the gravity star. The flame of life in his hand moved towards her head, and the burning of the flame of life restored Yi Shui's life force, allowing her injuries to quickly recover. At the same time, Long Chen prepared himself. His other hand, which should be a dragon claw, was still pressed against her white neck. If she resisted, he would not be polite. Although a beauty was a beauty, if he wanted to communicate with her, it would depend on whether she lost her life or not. With the help of the flame of life, Xueqi's injuries were basically healed in a very short time. Her thick black eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes. That's right, what Long Chen saw was a pair of black eyes, pure and natural, not the dark red eyes from before. Although they were beautiful, there was always a sense of malevolence and bloodthirstiness hidden in them. Long Chen pressed her to the ground and said in a low voice, "You've already lost, be good." What surprised him was that Xueqi did not resist, and instead looked at him in a daze. Suddenly she held her head with both hands, a somewhat pained expression on her face, and said softly, "It hurts a little." Long Chen was worried that this was an act, so he did not pay much attention to it. At this time, Xueqi shook her head slightly, her large black eyes looking at Long Chen, and there was some fear in them. She said, "I remember who you are, I remember everything, but where's Dream's scar? Don't worry about her for now. Answer a few of my questions, and I can help her recover. Otherwise, with her current injuries, she can only wait for death." Long Chen said. "Ah." Xueqi was stunned, and tears immediately flowed out of her eyes. She used her large watery eyes to look at Long Chen, and said, I beg you don't hurt her, okay? No matter what you ask, I will promise you." From her expression, demeanor, and movements, Long Chen could see that she seemed to be somewhat different from before. This made Long Chen suspect that this was the real them. Before he could ask, Xueqi said nervously, "Actually, I know what you want to know. This is the secret of the demon star. Previously, you saw that our eyes were dark red at the beginning, and when we were demonized, it was a sea of blood. But now, it has returned to normal, which means that we are no longer controlled. It seems that it was that claw of yours that freed us sisters from the control of the primeval troll." "Oh my God," she looked at Long Chen in disbelief. That kind of surprise, that kind of shock, that kind of look, and that kind of look of her small mouth was slightly agape, was worlds apart from her cold-blooded appearance like a puppet from before. The control of the primeval troll. Long Chen was puzzled. Actually, he wanted to ask about Long Qinglan, but it should be related to what she had said. Obviously, he was about to know a lot of secrets, so he calmed down and asked, "Tell me in detail, what is the control of the primeval troll? If your answer satisfies me, I can also help her recover." Xueqi hurriedly nodded her head a few times, and then said in that sweet voice, "You saved us, then I will tell you. It's like this, the demon star is the place where the primeval troll is sealed. The primeval troll were sealed by the ancient gods, and can never break out of the seal. But they have a terrifying will that can affect us, and the demon star seal is the outermost seal that seals them." Xueqi looked at the dream scar in the distance, and as she spoke, tears fell down her face. Long Chen produced a bit of the fire of life to control the dream scar's injuries, and let her slowly recover. He also said to Xueqi, "You can continue." Xueqi's face showed a look of gratitude, and she said, "It's like this, the outermost seal of the demon star can only be entered, but not exited, and a group of people on the demon star like us can be said to be the puppets of the primeval troll. We fell into the demonic path in this world, and were ostracized by the world. When we heard the rumors of the demon star, we basically all entered the demon star, but that is our nightmare. The method we cultivate pursues freedom, and ignores the heavenly Tao, but on the demon star, we are affected by the will of the primeval troll. This time, it is basically the sleeping primeval troll that is controlling us. We want to touch the outermost seal of the demon star, let the demons of the demon star out, and then find something to break the next seal." Hearing Xueqi's words, Long Chen finally understood what kind of place the demon star was. The primeval troll, something that was almost like a god, actually existed, and they were all sealed in that place. The demons on the demon star were all under the control of the primeval troll. From what Xueqi said, the primeval troll should be evil, and the demons under control were like Xueqi and the dream scar at the beginning. Not like what Mo Xiaolang was like after he defeated the demons in his heart. They were thinking of ways to break the outermost seal of the demon star, and then come out to find a way to release the primeval troll. Chapter 2301. Can you help Dream Scar recover now? I beg you, she's my only family. If you can help me escape the primeval troll's control, you can definitely help her too. Long Chen, I beg you. Yixue looked at Long Chen. Her eyes were still glistening with tears. Long Chen suddenly realized that these two were not young. However, on the path of cultivation, as long as one could maintain a vigorous progress, age was not very important. At least to them they were still young. He recalled that when Dream Scar had fainted, her eyes had also turned black. He felt much more at ease. After I save her, I still have many questions to ask you. Yixue nodded gratefully. You've saved us, so you're our benefactor. We will definitely tell you everything we know. That was enough. Long Chen used the fire of life to burn Dream Scar's body. He could see that her wounds were rapidly healing, and her injured skin had returned to its perfect state. It was hard to imagine that her tender skin would turn into a body of steel. Long Chen had made some preparations. At that moment, Dream Scar suddenly opened her eyes. They were black. She jumped up immediately, looking around cautiously. She immediately saw Long Chen and Yixue. She quickly stood in front of Yixue. Her black eyes filled with murderous intent staring at Long Chen. Who are you? She asked in a low voice. Yixue hurriedly hugged her slender waist from behind and laughed tenderly in her ear. Meng Hen, you're already naked, why do you still care who the others are? Hurry up and put on your clothes, they're going to see everything. Okay. Dream Scar looked down, and her expression became very strange. She was angry, embarrassed, and unprecedentedly shy. Her movements were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she had covered her exposed body and changed her clothes. It was still that ugly black robe. During this process, she seemed to remember everything that had happened. She frowned and looked at Yixue in disbelief. Yixue, we escaped the primeval troll's control. Yes, Dream Scar, we're free. Yixue wrapped her arms around her waist, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. The curves of her chest were squeezed out of shape. Meng Hen was still in disbelief. She stared blankly at Long Chen, her eyes filled with tears. She bit her lips and wiped them away, regaining her cold demeanor. She pulled Yixue out of her embrace and looked at Long Chen. We fought before, but it wasn't of our own volition. Now you've saved us. Thank you, I can't thank you enough. From the looks of it, his decision was not wrong. Dream Scar, he's our benefactor. I have to tell him everything I know. Although Yixue had fully recovered and was no longer in the state where she had been severely injured when she first fell, it was still not easy to move around on this gravitational star. She brought Dream Scar to sit on the star and beckoned to Long Chen. Come over here. Long Chen obeyed and sat down beside them. Yixue smiled slyly. Hey, you've seen my Dream Scar naked. Aren't you going to take responsibility? You can be the first person who dares to take advantage of her. Dream Scar's body tensed up. Yixue. All right, hee. No one wants you, old lady. Yixue laughed a few times. Seeing that Long Chen didn't have any reaction, she felt bored and said, ask whatever you want. Long Chen's entire mind was focused on the matter of the Devil Star, so even the two beauties could hardly distract him. He had worked hard for so many years just so that he could learn more at this moment. Hence, he asked, you should all know about my father's matter. I want to know why he broke the seal of the Devil Star and brought you, the devils who were controlled, to the Dragon God domain. I hope you can tell me all the details. Let me think about your father. Yixue tilted her head. I know, Dream Scar said suddenly. Then you tell me, Yixue said. Dream Scar looked at Long Chen and said, back then, your father had probably reached the peak of the Samsara realm. He was a half-step away from becoming a god. He was invincible, and no one on the Devil Star was a match for him. In order to take that last step, he traveled the world but couldn't find the answer. In the end, he came to the Devil Star. The outermost seal of the Devil Star can only be entered, not exited. Except for demons who had nowhere else to go, no one dared to enter. But he did. Long Chen listened carefully. Dream Scar continued, after he entered, he met us, who were influenced by the will of the primeval troll. We originally pursued the Tao of Freedom, and wanted to use a method that didn't require us to pass the 18 tribulations to become a god. But under the influence of the primeval troll, we became their puppets. Of course, there's a time limit. The primeval troll awakens one after another, and the primeval troll that influenced our will is called Ta. Ta awakens once every tens of thousands of years. Every time he awakens, he uses his will to influence everyone on the Devil Star. You might not know this, but we also have descendants on the Devil Star. Most of our descendants don't cultivate the Devil Tao, but no matter what cultivation method they use, they're still influenced by Ta. Xueqi and I were born on the Devil Star, but we chose to become a demon. That's because only by becoming a demon can we avoid the 18 tribulations and gain eternal life. That's equivalent to becoming a god. Of course, becoming a demon isn't easy, so Xueqi and I are the lucky ones on the Devil Star. He hadn't talked about Long Qinglan yet, but Dreamscar wasn't the kind of person who liked to talk nonsense. Long Chen only knew one thing. Because Ta awakens every tens of thousands of years, sometimes 10,000 years, or even thousands of years, there will be some newly born life forms on the Devil Star that are as normal as we are now. Or after tens of thousands of years, they will naturally awaken from Ta's control. When your father arrived there, it was the time when the controlled faction and the awakened faction were fighting. To be more precise, it was the time when the controlled faction was chasing after the awakened faction. Now it was time to reach the end. Long Chen absolutely believed that Long Qinglan wasn't someone who deliberately stirred up trouble. His goal from the start was to find the path to godhood. In reality, your father approved of our methods of cultivation. It's just that our auras are similar to the primeval trolls, and we even have a common origin. That's why we were sent to the Devil Star. He took care of the awakened faction, helped them defeat their opponents, and became good friends with them. Then, it seems that the Eternal Dragon Emperor heard the awakened faction's pleas and asked him to take them away from here, so that they could truly obtain freedom. At that time, everyone from the awakened faction knelt on the ground and begged for his help. It was obvious that Dreamscar respected Long Qinglan very much. Long Chen could also imagine the struggle in Long Qinglan's heart at that time. There were so many people in front of him begging him to save them, begging him to grant them freedom and let them leave the Devil Star. On the other hand, he was naturally worried that they would bring danger to others once they left. In the end, he agreed, right? Long Chen said somewhat woodenly. Yes, he was very noble. He told the 15 Dragon Emperors that he was researching the path to godhood with some of his friends on the Devil Star, and convinced the 15 Dragon Emperors to obtain the 5 Dragon Balls. In reality, he just wanted to help us leave the Devil Star. I forgot to tell you that although the seal on the Devil Star only allows entry and not exit, it can't stop the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He can enter and leave freely, but he can't take people away. But in the end, he used the 5 Dragon Balls to remove the outermost part of the seal on the Devil Star, allowing the awakened faction to leave the Devil Star. Because most of them were humans, he brought them to the Dragon God domain. I think he was still a little worried about our methods of cultivation. After all, demons have never had a good reputation. What happened after that? Why did the demons massacre the humans? So it was because of you guys? Long Chen asked somewhat agitatedly. He really couldn't tolerate it. Long Qinglan had done all of this out of good intentions. He was such a good person, so why did such a disaster happen to him, making him pay such a price in the face of so many people begging for help? Long Chen could imagine that if it were him, he would also choose to save them. After all, the Devil Star was in such a miserable state. Dreamscar shook her head and said helplessly, actually, it wasn't a problem with our methods of cultivation. The awakened faction spent half a year in the Dragon God domain without any problems. At that time, I think the Eternal Dragon Emperor also trusted his friends without worry. But what he didn't expect, and what the awakened faction didn't expect, was that after half a year, Ta actually woke up. Long Chen stared at her, waiting for her to tell him what had happened after that. Even your father was remembered. When Ta woke up, he released his will. Although he was so far away and had even escaped to the Dragon God domain, the awakened faction was still affected. Even the Eternal Dragon Emperor was affected. This was something they didn't expect. They didn't expect Ta's will to be so terrifying. The Eternal Dragon Emperor left everyone in the Dragon God domain in order to control them before any accidents happened. However, when Ta woke up, he just so happened to be attacked by Ta's will. He could only resist, and by the time he defeated Ta's will, the demons were wreaking havoc in the Dragon God domain. The tragedy was also caused. Under grief, pain and self-blame, he could only send the demons back to the Devil Star and seal them again. This series of words was incomparably heavy for Long Chen, but his eyes were still brimming with tears. This was the truth, this was his father. 77 years ago, the events of 77 years ago. Today, the mountains and rivers are still there, and the country is prosperous and peaceful. Chapter 2302. That incident at the Devil Star was a turning point in Long Qinglan's life, and it even led to his future death. Ever since the calamity of the demons began, Long Qinglan, who had caused millions of casualties, had been questioned and reviled. Originally, when he had brought the demons to the Dragon God domain, many people had objected. However, because they trusted Long Qinglan, they had chosen to believe him in the end. In truth, when he had come to the Dragon God domain, they had not been completely disappointed in him. However, from that day onwards he had disappeared. When he had reappeared, he had actually wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. After another great battle, the 15 dragon emperors were all injured to a certain extent. Only then did he finally choose to give up. However, his ferociousness and viciousness at that time truly caused everyone to be completely disappointed in him. Long Qinglan had never told anyone about the details of the Devil Star, so no one knew. This was his habit. Perhaps he knew more, but before he could confirm it, perhaps everyone would think he was joking. Now the battlefield of the gods and the Devil Star were two major events, and Long Qin knew the key to them. This was the answer he had been pursuing for the past few years, and he had finally succeeded. For this moment, he had sacrificed a lot, and finally he had a definite answer. To him, this was a kind of release. He had never doubted Long Qinglan, and his father had not let him down. Everything he had done had its difficulties. That failure was only because he had lost a primeval troll, and he had not publicized it. Perhaps he had encountered other things after that, causing him to lose his sense of propriety, and at the same time, he had been lonely. Seeing Long Chen's eyes redden, Dream Scar and Yi Xue looked at each other. In their opinion, Long Chen was an unkillable monster, terrifyingly tough. They had not expected him to have such a side to him. They did not know how important this answer was to Long Chen. Not only could it explain Long Qinglan, but it would also make Long Chen believe in his father even more, shattering the rumors. Are you all right? Yi Xue asked softly. Long Chen nodded. Now that he had an answer in his heart became much more resolute. After a moment of silence he said, "Thank you, but before I think of a way to leave this place, I still have a question." "Go ahead and ask. You are the one who saved us. We will tell you everything we know about the Devil Star." Yi Xue blinked her beautiful eyes and said sweetly. Long Chen put aside his father's matter and said, "Do you know Mo Xiaolang? There's also a blue-haired woman. She should be the one who brought Mo Xiaolang into the Devil Star." Him. Yi Xue and Meng Hen looked at each other in surprise. Yi Xue said, "You mean the devouring demon that just entered the Demon Star?" "I think so. Mo Xiaolang could devour flames and was influenced by the martial demon seed. He should be the devouring demon that they were talking about." Yi Xue tilted her head and said, "Well, the devouring demon came not long ago. The one who brought him in was a mysterious woman." Yi Xue tilted her head and said, "Well, the devouring demon came not long ago. The one who brought him in was a mysterious woman. After coming in, she disappeared. She's the blue-haired woman you mentioned. The devouring demon was nurtured by the demons of the Devil Star. His progress is very fast. This time, he opened the gap in the Devil Star's seal. Of course, during this period of time, Ta hasn't woken up, so he should be one of the few people who are awake. However, I'm afraid he doesn't know that the people on the Devil Star are controlled by Ta's will. After all, our usual behavior is normal. We only serve the primeval troll. We aren't that cruel and bloodthirsty, so he shouldn't be able to find out. Moreover, the Devil Star is very united now, so he should have blended into our environment." Meng Hen said, "The great demon masters all like him very much, and nurtured him as their successor. His strength now is probably similar to us sisters. The devouring demon is a terrifying monster. After becoming a demon, he doesn't have to face the 18 tribulations, and his cultivation can increase almost limitlessly. He doesn't have to worry about tribulations, and he can devour flames to increase his cultivation. These two characteristics make him grow at an unbelievable speed. Of course, you're not the devouring demon. To be able to reach such a terrifying level at this age, you're even more abnormal than him." Oh, in reality, when he heard that the people on the Devil Star were controlled, Long Chen was also very worried about Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi. Now that he heard that they were safe, Long Chen was relieved. At least they wouldn't be in any trouble. However, he had been deceived by the city master of the wronged. The cultivation method of demons was indeed a symbol of freedom and bravery. But the Devil Star wasn't their heaven, it was their hell. Of course, he didn't seem to be able to resist the new city master of the wronged at that time. However, he thought of an even more troublesome problem. In other words, he has already been to the Devil Star. Even if he comes out in the future, no matter where he goes, as long as that primeval troll wakes up and emits his will, Mo Xiaolang will be controlled, right? Yixue said, of course. However, since you can free us from control, you can also free him from control. In fact, Ta basically only wakes up once every tens of thousands of years, and the last time he woke up was less than 10,000 years ago. For that friend of yours to be controlled, it will be at least 10,000 years later. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of Ta waking up earlier. Yes. Although it was troublesome, he was lucky that the Deathclaw could solve it. He basically knew all the questions he wanted to know. Next he asked, "What are your plans for the future?" In reality, Long Chen was also worried that if Ta woke up, they might still be controlled. Of course, this might take a long time. When that time came, he would definitely be stronger, and these two girls probably wouldn't be able to cause him any trouble. Yixue smiled tenderly and said, "Big brother, you are our benefactor. We have nowhere else to go, so why don't we sisters follow you and serve you, to repay your saving grace? Anyway, we won't be returning to the Devil Star." If Lingxi and Li Xuanji knew that he still had these two beautiful maidservants with him, they would definitely be beaten up. The limit of their tolerance was probably 2. Any more and it would be too much. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Don't, really don't. I just need to lift a finger. Just know your place and don't cause trouble for me. Also, when we get out, I need you to help me with something." Of course, Yixue was joking with him. She puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, "You are really shameless. I was just joking with you." "Humph. We won't follow you. You look like a playboy. All right, what do you need help with? Let's think of a way to get out." Now that they were in the starry sky of the Origin Dragon Palace, whether or not they could get out was a problem. The Origin Dragon Palace was right in front of them, but along the way, there were many gravity stars. Some were even bigger than the one below them. Who knew what kind of gravity they would have? Moreover, the Origin Dragon Palace was still surrounded by the light shield. It didn't seem like it would be easy to get in. Even though he had the body of the ancestor dragon, Long Chen wasn't confident. In fact, it seemed like it would be extremely difficult to escape from this gravity star. "Yeah, what should we do?" Yixue's eyes were filled with worry. Although the temptation of the Origin Dragon Palace was huge, they had to be alive to get in. This place is called the Origin Dragon Palace. Yixue also saw that place. Long Chen turned his head and said coldly, "The two of you, don't tell anyone about what you see here. Can you? This is the mystical dragon race's place?" "Don't worry, I don't want to come back to this damn place," Yixue said angrily. After hesitating for a moment, Long Chen turned his head and said, "I will try to see if I can charge out. Do you want to enter my god country?" Yixue and Dreamscar looked at one another. Now that Long Chen was stronger than Dreamscar, Dreamscar felt that she couldn't escape the restraints of this gravity star. However, Long Chen should be able to. They nodded their heads. Just at this moment, a bright light spread out from the Origin Dragon Palace. In the blink of an eye, it swept past Long Chen's body. A consciousness barged into Long Chen's body and turned into a voice that rang out in his mind. "Once you cross the true dragon realm, then come back to the Origin Dragon Palace." The majestic voice was like a drum that reverberated in his mind. What is the true dragon realm? Long Chen knew that this mysterious existence was talking to him. He quickly came back to his senses and treasured this chance to speak to the other party. "The so-called God realm." The voice rang out once more. "May I dare to ask who Senior is and what kind of place is the Origin Dragon Palace?" Long Chen asked once more. However, after saying these 2 sentences, the voice completely disappeared. Long Chen waited for a while, but there was still no reply. It seemed that the other party only wanted to tell him one thing, and that was that he could only come to this mysterious, majestic and sacred place after he became a god. The Origin Dragon Palace that was related to the ancestral dragon cave. In fact, Long Qinglan probably hadn't even been here before. God Realm is the God Realm. The God Realm is above the Rebirth Calamity Realm, but he calls it the True Dragon Realm. Long Chen had no choice but to give up. It seemed like he wouldn't have a chance to explore the Origin Dragon Palace this time. However, there was no rush. Once he became a god, he would definitely have more confidence in coming here. Since the security of the Origin Dragon Palace was so tight, it was impossible for others to enter. This place definitely existed for millions or even hundreds of millions of years. Long Chen, look. Just then, Yi Xue's excited voice could be heard. Long Chen turned around and saw a golden door frame appear behind him. There were golden ripples within, and it was obvious that this was a door that led to the outside. After telling Long Chen that he had to return after reaching the true dragon realm, the Origin Dragon Palace opened the door for him. It seems like we have to leave this place, Long Chen said. What happened just now? Yi Xue asked curiously. Chapter 2303. 5 to 6 days had passed, and he didn't know what was going on outside. Were the people of Devil Star still controlling the magic eye? Were the 15 dragon emperors safe? What about Chen Ting and the Black Hell Emperor? As long as he crossed this door, Long Chen would know. But before that, he needed these two ladies to promise to help him clarify the matter. If the Aurora technique still existed, he could announce the matter of the Devil Star to the world. After the truth was revealed, he believed that everyone would have a new opinion of Long Qinglan. Even though there were still many things that were hard to guess about Long Qinglan, if the two major events of the battlefield of the gods and the Devil Star could be resolved, he believed that it would change their opinion of him. In reality, ever since the immemorial spirit assimilation technique was revealed in the battlefield of the deities, the people of the Dragon God region had already begun to abandon their previous views. It was time to clear Long Qinglan's name. Of course, that's no problem. Yi Xue grinned. Now that they had escaped the control of the primeval troll, they naturally wouldn't stand on Devil Star's side. They wouldn't be soft-hearted when it came to spreading the news. Back then, Long Qinglan hadn't announced the matter of Devil Star to the world. Perhaps he had been worried about something. But looking at it now, at least to him that was a wrong choice. He had been misunderstood because of it. Let's go. Yi Xue and Meng Hen walked to the front and entered the golden door. Long Chen followed suit. Just like how he had entered this mysterious starry sky, he quickly returned to the outside world. When he turned around, the Origin Dragon Palace had disappeared before his eyes. Long Chen believed that he would eventually become a god and come here. This place definitely hid the mystery of the extinction of the mystical dragons. After a while, he couldn't see the Origin Dragon Palace anymore. What he saw was the even more mysterious cave of the Ancestor Dragon. Of course, he couldn't get close to this cave that hid the eternal secret. It was said that the 10 great ancestor dragons were all born here. The celestial water still exists. After Long Chen, Dream Scar, and Yi Xue rushed out, they discovered that they were still surrounded by the sky without water. This meant that the 15 Dragon Emperor had not solved the problem. The martial artists of the Devil Star were so strong that they could make the immobile magic eye last for 5 to 6 days. This was too terrifying. Without another word, Long Chen opened up a path in the extremely filthy heavenly waterfall. After rushing out, he saw that the immovable magic eye was still there. He quickly took out the god-slaying sword and used the Eye of Hell to fight against the immovable magic eye. When the three of them came out, everyone looked at them in surprise. It was just the change in his eyes. The 15 Dragon Emperors were still under the control of the motionless magic eye. Chen Ting and the Black Yama Beast could not move either. The Aurora technique actually still existed. The people who had been spectating the battle 5 or 6 days ago in the Dragon God domain were still spectating the battle. How could he control 15 Dragon Emperors for such a long time without using his magic eyes? That's impossible. Long Chen was very puzzled. Long Chen, where did you go just now? Why are these two demonesses standing behind you? Be careful. Dragon Emperor Yongya's voice was transmitted over. She was secretly communicating with Long Chen. The other Dragon Emperors also started talking at once. Just now. That was 5 to 6 days ago. How could it be called, where did I go just now? Very quickly, Long Chen realized the crux of the matter. When I came out from that ancient starry sky, the flow of time seemed to have changed. The flow of time inside was actually a lot faster. I have cultivated for 5 to 6 days inside, but it seems like only a little time has passed outside, about half an hour. It was almost a difference of 300 times. A year outside was equivalent to 300 years inside. This was simply unbelievable. The entire sacrificial dragon continent had a kind of flow of time. Only the Sea of Time was different. However, the Sea of Time only fluctuated between 1/4 to 4 times and could change at any time. It was impossible to maintain the speed of 300 times that of the sacrificial dragon continent like inside. This was a miracle. This world was filled with endless wonders. Long Chen was extremely shocked. 300 times the flow of time could actually do a lot of things. It could even make up for his disadvantage in time. Unfortunately, he had already come out from inside. Moreover, it should be impossible for him to go back in again. The Black Llama Beast and Chen Ting were not dead yet. Therefore, the most crucial thing now was to remove the motionless magic eyes and kill the Black Llama Beast and Chen Ting. The 15 Dragon Emperors kept reminding him because Long Chen and the 2 devils were too close. Moreover, they were not on guard against each other. Everyone, don't be nervous. The situation is already different. They are not my enemies now. Long Chen quickly said. At this moment, the Devil Star powerhouses might have noticed the changes in Dream Scar and Yi Xue. Yi Xue, Dream Scar, quickly snatched the Dragon Ball. A Devil Star powerhouse shouted loudly. Yi Xue raised her head and said in a sweet voice, "Great Demon Masters and Little Demon Masters, quickly wake up. You have already been controlled by the will of the primeval troll and are its slaves. This is not the freedom that you seek." She was very bold. However, this sentence obviously didn't have any effect. The Devil Star powerhouses were enraged and their eyes were bloodshot. They had placed all their hopes on these 2 girls. Even if they went missing for a short period of time, the Devil Star powerhouses still persisted. Now they actually rebelled. Yi Xue, Dream Scar, I'll give you one last chance. Rebel against the Devil Star and you will suffer eternal torture. You will be immersed in pain and pride for the rest of your lives. You will not be able to extricate yourselves even after hundreds of millions of years. Snatch the Dragon Ball and return to the Devil Star to repent. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your lives and be miserable forever. Many Devil Star powerhouses were threatening them. If they had known that these 2 would rebel, they would have taken the next step a long time ago. The Devil Star powerhouses were under the control of the primeval troll. Of course, they did not realize that they were being controlled. Even if it was explained to them in the past, they would not understand or believe it. Therefore, Yi Xue's words were completely ineffective. However, she did not expect that these few words would wake these people up. Dream Scar, let's go together. Yi Xue ignored the people of the Devil Star. If not for the fact that she still needed to help Long Chen, they would have left by now. It was not easy for them to break away from the Devil Star. They did not want to cause trouble. Their actions made the Devil Star powerhouses furious to the extreme. Yi Xue, Dream Scar, from today onwards, remove your identity as Little Devil Master. You have a great mission on your shoulders, yet you betrayed the Devil Star. You deserve to die. No matter where you escape to, you will not be able to escape from the hands of the Devil Star. One day, you will be captured back to the Devil Star and suffer eternal torture. Their bloodthirsty eyes and their sharp cries were like that of wild beasts. Everyone in the Dragon God domain saw them. Although they didn't know why Yi Xue and Meng Hen had such changes, the Devil Star experts still scared them. They were simply too terrifying. Everyone in the Dragon God domain was trembling in fear. As for why Yi Xue and Dream Scar had changed, they naturally knew that it was definitely related to Long Chen. It was because they were missing for half an hour. Now, no one had the time to think about what had happened in between. Because the people of the Devil Star had used so much strength to cast such a devil-seeking array, they naturally would not let it go. Chen Ting, Black Llama Beast, we will give you the power to crush everyone. Do it. To the people of the Devil Star, the Black Llama Beast was dangerous. That was why they had violated the agreement at the beginning and shrouded the Black Llama Beast in the unmoving magic eye. But now, Yi Xue and Dream Scar could no longer be used. Therefore, when they were forced into a corner, they let the Black Llama Beast take action. They could not control the Black Llama Beast and let it obtain the 5 Dragon Balls for them, but it could deal a huge blow to the human race, to Yi Xue and Dream Scar. Now that the 15 Dragon Emperors were controlled by the unmoving magic eye, in front of the Black Llama Beast, they were simply waiting for death. Yi Xue and Dream Scar could not kill the Dragon Emperor, but the Black Llama Beast could. This is a very happy deal. Chen Ting gradually recovered his movements, and so did the huge Black Llama Beast beside him. He did not expect to have such an opportunity after falling into a trap. His goal was nothing more than to kill Long Chen and the 15 Dragon Emperor, and now the people of the Devil Star had helped him a lot. He could not help but laugh out loud. The people of the Devil Star were crazy. They actually released such a dangerous thing. It seemed like they no longer had any hope for the 3 Dragon Balls. They wanted the human race to pay a heavy price. As long as the 15 Dragon Emperors were dead, they would not have to worry about not getting the 5 Dragon Balls. Chen Ting, we can work together again. Get the 5 Dragon Balls for us. We are willing to make you stronger so that you will have power close to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. We have the corpses of many experts. The people of the Devil Star said loudly. All right, everything can be discussed. I will get the 5 Dragon Balls. Although the people of Devil Star tricked me, I still won't bicker with you. It's just that this time, I need more benefits, haha. Let's get the 5 Dragon Balls first. The motionless magic eye gradually relaxed, giving the Black Llama Beast and Chen Ting the right to move. Everyone watched in despair as the tentacles of the octopus waved in the darkness. Under such circumstances, if the 15 Dragon Emperors were still controlled, then whether it was them, Long Chen, Xueqi, or Dream Scar, they would all be waiting for death. Even if everyone here died, the entire human race would suffer unprecedented damage under the rampage of the Black Llama Beast. It might even be destroyed. At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. Some were so scared that their faces turned pale. They almost fell to the ground. By releasing the Black Llama Beast, the people of the Devil Star could no longer control the situation, so they could only use this method. In order to get the 5 Dragon Balls, they might have to pay a certain price, but the human race would have to pay the price of the future of the entire race. The Black Llama Beast was so terrifying, who could fight it? Long Chen. Chapter 2304. Everyone in the Dragon God region could only watch as the Devil Star experts made a deal with Chen Ting. They watched as the Black Llama Beasts regained their ability to move. Under such circumstances, who could stop the Black Llama Beasts? As long as the 15 Dragon Emperors died, the Dragon God region would definitely perish. Although Long Chen was heaven-defying, he was still a little short of the peak and needed time to make up for it. Therefore, he was destined to be unable to turn the tide here. Under such circumstances, the entire Dragon God region was in a state of extreme panic. Even Long Chen did not expect that the two sides would join forces because of the changes in Xueqi and Dream Scar. It was very normal for them to take what they needed. This was also something he had not considered. Therefore, at this moment, the lives of the 15 Dragon Emperors were in the hands of the other side. He was even more nervous. At this time, he did not care about anything else and directly rushed towards the 15 Dragon Emperors. However, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor told Long Chen not to move. Long Chen looked over in surprise. He realized that the 15 Dragon Emperors did not seem to be as simple as he had imagined. They seemed to have long expected this situation. The appearance of the immovable magic eye was a huge blow to the 15 Dragon Emperors, putting them in a very passive situation. As the rulers of the human race, it was impossible for them to not think about it and not give in just like that. They had been waiting for an opportunity. And the Devil Star experts pulling the restraints on the Black Llama Beasts was such an opportunity. At this moment, the restraining power within the entire immovable magic eye shook. In fact, because the Black Llama Beasts were the strongest here, most of the power of the entire demon-seeking formation was used on the Black Llama Beasts. The release of the Black Llama Beasts caused a certain shock to the demon-seeking formation. The 15 Dragon Emperors made a shocking reversal when the human race was in despair. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Attack! With the same voice in their hearts, the 15 giant dragons under the motionless magic eyes suddenly flashed, emitting explosive light and creating a strong tremor. In an instant, the sky-void water in the surroundings was swept away in all directions. Break! At that moment, the 15 divine dragons struggled out of the motionless magic eyes at the same time and launched their most powerful attack at the countless dark stars in the sky. Resistance, reversal, full of passion and passion. This time, the resistance and reversal were beyond everyone's expectations. Even the experts of the Devil Star did not expect that the 15 Dragon Emperors could release such power at this moment, and basically at the same time. 15 types of power converged together. It was similar to the collision of time storms. Countless rays of starlight shot out, forming a blade that soared into the sky. The great tribulation of the common people, which was similar to the heavenly tribulation. The sea of blood that soared into the sky set off at the same time, emitting countless rays of light. Under the shocked gazes of the Devil Star powerhouses, those attacks bombarded the dark black star. The millions of stars formed the devil-seeking array. Under the collision of the 15 forces, the power in the center of the devil-seeking array exploded, turning it into light and shadow. Among them, a few of the paths to the sky demon were forcefully closed, causing the immovable magic eye to completely lose its effect. The 15 types of energy still spread out, destroying the entire demon-seeking array. Everything shattered. In the sky, the unwilling roars of the Devil Star powerhouses could be heard. In the Aurora technique, the same scene and sound could be heard. The powerhouses hidden in the paths to the sky demon were forced back into the Devil Star one by one. Before they could say a word, they completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, all the dark stars disappeared, and the sky of this star domain became exceptionally clear. However, there was still the endless sky void water below, and it could not be resolved. The 15 Dragon Emperors completed the reversal and sent all the powerhouses of the Devil Star back. The Dragon Emperors did not shout. They were very low-key. After completing the reversal, the 15 of them went to 15 different directions, silently surrounding the Black Yama Beast and Chen Ting in the middle, sealing off all the blind spots. If they had the help of Long Chen, the matter of the Devil Star would have been basically resolved. However, they were the leaders of the human race, and they still shouldered more responsibilities. This time, they had encountered a great disaster. One victory was nothing. Perhaps they would only be able to face the people of the world if they completely eliminated the Black Yama Beast. It was still a little too early to claim credit at this time. It was just that this world-shocking reversal still caused the entire Dragon God domain to be in a state of extreme excitement. Astonishing splendor blossomed on their deathly gray faces as they cheered, yelled, and leaped for joy. Enthusiastic shouts and shouts filled the entire Dragon God domain. At this moment, they could not use words to express the joy in their hearts of being reborn. They could only roar to vent the anger in their hearts. At the same time, they also expressed their respect for the 15 Dragon Emperors. Long Chen completely did not expect these 15 Dragon Emperors to be able to do this. This was the result of them not being defeated under the suppression. Instead, they were well prepared and finally reversed the situation. If they had already surrounded the Black Yama Beast, Long Chen could be at ease. Next, they had to deal with Chen Ting and the Black Yama Beast. Time was running out. The 15 Dragon Emperors did not even want to talk nonsense with Chen Ting. To Chen Ting, he was originally majestic and was about to vent the depression in his heart and kill everyone who was an eyesore. However, such a reversal happened. This caused him to be stunned. Even the Black Yama Beast beside him became terrified. Now, the 15 Dragon Emperors had accumulated a terrifying anger in their hearts. If they were facing him in the past, they might have shown mercy. However, this time they definitely would not. Kill. This word came out of their mouths. They were filled with murderous intent and anger. They were a group of elderly cultivators, but it did not mean that they were not hot-blooded and angry. Seeing that they did not intend to show mercy, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. People like the Black Yama Emperor would always be trouble in the future if they were not killed. He did not dare to be negligent. Before this battle broke out, he had already made preparations. Even if he could not help, he definitely could not let the Black Yama Emperor escape. Are you going to kill me? Haha, are you finally going to kill me? Just like how you surrounded that trash Long Qinglan in the battlefield of the gods. Surround me. Chen Ting stood on the Black Yama Beast, waving his arms and laughing sinisterly. He was the real lunatic. To him, this might be a kind of glory. Back then, there was such a huge gap between him and that proud son of the heavens. But today, weren't they being treated the same way? Because of that challenge, he swallowed the Black Yama Beast and lived a life of torture. Therefore, he wanted revenge. He wanted everyone to pay the price for what they had done. Unfortunately, Long Qinglan was dead. He could not vent all the anger in his body. He longed to show the Black Yama Beast and let everyone fear and revere him. He wanted everyone to tremble in fear when they heard his name. This was to cover up his pain and cowardice. He wanted to show that he had not lost that day. He wanted to show that even though he had swallowed the Black Yama Beast, he was still the victor. Therefore, he was laughing loudly. No one in the entire Dragon God domain could understand him. Come, give me the same treatment as Long Qinglan. Isn't he just a sinner? He's a sinner, so I'll be a sinner for the time being. Remember, my name is Chen Ting. Let the history of the human race remember my name. One day in the future, my dark Yama beasts will destroy your entire world." He was still laughing loudly. At this moment, 15 divine dragons charged forward. The scene of the battle between the powerhouses even sent Long Chen flying. Fortunately, this battle took place in the Eastern Star Domain. If it had taken place in the Dragon God Domain, a large number of mountains and rivers would have been destroyed. This battle was even more intense than the battle between the 7 Dragon Emperors and Long Qinglan's corpse. The Dragon Emperors had made up their minds to kill the Black Yama beast. They did not hold back and fought with their lives on the line. Even Long Chen himself could not see the battle clearly from nearby, let alone through the Aurora technique. He had to use all his strength to stabilize his body, let alone participate in the battle. Only now did Long Chen realize how great the gap between him and the Dragon Emperors was. The 15 Dragon Emperors were all existences close to the divine level. This was the final stage of the 9 Palaces tribulation. The people of the Dragon God domain felt their hearts clench as they watched the dazzling light. The dazzling scene of the Aurora technique. The battle lasted for about 7 minutes, but they still couldn't see anything. They could only feel the extremely intense tremors. Those were the tremors of the earth, and the people in the eastern part of the Dragon God domain could feel it even more clearly. This was the result of the battle between the 15 Dragon Emperors and the Black Yama beast. The intense explosion spread throughout the entire Dragon God domain through the Aurora technique. Kill him, kill him. This Black Yama Emperor is a beast. He is the one who truly betrayed the human race. Just because he was attacked by 15 Dragon Emperors, he wants to compare himself to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. What a joke. Compared to the Eternal Dragon Emperor, you are just a pitiful worm. Who will remember you? To most people, the crimes of the Eternal Dragon Emperor were all hearsay, and there was very little information that they could understand. In addition, Long Chen's recent efforts had already clarified part of the truth, proving that what everyone had imagined was not the truth. Now, most people had already changed their minds, and the crimes of the Black Yama Emperor Chen Ting were seen by everyone in the world. What right did he have to compare himself to the Eternal Dragon Emperor? If he heard this, Long Chen would be very happy. This was exactly what most people in the Dragon God domain thought. They were kind-hearted. As long as there was evidence, anyone would believe it. This time, Long Chen had brought them the final evidence. In the midst of the battle, all Long Chen could do was protect himself. What he saw was that in the battle between the 15 Dragon Emperors and the Black Yama beast, a large amount of celestial water had been destroyed and disappeared. This was probably done deliberately by the 15 Dragon Emperors. This was a holy land. How could they let this filthy water be polluted? Chapter 2305. From Long Chen's point of view, these 15 leaders of the human race were very respectable. Of course, apart from the stubborn Eternal Dragon Emperor. But this time, when he heard the evidence he brought, he should be completely convinced. The fact that so many disrespectful rumors about Long Qinglan had spread so far had a lot to do with the fact that the 15 Dragon Emperors had no restrictions. Now, perhaps they were fighting with all their might to make up for some of these mistakes. Long Qinglan had never wanted to blame anyone. All he wanted was understanding and fairness. Perhaps he was a proud person who felt lonely at the top, and even the 15 Dragon Emperors couldn't become someone he could confide in. But later on, he understood, and longed for understanding and respect. Long Chen had come to the eternal sacred realm for this desire, for the promise he had made to him. Boom boom boom. The entire eastern starfield was shaking. The giant Black Yama beast and the 15 dragons danced in the air, attacking each other. Black tentacles often shot past Long Chen, proving that the Black Yama beast was still very strong. Of course, although the eastern starfield was shaking violently, countless broken stars exploded into dust, and the celestial water was wiped out, the cave of the ancestral dragon was still very calm. As expected, the 15 Dragon Emperors were far from being able to reach the level of the cave of the ancestral dragon. Chen Ting's sinister laughter came from the Aurora technique. I admit that you can kill me if you team up, but in my counterattack 1 or 2 of you will die, right? Haha, from today onwards, we can choose a new Dragon Emperor. Who will benefit? Haha, who will die at my hands? I'm really looking forward to it. Firmament Dragon Emperor? Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor? Netherworld Dragon Emperor? Eternal Dragon Emperor? Oh, you're Long Qinglan's adoptive father? Chen Ting's sinister laughter filled the galaxy of chaos. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel nervous. Chen Ting was right. Although he could not fight back under the siege of 15 Dragon Emperor, with his tyrannical strength, he should be able to kill 2 or 3 of them, right? The death of any one of the 15 Dragon Emperors would be a huge loss to the Dragon God domain. In fact, it had even caused great damage to the Dragon God realm's vitality. Long Chen was also quite nervous. Yi Shui and Dreamscar looked around him. The battle here had nothing to do with them, so they weren't nervous. This monster is really strange. I've never seen or heard of it before. Yes. The 2 of them were whispering to each other. Time passed slowly, and the battle continued. Long Chen's vision was blurry, and he could only carefully protect himself to avoid being caught by Chen Ting. But perhaps the 15 Dragon Emperor were also protecting him, so he didn't have the chance to do so. This fierce battle lasted for almost an hour, and the surrounding heavenly waterless water was almost cleansed by the impact of the power. Long Chen's vision was slightly wider, and he could roughly see the battle. Rumble! With a final explosion, the entire eastern starfield almost collapsed, and countless cracks appeared in the space. Long Chen also heard the last roar of the Black Yama beast, and then it exploded, completely disappearing from the world. Ashes and smoke. Even the shattered corpses were taken away after being sealed by the 15 Dragon Emperors. The eastern star region, which was originally in a state of shock, suddenly quietened down. The 15 mystical dragons suddenly transformed into human forms and descended. Through the Aurora technique, everyone from the Dragon God domain also saw this scene. For a moment, the entire Dragon God domain erupted in intense cheers. Even Long Chen, who was present, could almost hear the surging cheers. Chen Ting was responsible for the 3 incidents in the Eternal Dragon City, the Massacre Dragon City, and the Cave of Ancestral Dragons. Those who had a certain understanding of these 3 incidents, of course, hated Chen Ting to the core. These 3 incidents were the most decisive events. Even Long Qinglan hadn't been able to cause such a huge disturbance and turmoil. Now that the Black Yama beast was gone, everyone was naturally happy. Their tense hearts were finally released, and the joy of surviving turned into tears, filling their eyes. Dead, that disgusting Black Yama beast is finally dead. Yeah, but the 15 Dragon Emperors shouldn't be injured, right? They looked over nervously again. Through the Aurora technique, they could vaguely see that the 15 Dragon Emperors were supporting each other to barely stand. Many of them looked pale, and it seemed that in order to kill the other party, they had expended a lot of energy, and one of the Dragon Emperors was even seriously injured. Haha, Eternal Ghost, you deserve to die, deserve to die. Suddenly, there was a discordant voice. Only then did everyone see that Chen Ting was still alive, and only the Black Yama beast was dead. Now, Chen Ting was under the control of the 5 Dragon Emperors, unable to move, and could only shout and scream, perhaps to cover up his current failure. Even the Black Yama beast residing in his body was dead, and now he had completely lost the chance to turn things around. Without the Black Yama beast, Chen Ting was just a demigod, and there was no danger. Therefore, everyone was more concerned about the Eternal Dragon Emperor's injuries. In the battle, he had been the focus of the Black Yama beast, and had taken the majority of the attack, so he was seriously injured. Now, several Dragon Emperors surrounded the Eternal Dragon Emperor, looking a little nervous. The human martial artists' hearts tightened again, and their brows furrowed, especially the people of Eternal Dragon City. Among them was the Blue Fire Emperor, who was guarding Eternal Dragon City. Now, hot tears were flowing down his eyes. That time when the Black Yama Emperor looked for me, I actually didn't tell father. That time, it was out of selfishness, so now he was deeply blaming himself. His eyes looked painfully at the Aurora technique, and at the Eternal Dragon Emperor who was surrounded. Long Chen rushed up and looked down. The Eternal Dragon Emperor only had half a head left. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was not injured. Of course, he was an ultimate mystical dragon, and had the ability to resurrect. Even if he died, he could still be reborn, but no one was willing to die. Now that this old guy had fallen to such a state, it was quite pitiful. Long Chen wanted to reveal the truth of the Devil Star to the world, so how could he miss out on this old guy? He took out the flame of life from the God Nation, and put his hand on the Eternal Dragon Emperor's head, providing him with a continuous stream of life. The flame of life would never dissipate, and under its nourishment, the eternal Dragon Emperor began to recover magically, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Feeling his life force recovering, the Dragon Emperors heaved a sigh of relief. How magical! Yes, Long Chen, you are getting more and more complicated. I really don't know how many heavenly Daos you have cultivated, and what Long Qinglan left for you. The Dragon Emperors laughed. Now that the twin devils had been awakened by Long Chen, and the Black Yama Beast was dead, the world was at peace again. For these two obstacles, they had been under great pressure. But now, they finally had a good ending, and there were no casualties at all. Long Chen. Chen Ting gritted his teeth as he spat out those two words. He had thought that he could at least let the eternal Dragon Emperor die once, and let people remember him. But Long Chen had appeared again. Every time, he was the one causing trouble, causing him to fail. Chen Ting knew very well that if he and Long Chen had risen in the same era, then this opponent would be even scarier than Long Qinglan. Because he was not arrogant, but decisive, cold-blooded, and good at communicating with others. Such a person had almost no weaknesses. One could imagine that in the future, he would be like a comet, rushing into the untouchable starry sky. And Chen Ting was destined to be overshadowed by his rise. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Heavens, why are you doing this to me? I am the real victim. Why am I the one who lost? Chen Ting's bloodshot eyes teared up. He struggled with all his might, but could not break free of the Dragon Emperor's control. Without the Black Yama Beast, he was no longer scary. I really regret it. I regret not merging with the Black Yama Beast again. That way, we would have been even stronger. I, Chen Ting, made one wrong move and lost the entire game. Why did I hesitate? I should have merged again from the start. When the Founder Dragon Sword had separated him from the Black Yama Beast, it had entered his body and had not come out again. That was why he had hesitated. He had thought that he could control it, so he had not been in a hurry. This only means that in your heart, the Black Yama Beast is not that scary. It is disgusting and filthy. That is what you really think. You hate it, but you do not believe it, and you do not admit it. That is why you want to prove to us how scary the Black Yama Beast is. Long Chen turned around and gave him the answer in a cold voice. Indeed, what one lacked, the more one wanted to show off. He, Chen Ting, was like that. He had been drugged by the dream that the Black Yama Beast was invincible. He wanted to prove it to everyone at all costs. After enduring for so many years, he finally could not take it anymore. That was why he had not merged with the Black Yama Beast in the end. Chen Ting, you should have told us when you let the Black Yama Beast live in your body. We should have helped you solve it. But you chose to hide it, to endure it alone, to numb yourself. Because of the founding ancestor Dragon Sword, you once again had a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, you gave up on that chance. You nearly destroyed Eternal Dragon City, killed tens of thousands of people in Slaughter City, and sullied the Holy Land. Now, you have committed a capital crime. Only death can convince the people of the human race. In the devouring Dragon City, the first Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. The world rejoiced at this verdict. I have been possessed by this monster. My life has been ruined. Can I say anything else? Chen Ting's eyes were full of tears as he looked at him. Why can't you say anything? You are my disciple. How can I not save you? The first Dragon Emperor's eyes were also filled with tears. This was a mistake in his choice. Under the influence of his hatred, he chose to endure and take revenge instead of freeing himself from it. Long Chen felt that he was pitiful. But how could Long Qinglan have known that he would be possessed by the Black Yama Beast after eating the poisonous frog? His hatred and revenge were not the right choice. That was why he was pitiful, but also hateful. No, I will not accept this. I am the victim. I should not have died. The one who should pay the price is Long Qinglan. Don't think that just because he is dead, he can erase this sin that has plagued me my entire life. I will take revenge. Chapter 2306. To be able to turn the entire Dragon God domain into such a state, Chen Ting could be considered a heaven-defying figure. Even now, in front of the world, he still did not feel the slightest bit of regret for his actions. In his opinion, everyone owed him everything. They were the ones who caused his miserable life. What is the human race? You are just a bunch of heartless, lowly beings. One day, you will pay the price for your ignorance and selfishness. Today, you 15 dragon emperors can easily kill me, but I, Chen Ting, will never die. You have never defeated me. As for that Long Qinglan, he was just a defeated opponent. No matter how glorious and invincible he was still cursed and died without a complete corpse. Haha. Come, let's do it. Isn't this what you are best at? Long Qinglan is dead, and you spurned him, making him a sinner for all eternity. Compared to him, I should not be any weaker. Isn't this what you are best at? How many years are you going to remember my name? Chen Ting. Do it. Disgusting human race, selfish and independent. With your shameful human nature, of course you are best at killing me. Who will do it? Chen Ting did not have the slightest awareness of his death. He shouted and shouted, his eyes bloodshot, looking down on everything. What right do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as my father? Chen Ting, don't think too highly of yourself. You are just a pitiful worm who did something wrong. No one will remember you. You are just a grain of rice. Do you think you can shine as brightly as the moon? You think too highly of yourself. Indeed, what he said was not without reason. The human race was indeed selfish and fawning on those in power to a certain extent, but it was not absolute. Long Chen believed that the human heart was originally kind. It was just that it had been covered by a certain amount of filth. This was not a big deal. As long as the truth erased the filth from their eyes, their hearts would shine. And Long Chen was one of them. They were all compatriots. Nonsense. Haha. Nonsense. Brat, do you think you are very capable? One day when your value is lost, you lose your power. As long as you make the slightest mistake, you will fall into an unimaginable abyss like your father. How many things did your father do for the human race? What happened in the end? How many curses had he received? How many curses? The human race would only flatter those who were beneficial to them. If you lost your value one day, you would find out how cruel the reality was and how ugly they were. Haha, you will have that day. So what if you become the eternal dragon emperor like your father? Long Chen narrowed his eyes. All these years, it had been extremely unfair to Long Qinglan. He had not received anything in return for everything he had done, but instead received unimaginable disdain and discredit. This was indeed the helpless side of the human race. However, he saw it differently from Chen Ting. He could see the brilliance of human nature, and it was precisely because of this that he had come this far. He was not defeated. Instead, he laughed and said, "Time will prove everything. It's a pity that you won't be able to see it, Chen Ting. Yes, time will prove everything. Even if these 15 dragon emperors kill me today, I can also imagine that one day in the future, you will bear the same ending as your father and die a miserable death. Haha, time, oh time, what a wonderful thing it is. Kill me quickly, won't you? I can't wait any longer." The 15 dragon emperors could no longer bear to listen. Regarding Long Qinglan's matter, they had indeed admitted that they had acted on impulse and caused many irreversible consequences. However, how could it be as Chen Ting had said? Let me do it. The eternal dragon emperor had now recovered. There was no need to debate with him. Everyone in the world could naturally understand who was right and who was wrong. Now, Chen Ting had fallen into a dead end, and no one could pull him out of it. Hearing the eternal dragon emperor's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, they did not want a dangerous person like the Black Hell Emperor to live. Hearing this, Chen Ting laughed as well, as if everything had proved what he had said. However, at this moment, Long Chen quickly stood in front of him, blocking the eternal dragon emperor. He said in a low voice, "Let me do it." His words had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, and made everyone's hearts tense up. Although Long Chen had killed Heavenly Veil Emperor, the Black Hell Emperor was actually much stronger than Heavenly Veil Emperor. In particular, he had a close relationship with the Black Yama Beast. Who knew if he had some secret weapon? At this time, the most suitable method was to let the 15 dragon emperors kill the Black Hell Emperor quickly, lest there be any unnecessary trouble. If the Black Hell Emperor took the opportunity to escape, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the people in the world were still worried about letting Long Chen take action after the fact. They thought that Long Chen was angry and wanted to take action. The 15 dragon emperors looked at each other, unable to decide for a moment. Long Chen's voice was resolute. He looked straight at the Black Hell Emperor and said, "You don't admit defeat, don't admit that you can't compare to my father. Today, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. You think that the human race is despicable and unworthy of you being one of us. Today, I'll prove it to you. If you can escape from my hands, I'll let you leave this place. Chen Ting, are you convinced now?" Some things had to be resolved using such methods, using such a tough method. Otherwise, even if the 15 Dragon Emperors killed Chen Ting now, everything Chen Ting thought and said would still affect everything. Long Chen not only wanted him dead, but he also wanted him to die convinced. If the 15 of them took action, he definitely wouldn't be convinced. His heart didn't change at all. He would die in a carefree manner and even with a cold smile. However, Long Chen had to prove to him that his thinking was wrong. He was just a pitiful person with extreme thinking. This sentence caused a huge uproar. Although everyone believed in Long Chen, they couldn't help but think that if he couldn't kill the Black Hell Emperor, wouldn't he really let him go? If the Black Hell Emperor left, then it might cause more trouble. Wasn't it the behavior of a fool to give such a person a chance to make a comeback? For a moment, many people in the Dragon God domain were in an uproar, objecting to this method. Of course, the decision was made by the 15 Dragon Emperors. No matter how much they argued, it was useless. Even these words caused Chen Ting's arrogant attitude to instantly freeze. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and looked at Long Chen with slight disbelief. After a long time, he couldn't help but roar with laughter and said, as expected of a young man, "You're much more impulsive than your father. But do you think you have that much power? Can you decide whether I live or die?" "I can decide," Long Chen replied. He turned back to look at the 15 Dragon Emperors. Although they looked troubled, under Long Chen's firm and confident gaze, they chose to agree. In reality, this time, Chen Ting was targeting them. Even if they killed Long Chen this time, the reputation of the 15 Dragon Emperors would be tarnished. Every word Chen Ting said would be like a needle hanging in their hearts. Long Chen was the only one who could tell Chen Ting this truth and remove it. "Did you see that?" Everyone agreed. Long Chen stared at him without blinking. The 15 Dragon Emperors spread out to prevent the Black Hell Emperor from escaping during the battle. They opened up a large area for them to fight. Now that the 15 Dragon Emperors had made up their minds, although some people in the Dragon God domain still found it unbelievable, the majority still endured and chose to believe in Long Chen. Just based on the fact that Long Chen could reverse the heavenly blood hell in Massacre City and save so many people, he was worthy of their trust. All of this made Chen Ting feel so incredulous that he even forgot to laugh as he stared blankly at Long Chen. Long Chen was not being impulsive. This battle had to be carried out. This was to give himself an explanation to Long Qinglan, and an explanation to Chen Ting. Some battles could not be avoided. If Chen Ting was killed by the Dragon Emperor today, he would not feel comfortable. Because even if Chen Ting died, he would not realize his mistake. No matter what, the human race in the world at least had the same blood flowing in their veins. They were all descendants of the mystical dragon. Although they were lowly, they were not despicable. They had their own pride and stubbornness, just like Long Chen himself. This was not something that could be blasphemed against. But Chen Ting was questioning and discrediting it all. More importantly, the matter of Long Qinglan that he had spoken of was also closely related to Long Chen. That was his father. Now that Long Chen had the evidence, he had sought out the truth precisely because he believed in all his compatriots. In the face of the truth, he believed that everyone would face the eternal Dragon Emperor again. They would repent for their wrongful hatred and curses. This was what he wanted. If he did not approve of this race and all his compatriots, then why would Long Qinglan give up everything for them? Why did he care? He could have stayed away from the human race and this place. Why must he clear Long Qinglan's name? Because his and his father's roots were here. People could not forget their roots. And Chen Ting had already forgotten his roots. He had forgotten the blood that flowed from his body. He had forgotten the mystical dragon blood essence that he had inherited, forgotten his oath, and lost his soul. Although he had controlled the Black Yama beast, he had given his soul to it. Before this, I have an important matter to tell everyone in the Dragon God domain. Please listen to every word I have to say. Just as everyone thought that Long Chen was going to start a war with the Black Yama Emperor, Long Chen said this. Chen Ting did not think much of it. He was just trying to stir up emotions and convince himself. In his opinion, No one could defeat his heart. Chapter 2307. The reason why he had chosen to speak of this matter at this moment was to give an answer to the Black Hell Emperor's previous doubts and clamor. This was also the moment that Long Chen had been looking forward to the most over the past few years. Ever since he had arrived in the Eternal God domain, there had not been a day that he had not dreamed of fulfilling his father's dying wish. He wanted to wipe away all the slander, criticism, and disdain that he had suffered. This was the final wish of the man who had given him everything. It was also Long Chen's destiny, wish, and goal for many years. For this day, Long Chen had risked his life. In fact, he had not even taken good care of Lingxi or his brothers. Now, this moment had finally arrived. If he had not already matured, his eyes would definitely be brimming with hot tears at this moment. Right now, he only wanted to let Long Qinglan know that he was about to accomplish everything that he had entrusted to him. Now, he adjusted his breathing and calmed his heart. He was going to reveal this past event to the world and correct that incorrect part of history. His voice resounded throughout the Dragon God domain. My fellow humans, my brothers and sisters, today, I, Long Chen, will reveal the true truth to all of you. That's right, I am vindicating my father and clearing his name. The reason why I came to the Eternal God domain and became stronger was all for this one and only goal. For this moment today, I have already poured in countless blood, sweat, and tears, and I have even nearly stepped into the gates of hell several times. However, I, Long Chen, have succeeded. I have not let down the expectations that my father had for me. From now on, I will clearly explain to all of you the two most important events that happened back then. At the same time, I would also like to apologize to all of you for these two events. He did not hold back his hot tears. Instead, he made his announcement in a majestic and surging voice. His voice drowned out all the other voices, causing everyone in the Dragon God domain to shut their mouths and listen to him. The moment had finally arrived. Under the gazes of the 15 Dragon Emperors and the bewildered gaze of the Black Hell Emperor, he continued, previously, Chen Ting mentioned that my father had poured in countless blood, sweat, and tears for the human race, but in the end, because of two mistakes, he fell into the abyss. I believe that back then, no one could have imagined that the Eternal Dragon Emperor, who ruled over the entire human race, would disappoint all of you to such an extent. Because of this, everyone was angry and filled with hatred. However, I hope that all of you can understand why an ordinary peerless genius, a king who loved his people, would have such a change. Is there really no reason for this? I, Long Chen, have come here to find this reason. At this moment, he raised his voice and continued. The first matter is about the battlefield of the deities. That time, when he reappeared, he was like a crazed demon, and wanted to destroy the battlefield of the deities. He fought with the 15 Dragon Emperors and even injured countless experts. This was also the time that everyone was most disappointed in him. Now, this matter has been clearly proven that it was because he was affected by the primordial spirit assimilation technique. The 5 Dragon Emperors were also affected and destroyed all the god statues. Let's not talk about what happened with the 72 god corpses under the deity ocean for now, and let's not talk about what the battlefield of the deities is about, but at that time, everything that my father did was not his original intention. Therefore, he is the same as the 5 Dragon Emperors today. He is not guilty. Everyone agreed on this point. If he was guilty, then all 5 Dragon Emperors were guilty today. The entire Dragon God domain was listening attentively to Long Chen's words. Now that everything about the battlefield of the deities had become a mystery, the 72 divine cities were also suspicious of him and no longer believed him. In reality, they were also full of doubts about what had happened to Long Qinglan in the past. If the battlefield of the deities was not his fault, then in reality, Long Qinglan had only caused trouble for the people of the world because of how he had handled the matter of the Devil Star. In that case, how could this matter be explained? How could he have such a turning point? This was what Long Chen truly wanted to announce today. This time, he spoke of the eternal mystery of the Devil Star in a narrating tone. In fact, it was likely that no one in the entire Dragon God domain knew about it before this, because apart from Long Qinglan, no one had ever entered the Devil Star and come out. He started with the identities of Xueqi and Meng Hen, followed by the primeval troll Ta, and then Long Qinglan entered the Devil Star in search of the path to godhood, and received a request from the awakened bloodline. He could not bear to see so many people live in that abyss of suffering forever, so he decided to help. After all, most of them were part of the human race. However, he and all the other freedom demons did not expect that after Ta had awakened, his will could cross such a long distance and affect the demons. It did not matter if he affected the demons. If Long Qinglan was not affected, he could completely control everyone under his control. Unfortunately, he also did not expect that he would be remembered by the primeval troll. Because the two people from the Devil Star had confirmed these ancient secrets, no one doubted it. This was something that even the 15 Dragon Emperors did not know. Back then, Long Qinglan had been too proud and aloof, so proud and aloof that he did not tell the 15 Dragon Emperors his true intentions and thoughts, causing everyone to think that he was selfish and only released the demons for the sake of godhood. Now that they thought about it carefully, what did becoming a god have to do with releasing the demons? This was the true truth. He only wanted to help others out of kindness. It was a mistake caused by kindness. For a leader, it was not a deliberate mistake, but he was despised so much. This was not fair. This is the true truth about the Devil Star. Perhaps because it involved too many things, he did not say anything after the disaster. What happened next? What kind of danger he experienced? That he disappeared from everyone's sight and did not return until the battlefield of the gods. I don't know, perhaps no one knows, but from the battlefield of the gods and the primeval troll, we know that the human race is not at ease. He may not even be the strongest existence in the world. There are people in this world who can kill him, but unfortunately, we do not know his difficulties. Now, everything has come to light. Although he made a mistake because of kindness, he contributed so much to the human race. He was the strongest human in 1,000,000 years. Now, Long Chen had vented all the anger in his heart. Yes, this was not fair. It was just that the people back then were too shocked and disappointed, and they couldn't get any explanation. Even the 15 Dragon Emperors didn't know what had happened, so under the chain reaction, it caused all the public opinion in the world to slander and defame him. Now that his son had returned with an explanation, everything should really disappear. In this matter, Long Qinglan had made a certain mistake, and the people of the world also had their own mistakes, especially the 15 Dragon Emperors. They did not stop the public opinion that had gone out of control, and allowed it to be passed down from generation to generation. They spread the anger in their hearts to the entire human race, causing everyone to forget his achievements and his strength after so many years. When Long Chen finished saying all this, everyone lowered their heads in silence. They were in pain, because of anger and unwillingness, but they had discredited the strongest human leader in 1,000,000 years, and even made him die with everlasting regret. They had made him entrust his son to do all this for them. In fact, Long Chen had relied on himself to understand all this. Silence, panic, self-blame. Perhaps their hearts had truly changed over the years. It was just as Chen Ting had said. They had been selfish, fawning on the rich and powerful, and had been blinded by hatred. But now, the truth of Long Chen's actions had caused them to truly wake up. To humans, mistakes were unavoidable. But if they could repent and accept the truth, then Long Chen was willing to inherit his father's will, to protect the common people, and to love them. Perhaps, a united human race was Long Qinglan's true hope. Today, Chen Ting had challenged this unity, and Long Chen had used his sincerity to exchange for this unity. Everyone was thinking and looking at the people around them. No one could deny that they had participated in discrediting their greatest leader for so many years, and had even spread his anger to the next generation. These were all mistakes, and everyone was at fault. However, Long Chen needed everyone to change, reflect, and then create a truly great and united human race. In all this, the 15 Dragon Emperors were the greatest sinners, and also the ones who needed to reflect the most. After hearing all this, as Long Qinglan's adoptive father, the eternal Dragon Emperor who had despised him the most, tears streamed down his face, and his body trembled as he stared blankly at Long Chen. He could not forget that it was Long Chen who had used the fire of life to heal his injuries, and how many things he had done to Long Qinglan over the years. Everyone, I have made a mistake. The eternal Dragon Emperor mustered his courage at this moment. His wizened voice reverberated across the world. As a Dragon Emperor, he could not suppress the trembling in his heart. He said, as his godfather, I did not become the person he communicated with. In fact, I was strict with him and alienated him. As a result, we did not know the inside story of the Mo Xing incident. This is the mistake of the 15 Dragon Emperors. This is the first major mistake. I can't think of any way to punish myself. He could barely control his emotions, and it was the Dragon Emperor who held him up. Long Chen took a deep breath when he finally heard this stubborn old man say such words. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. If his father could hear these words, perhaps he would be happy and gratified. In the end, he still did it. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's wizened face moved the world. Chapter 2308. This was the temper of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. When he couldn't believe that Long Qinglan would bring disaster to the human race, he was the angriest and most intense. Now that the truth was out, he could disregard his pride and stand up, apologize, and then lead everyone to respect the new truth. Now with this Aurora technique, I think everyone in the world knows the truth, so I don't need to say more. We are all of the same race, and have the same ancestors. We should unite and love one another, and work together from now on. At this point, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had made his stance clear. The Eternal Dragon Emperor did make some mistakes, but so many years have passed, and we have slandered him all these years, and he has paid a heavy price. From today onwards, I hope there will be a new beginning. At this time, the other Dragon Emperors stood up one after another. They were the most authoritative people in the Dragon God domain. With their words, and the truth Long Chen had provided, Long Qinglan's image in the Dragon God domain had truly changed. Just as Long Chen had hoped, they had flaws in their human nature, and so did he. But it was undeniable that they were basically kind. For a moment, everyone in the Dragon God domain started discussing. This matter needed to be resolved, and it needed to be treated fairly. Long Chen saw everything that satisfied him. He had succeeded. From today onwards, Long Qinglan was still their Eternal Dragon Emperor, a hero. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was everything he wanted to prove to the Black Hell Emperor. The human race wasn't as despicable as he had imagined. In reality, Long Chen had also hated them. Back when he had left the battlefield of the gods, he had also felt this way. However, when he had returned to the Dragon God domain, he had discovered that it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. There weren't many people who were truly filled with evil intentions. Back then, Du had affected Long Chen greatly, but one Du couldn't represent everything. The 15 Dragon Emperors knew that they were in the wrong. After some discussion, they announced that 10 days later, they would hold a grand ceremony in the Eternal Dragon City and invite all the elites in the world to participate. Their goal was naturally to trace back the Eternal Dragon Emperor and use this ceremony to officially clear his name and give him the justice he deserved. This was the result of Long Chen's hard work. It was what he wanted. Although this was just a formality, Long Chen believed that his father definitely needed it. This proud and even arrogant man seemed to look down on everyone, but he still cared about how his compatriots viewed him. Now that he had 15 Dragon Emperors and so many people supporting him, the entire Dragon God realm would definitely be united once again because of this grand event. They might even be waiting for Long Chen to become a figure at Long Qinglan's level. There was a high possibility of that happening. Of course, he still had to complete a very important task today. That was to defeat Chen Ting and make him admit defeat. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Chen Ting was stunned for a long time before he couldn't help but laugh. But this time, he was in a very sorry state. His heart was pained and conflicted. His greatest enemy in life, the person he hated the most, was Long Qinglan. He originally didn't have the chance to take revenge, but he didn't expect that Long Qinglan would suffer such a huge change and die. Later on, he was cursed and slandered by everyone. He didn't know how good it felt. But now, his reputation was ruined, and he almost lost his life. At this time, Long Chen had cleared Long Qinglan's name, allowing him to regain the love and admiration of the human race. To Chen Ting, this was such an irony. He was actually so laughable. Do you understand now? Everything you say, everything you think, is your own extreme thinking. You can't blame anyone else. No one is at fault except for you. I naturally gave you a chance. Now that you have a fair chance to fight, if you can defeat me, you can leave. As for me, I am standing here today not only to clear my father's name, but also to clear the name of the tens of thousands of brothers I killed in Dragon City. Chen Ting, are you ready? It was only at this moment that Long Chen revealed his true dominance. That pair of cold eyes exuded a shocking murderous intent. If his battle with Emperor Tianmu had only made everyone aware of his strength, then today, he was going to show a kind of spirit, a kind of courage, and a kind of will. He had the courage and confidence to fight a fair battle with the Black Hell Emperor, who had brought disaster to the human race. Now, Long Chen's status in the human race was constantly rising. Although some 9 palace tribulation elders had awakened, in terms of status, Long Chen was already the #1 person below the 15 Dragon Emperor. Chen Ting was originally unyielding even if he died, thinking that he hadn't lost. But this time, Long Chen clearing Long Qinglan's name had been a huge blow to him. If it had been 15 Dragon Emperors, they wouldn't have been able to defeat him. But this time, Long Chen, who was younger and stronger than him, was standing before him. His heart had already been crushed before he even made a move. Because even he couldn't convince himself. This was bound to be a greater tragedy. Amidst the anticipation of billions of people, Chen Ting cried like a madman. He suddenly laughed and said, "I'm ready, of course I'm ready. Go. Since I, Chen Ting, lost to Long Qinglan in the end, then I'll defeat his son. This will at least prove that I'm not bad. I just don't have his luck." Chen Ting's body began to swell. He was going to transform into a dragon. The 15 Dragon Emperors guarded every corner. They definitely wouldn't escape while Chen Ting was fighting. As for whether they would keep their promise to Long Chen if he lost, it was uncertain. At least they hadn't decided yet. At this time, everyone in the Dragon God region was also looking forward to this battle. Would Long Chen let such a dangerous fellow go? If he was really defeated, what should he do? It wasn't that they were underestimating Long Chen, but that he was too young, and the Black Hell Emperor Chen Ting was a cunning and crafty person. Sometimes, victory and defeat couldn't be decided by absolute strength. The same went for life and death. The Black Hell Emperor Chen Ting was once the #1 genius of the devouring dragon city. His name shook the world, and he was one of the youths closest to Long Qinglan. However, Long Qinglan's progress was heaven-defying, and all the other youths were left far behind. After displaying his unparalleled talent, his master, the #1 Dragon Emperor of the devouring dragon city, bestowed him with the inherited blood essence of the devouring world dragon. The devouring world dragon was one of the best among the ultimate mystical dragons. It was even more powerful than the great fortune Yin Yang dragon. During the era of mystical dragons, this mystical dragon specialized in devouring Qian Kuan, space, and worlds. It had devoured countless spaces and even everything in them. The Void Refinement Realm Demon Dragon was actually a mystical dragon of the devouring world dragon family. Their abilities were similar, but the Void Refinement Realm Demon Dragon was only a high-level mystical dragon, while the Devouring World Dragon was an ultimate mystical dragon. There was a huge difference between them. At least, their appetite was huge. The appetite of a Devouring World Dragon was equivalent to the appetite of thousands of Void Refinement Realm Demon Dragons. Now that Chen Ting had lost the power of the Black Yama Beast and turned back into a pure human, the mystical dragon he transformed into was naturally the Devouring World Dragon. The black mystical dragon appeared violently, rolling in the Aurora technique. Black clouds came from afar, enveloping him within. It was a pitch-black mystical dragon with a huge body and a pair of huge black wings. They were as sharp as blades and could easily cut through the most stable space in ancient times. The most shocking thing was that there was indeed a huge black dragon head in front of him. However, if one looked down from the dragon's body to the dragon's tail, one could see that the tip of the dragon's head had rolled back and was also looking at Long Chen. It was actually another dragon head. It was completely black and was only 1/3 the size of the big dragon head. However, it was equally ferocious. As it opened its mouth, the space was annihilated and it was swallowed into its stomach. It actually had 2 dragon heads and they were at the head and the tail. The dragon head at the tail was especially eye-catching. It was like the tail of a scorpion, staring at Long Chen with hatred and murderous intent. The Devouring World Dragon. When this dragon appeared, the world was still shocked. There were really not many people in the world who could defeat this Devouring World Dragon. Especially to most ordinary people, this was simply a peerless monster. This was a very crucial battle for Long Chen. It was not as simple as winning or losing. Now, he was representing the human race to fight this traitor who had completely abandoned the race's soul. This was proof of his courage and also the hope for the future. It was also an important battle that would once again establish his personal foundation. That's right. Long Chen wanted to become the Massacre Dragon Emperor. Now that the matter of Long Qinglan had been resolved, he no longer had any restraints. However, that primeval troll of the Devil Star was still restless. The battlefield of the gods was full of secrets. That god general even announced that his true body would descend to deal with him. And he did not know what was going on with the deity C's corpse. What was even more terrifying was the black jade dragonhead's prophecy that after 100 years, the dragon sacrifice will perish. All of this proved that the entire Eternal God domain and the entire dragon sacrifice continent were in troubled times. As one of them, Long Chen deeply loved this world of the dragon god's inheritance, so he was duty-bound. Getting rid of the Black Hell Emperor and the Twin Devils were just two small matters. Of course, he wanted peace and a quiet life with Lingxi. However, could this world be peaceful? Impossible. Long Chen seemed to feel those restless eyes, just like those motionless eyes. They were greedily examining this world, not just the Eternal God domain, but also the crumbling dragon sacrifice continent. As a descendant of the dragon god, he should shoulder this responsibility and desire to handle it better. Therefore, he needed a supreme identity, which was the supreme leader of the human race, the Massacre Dragon Emperor. An identity that was equally as famous as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Of course, he did not have enough strength and merits, but he would work hard in this direction. If he succeeded, the greatest satisfaction should be that Long Qinglan would definitely be proud of him. Chapter 2309. Facing the devouring realm dragon, Long Chen displayed the body of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and the blood-colored divine dragon roared. Although his body was not as huge as the devouring realm dragon, Long Chen was even stronger than him in terms of killing intent and fearsomeness. This is the supreme divine dragon? I'm dying of laughter, haha. At this time, the devouring realm dragon flapped its blade-like wings and charged at Long Chen. The sky and earth changed color, and countless cracks appeared in the space, giving Long Chen immense pressure. Devouring Realm. The devouring realm dragon tore through the space, and its two dragon heads, one in front and one behind, opened their huge mouths and bit at Long Chen. Because of the devouring space, its small dragon head was almost as big as Long Chen's. Light flashed. Long Chen dodged first, but the two dragon heads continued to chase after him. Every time they bit, they swallowed the space around them as if they were food. It made Long Chen look like he was a material hidden in their food. You can't escape, Long Chen. Compared to me, you are still too inexperienced. I am very grateful to you for giving me this chance to live. I will definitely bring you laughable humans a pleasant surprise. Chen Ting's two dragon heads said the same thing at the same time. Long Chen was calm, even indifferent. This was his fighting style. The more crucial the battle, the calmer he was than anyone else. Now that he had entered the late stage of the Five Elements calamity, he was comparable to the time when he fought against the Sky Curtain Emperor in the Massacre Dragon City. Time Storm. He could devour space, but Long Chen could shatter time. That's right, through each transformation, he had made great progress even in the Tao of Time. Time was a power above space, and it was the foundation of everything. Without time, the entire world would disappear, leaving only empty space. This time, the time storm was especially strong. Before Chen Ting's world-devouring dragon could hurt Long Chen's dragon scales exploded. The power of time even invaded his body, causing him to tremble. The Void Aeon Dragon's power sent the devouring world dragon flying with blood all over its body. This was a crucial confrontation, and the outcome of this confrontation was almost decided. That was, Long Chen was stronger than him. He had absorbed a considerable amount of power from the Five Elements calamity, and when he reached the later stage, he released it, causing a new transformation. This confrontation filled everyone with confidence in Long Chen. They cheered for the birth of Long Chen. This was destined to be his era. Not bad. Chen Ting sneered. However, this kind of sneer could not conceal the trembling in his heart. He knew that Long Chen had the flame of life. With that kind of undying flame, who could kill Long Chen? Who could defeat him? Three Realms Beast. The devouring world dragon retreated again and again. At this time, his body actually split into three parts. Among them, the flesh wings and part of the dragon body transformed into a black goshawk, cold and sinister. Four claws and part of the dragon body transformed into a walking beast with a dragon's head and a lion's body. The rest of the body transformed into a black shark in the sea, but it also had a dragon's head and was abnormally ferocious. These three behemoths all had the divine might of the devouring world dragon. At this moment, they attacked again. The goshawk flew into the sky to attack, the dragon-headed shark bit from below with extraordinary speed, and the dragon-headed lion directly confronted Long Chen. For a moment, it became a scene of Long Chen fighting 1 against 3. In fact, this Three Realms beast was one of the most tyrannical mystiques of the devouring world dragon. He actually divided his body into 3, and the 3 behemoths inherited all his mystiques. It was as if he had gained 2 helpers. Originally, he could only use 1 mystique at a time, but now he could use it 3 times. The Three Realms beast is invincible to this day. How can you break it? You are really still a child. Let me tell you, the victor has not been decided yet. When I return next time, you cowards will know how to write the word tragic. Under the fierce attack, the 3 behemoths let out different laughs at the same time. The common people didn't even blink as they watched carefully. It could be seen that the Three Realms beast's attack was indeed very fierce, and it almost forced Long Chen to retreat. Everywhere it went, space was destroyed, and the starry sky was shaken. Noisy! Long Chen could not stand it for a long time. The ancient blood spirit dragon's fury. Right now, his sharpest weapon was the 10,000 death claws. The will to kill, as well as the accumulated flames, storms, and lightning of anger. In the blink of an eye, the ancient blood spirit dragon had already displayed a peerless, cold-killing intent. In an instant, the dragon-headed lion rushed over and began a physical battle with Long Chen. Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon body moved quickly, and he clashed with the other party a few times. The other party's claws pierced into his body, but he was indifferent, using the fire of life to repair himself. The next moment, all 4 dragon claws pierced deeply into the other party's body, and suddenly tore. The other party was torn into pieces. Whoosh! Such a grand occasion made all the martial artists cheer. What followed was Chen Ting's cry of pain. He did not expect the seemingly simple 10,000 death claws to have such a huge destructive power. While he was enduring the pain of that part of his body, Long Chen rushed up to the clouds, and his huge dragon body pressed down on the goshawk. He grabbed the other party's wings, and with a violent tear, he also tore that part of the other party into pieces. Not only did the Three Realms beast not have any effect, but it also lost 2 parts under Long Chen's fierce attack. Under such circumstances, Chen Ting, who was in extreme pain, made the last part of his body escape hurriedly. The corpse fragments in the sky reassembled, and finally reunited with the dragon-headed shark, turning into the appearance of the devouring world dragon. But this time, it was many times weaker. After a round of battle, Long Chen had the absolute upper hand and crushed Chen Ting, causing him to be in a sorry state. Not only had he lost to Long Chen mentally, but he was also defeated in combat. Although he was not dead, he was close to it. But at this time, no one dared to relax. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone the Black Hell Emperor. Now, the 2 great mystical dragons faced off again. Long Chen's calmness and majesty formed a very clear contrast with Chen Ting's sorry state and pain. The 15 dragon emperors were ready. This was probably the time when Chen Ting wanted to escape the most. After all, he had lost very badly in this battle. Many years ago, he had lost to Long Qinglan, and his life had changed. And today, he was actually going to lose to his son? His soul was going to die? Now, everyone in the world was shouting Long Chen's name. What surprised the 15 dragon emperors was that Chen Ting had no intention of escaping. He did not deny the fact that he was not as good as Long Chen. Instead, he kept panting, but laughed very strangely. Obviously, my life has long been decided. This is a tragedy. Fate is unfair to me. I, Chen Ting, am just a stepping stone for you and your son. This is the meaning of my life. Fate, this damned fate. Who is in control of my fate? He laughed maniacally, and his huge dragon body spun around. I have always believed that fate is in your own hands. If you don't love yourself, fate won't love you. Chen Ting, don't blame fate for the wrong choice you made. Fate is not wrong. You are the one who is wrong. Long Chen had never thought of forgiving him. So many people from Massacre City had died in Heaven Blood Hell. How tragic was that? Even if he killed this guy 1,000,000 times, he would not be able to quell the hatred in his heart. Yes, you are right. Control fate? Only someone like you, who is favored by fate, would say such sarcastic things. Instead of retreating, Chen Ting advanced. He stared coldly at Long Chen and couldn't help but smile. He smiled and said, "But you've reminded me that I have to control my own fate. In that case, I've sacrificed 2 lives brought by an ultimate divine dragon to give you this gift. Does that count as changing my fate?" Before Chen Ting could finish speaking, the 15 Dragon Emperors made Long Chen dodge. But Long Chen was unmoved. He did not dodge. He was not afraid, and he would not retreat. Today it was not just a competition of strength, but also willpower and spirit. At least in front of Chen Ting, even if he was in mortal danger, he could not retreat. "You can't scare me away." Long Chen looked at him coldly and enunciated each word clearly. Everyone could hear the unyieldingness and determination in his voice. This was the kind of unyielding person he was. "Then let's go together." Chen Ting suddenly stopped laughing. In truth, he was in great pain. To his horror, he discovered that this young man actually had no weaknesses. Chen Ting had already used all of his skills, even using 2 lives to threaten this young man, but he was still unable to scare him away. In fact, even if Long Chen retreated half a step at this time, Chen Ting would die with a smile on his face. He would feel that he had not lost. However, Long Chen was cruel and did not give him this opportunity. He wanted to fight to the death with him. Even if Chen Ting had to give up his life, he would not let him retreat even half a step. "In this life, I have devoured a lot of space, all piled up in my body, compressed into a single point. This is a terrifying point. Even if the Dragon Emperor were to get close to me, he would not be able to escape." "Long Chen, are you sure you won't retreat? Aren't you afraid of death?" Chen Ting asked in a daze. Long Chen stared into his eyes and suddenly laughed. He said, "I am afraid of death, yes, but you do not know that there is something in this world that I am more afraid of than death, and that is losing my courage." "Who do you think you are, Chen Ting? Are you worthy of my death? Come on, let me see if you have the ability to do so." Long Chen's words scared Chen Ting away. That's right, everyone was afraid of death. Chen Ting was no exception. Right now, his entire body was trembling. It was just that Long Chen had given him an answer. Even so, he was even more afraid, because something like courage was not something that others could say. It was a kind of spiritual will, a kind of faith. Many times, it was not just a battle of strength, but a battle of faith. Long Chen waved his mystical dragon body, suppressing Chen Ting step by step. This move shocked even the 15 Dragon Emperors. From Long Chen, they had learned something that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. The most precious thing about him was not the ancestral dragon's blood essence that Long Qinglan had left him, but courage. And Chen Ting could only retreat under his pressure, until he could not take it anymore and made his final choice. Chapter 23:10. Primordial Annihilation. All the space that the devouring world dragon had devoured was condensed at a single point. When he ignited this point, it would be the moment when he no longer cared about his life. He had been suppressed to the extreme by Long Chen, which was why he chose this ending. Now, he had lost to Long Chen in all aspects and was extremely depressed. He only had one last chance to turn things around. If Long Chen died with him, then he would have succeeded no matter what. At the very least, everyone in the world would feel sorry for Long Chen's death and hate him, Chen Ting. That ultimate point that condensed countless spaces exploded amidst the laughter of the devouring world dragon. It carried all the anger and unwillingness of the Black Hell Emperor, as well as all his cowardice and pain. "Follow me and perish for all eternity." It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of primordial annihilation would be. Ultimate mystical dragons had one chance to be reborn, but when the Black Hell Emperor died and was reborn, as long as he was still within the range of primordial annihilation, he would still perish once again. Therefore he chose to explode again and again. 2 attacks of primordial annihilation. What Long Chen could see with his own eyes was that as Chen Ting's ferocious gaze changed, his body suddenly cracked, as though it was covered with countless blood-colored webs. And in the next instant, the terrifying explosion began. This was his final counterattack. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen had been dealing with it calmly. Now, he only used the fire of life to envelop his entire body and protect himself. However, he had never shown cowardice in any aspect. Therefore, the Black Hell Emperor was disintegrated into pieces and turned into dust amidst his unwillingness. The power of primordial annihilation was too great. Even the 15 Dragon Emperors couldn't help but retreat and protect themselves. They had originally wanted to join forces to rescue Long Chen, but Long Chen had a stubborn temper. He had to suppress the other party, so he rejected the help of the Dragon Emperors. The dragon emperors could only protect themselves with a bitter smile while feeling nervous. When the primordial obliteration appeared, the entire aurora technique was filled with a black light, and everyone could no longer see anything. However, very quickly they could feel the ground shaking and even cracking. Of course, there was also the terrifying explosion that spread throughout the entire dragon god domain. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Heaven and earth shook, rivers flowed in reverse, and mountains collapsed. For a moment, it was like the end of the world. Everyone was in a state of panic, but they still stared at the sky. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying might. What about Long Chen? Would he be able to survive? At this time, everyone was worried about him. Bang! But right at this moment, it resounded once more, and it caused destruction that wasn't inferior to the previous one. It swept through the world once more, and it even affected the Spirit God region and Monster God region. Such a terrifying attack hadn't even happened when the Dragon Emperors were fighting the Black Yama Beast. All the experts knew that the Black Hell Emperor Chen Ting had bet the lives of two ultimate mystical dragons on this. When the final sound rang out, it meant that the Black Hell Emperor Chen Ting was dead, and had disappeared from this world. In the end, Long Chen still killed him. But this wasn't important anymore. Everyone was more concerned about Long Chen's survival. Countless people watched the aurora technique, anxiously, waiting for the light from the explosion to dissipate, waiting for hope to be born. In reality, they were very pessimistic. They knew how terrifying the power of primordial annihilation was. Although Long Chen had completely defeated Chen Ting in terms of spiritual will, could he really survive? Especially since there were two more such attacks. Their worries weren't without reason. Even the 15 Dragon Emperors were currently extremely worried. From today onwards, Long Chen's significance to the entire Dragon God region had become even more different. Now that he was Long Qinglan's successor, perhaps he was the new hope of the Dragon God region. There were many miracles to look forward to on him. If he died, it would be the greatest loss the entire Dragon God region had suffered since Long Qinglan's death. In an instant, everyone started praying. Now, more than half of the Eastern Star region had been submerged by the spatial fragments. A huge spatial turbulence had formed here, and ordinary people couldn't come here anymore. Otherwise, they would be swallowed up by the spatial turbulence. Even at this time, the intense tremors continued. The 15 Dragon Emperors also didn't sense any information about Long Chen. The aftershocks of the explosion started to weaken, and Chen Ting disappeared without a trace. After a brief discussion, they couldn't help but head towards the center to search. Yi Shui and Meng Hen also couldn't help but head there to search for the final answer. Please don't let anything happen to him. You have to survive. The people of the world were like them, silently praying. It was just that they were too worried, so all of their faces were pale. Some people even couldn't help but curse Long Chen. There was clearly no need to do this. The 15 Dragon Emperors could have easily killed him. Why did they have to end up like this? Now the aftershocks of the ancient obliteration were quickly dissipating, and the aurora technique was gradually becoming clearer. There was no suspense, and there wasn't much to worry about. When everything had dissipated, they found Long Chen at the place where Long Chen had been standing. The people of the world also saw Long Chen. As expected, he didn't take a step back. He was still at the same place, and there was no longer anything in front of him. His body burned with the raging flames of life, rising thousands of meters into the air. That was a boundless will, a boundless life force, incomparably exuberant and powerful, causing everyone to deeply feel his current strength and perfection. In everyone's imagination, even if he didn't die, he would probably be heavily injured. But what they saw was a complete Long Chen, unharmed. He was still strong, arrogant, and had the aura of a natural king. That sharp gaze of his was almost unstoppable. After everything was over, he retracted his dragon form and returned to his human form, appearing in front of everyone. Even at this moment, his expression was still resolute, and there was even a penetrating look in his eyes. Everyone started to understand that this was the reason why he didn't take a step back. He could lose everything, but not his courage. And this kind of courage was coincidentally what most people lacked. Therefore, when this gaze was transmitted to the world through the aurora technique, the image of Long Chen this time was deeply engraved in their minds. This time, it would probably be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. The 15 Dragon Emperors stopped in their tracks and exchanged glances with each other in front of Long Chen. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thinking about it, the difference between them and Long Chen was probably this kind of courage. Now it was all over. Chen Ting was dead, and the two newcomers from the Devil Star had also impressed Long Chen. The 15 Dragon Emperors heaved a deep sigh of relief, and their faces bloomed with smiles for Long Chen. Welcome back alive, miraculous young man. The violent Blood Dragon Emperor laughed heartily. The other Dragon Emperors were also full of joy. At this moment, it seemed that the entire Dragon God domain finally reacted. They erupted into earth-shattering cheers and hugged each other, as if welcoming the arrival of a new era. Now it was the end and also the beginning of a new life. Huge cheers filled the entire Dragon God domain, filling this ancient land. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this place would welcome their new supreme ruler. Today was destined to be a different day. They knew the truth behind the final change of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and in this battle, they saw Long Chen's most precious quality, his courage. Everyone was in a state of ecstasy. Their previously tense nerves finally relaxed. Their eyes were filled with hot tears, and they cried bitterly. Today, the Black Hell Emperor was destined not to be the main character. Only Long Chen was the most dazzling one. The Black Hell Emperor couldn't possibly kill him. Among the 15 Dragon Emperors, only the Eternal Dragon Emperor was still a little embarrassed. I can only say that I'm sorry. Standing in front of Long Chen, he said guiltily. He probably won't mind, Long Chen said with a smile. Today, all his wishes had finally been fulfilled. It was time for everything to end. Both he and Long Qinglan weren't people who liked to argue. Hearing this, the Eternal Dragon Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Eternal old ghost, don't be so stubborn in the future. I also reminded you back then. Now, change your temper. One of the Dragon Emperors teased, and the crowd immediately roared with laughter. It was over, and it was time to leave. Long Chen returned the 3 Dragon Balls that he had snatched previously to their respective owners. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said, 10 days later, there will be a ceremony in Eternal Dragon City to clear your father's name and restore his title as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. You should be there then, right? This was something that was necessary. Of course, it would be best for Long Chen to be there. Perhaps it was also his own wish. However, Long Chen didn't care about such formality. Now that there was a good result, he wouldn't care about such things. He smiled and shook his head. I might not be able to come. I have more important things to do. The 15 Dragon Emperors didn't expect such an answer from him. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was startled, then smiled helplessly. I'm afraid he will have to go to planet Sky Dragon to see his beloved woman. If not for the Black Hell Emperor suddenly releasing the water of sky, he would have returned to planet Sky Dragon by now. I see. The Dragon Emperors understood very well. They had all experienced the same thing. Then in 10 days, I will leave it to the Dragon Emperors, Long Chen said gratefully. Long Chen said gratefully. To be honest, he really couldn't bear it any longer. Another year had passed, and so many things had happened, but he still couldn't get Lingxi to stay by his side. Now that it was finally over, he had fulfilled his father's long-cherished wish, as well as his own wish and goal. It was time to go and see her. It would be more accurate to say that he was eager to return home. Chapter 23:11. The Aurora Technique could only last for about a day. After this day, it would gradually dissipate. After bidding farewell to the 15 Dragon Emperors, Long Chen came to Yixue and Scar. The two witches now looked at him in a new light. Yixue chattered, Hey, they said you have a woman. She's on Celestial Dragon Planet, right next to Devil Planet? We saw a very strong woman there. She's yours. Then it must be Yang Yu. Long Chen said, She's an elder of mine. What are your plans for the future? I'm sure you won't go back to Devil Planet. Yixue laughed and said, I'm a fool. I'm not going back. We plan to travel the world and enjoy this rare freedom. We grew up on Devil Planet. These days, we've been busy looking for the 5 Dragon Balls. We haven't had a chance to see this beautiful world. That's good. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Long Chen said very straightforwardly. Won't you ask us to stay and follow you? Are we not as beautiful as your woman? Yixue said angrily. Long Chen laughed. He knew that the other party was joking, so he did not answer. Okay, we'll go first. Xueqi pulled Meng Hen, who was beside her, and the two of them turned into shooting stars, quickly disappearing from this world. Long Chen watched them leave. In the end, Meng Hen turned back to look at Long Chen, then quickly turned back to pursue their own lives. Take care. Long Chen pursed his lips. The Dragon Emperors had said that they would personally escort Long Chen to Celestial Dragon Planet. However, the Black Hell Emperor and the Twin Demons were no longer a threat, so there was no need to escort him. Therefore, Long Chen prepared to go back alone. As for them, of course, they would prepare for the ceremony to restore Long Qinglan's title as the Eternal Dragon Emperor together. After parting in the Eastern Star region, Long Chen and the 15 Dragon Emperors moved separately. After leaving the Eastern Star region, Long Chen quickly headed north alone. Within the range of the Aurora technique, everyone disappeared. As time passed, the Aurora technique gradually dissipated. Everything was over, and everyone went back to what they should be doing. However, they were all looking forward to the grand ceremony in 10 days. That was also a form of atonement for their sins. On the way back, Long Chen took out a star talisman. Instead of contacting Lingxi, he contacted Yang Yu. I heard about what happened over there. There are a few of us from the Celestial Dragon Planet over at the Dragon God Domain. Congratulations. You've finally succeeded. You've completed your father's dying wish. You're an outstanding son. Yang Yu's tone was still unhurried. However, he could tell that her voice was different from usual. Her voice sounded a little choked. Perhaps she had been crying. She was once the closest person to Long Qinglan. I'm going back soon, Long Chen said. I'll be back in a dame. Okay, we'll wait for you to come back. Then we'll talk in detail. How's little she doing? She's in the final stage. She'll succeed in a few days. I'm by her side right now. Long Chen didn't look for Lingxi directly because he didn't want to disturb her. It had been a year. She had been working hard all the time just to end it as soon as possible, so that she could see Long Chen as soon as possible. Long Chen had traveled the world for a year and had had such a wonderful time, but Lingxi had been very peaceful. She could only work hard. With her talent, she was probably second only to Long Chen. However, compared to Long Chen, it was still very difficult. After disconnecting the star talisman, Long Chen's body was boiling. His longing was like poison spreading all over his body. Lingxi's image had filled his head, and he couldn't even breathe. He couldn't help but increase his speed, rushing toward the galaxy of chaos. Outside of the Celestial Dragon Planet was the Divine Planet of Destiny. Outside of it was the Royal Planet of Chaos. At the moment, a white-haired warrior was standing outside the Star of Chaos, not getting close. He was the one who had appeared in the Royal Planet of Chaos, and even the Lord of the Star of Chaos had called him senior. He looked gentle, handsome, and his skin was crystal clear. He looked like a piece of jade, even more beautiful than a woman. He was the most delicate and pure man in the world. The Divine Planet of Destiny. A mystery that even I can't get close to. In the eyes of ordinary warriors, the Divine Planet of Destiny was just a very exclusive place, and anyone who went there would be killed. However, the real strong warriors all knew how terrifying it was. It was not just a planet. Through the eyes of the white-haired man, one could see that the Divine Planet of Destiny was surrounded by layers of restrictions, which covered up the reality. It was an ancient and mysterious place. For the real strong warriors, this place was as mysterious as the Demon Planet and the Cave of the Ancestral Dragon. His shining eyes finally looked at the ordinary but beautiful Sky Dragon Planet. It was a beautiful planet with birds singing and flowers blooming. This strong aura must belong to that bitch, Yang Yu. This domineering aura must belong to that bitch, Yang Yu. After so many years, this woman has become even more powerful than before. Isn't it just because Long Qinglan gave her the blood essence of the Supreme Divine Dragon? In terms of combat power, she has probably surpassed the 15 Dragon Emperors. Of course, it's just if I wasn't at my lowest point now, I wouldn't have waited for so long. He smirked evilly and said, Immortal Lord Realm Technique, Immortal Lord Realm Technique. What kind of transformation will it bring to me? Will it be the key to becoming a god? Although I'm not as strong as Long Qinglan at his peak, I think no one in this world can be my match. Big Demon Lord. Dragon Emperor. He opened his arms and looked at his crystal-clear fingers, revealing a satisfied smile. As if he was reminiscing. His face was full of light. In this world, there really isn't a man more perfect than him. A pity that he left mysteriously. Thinking of this, his expression turned fierce. He looked at Sky Dragon Planet, but did not approach. He thought of Long Chen. He doesn't have a woman by his side, only a servant girl, Yang Yu. That vile spawn has been rising rapidly recently. He must be Yang Yu's child. If not, he is still his flesh and blood. The white-haired man trembled all over. He was hesitating, trying to control himself. In the end, he controlled himself, retreated, and disappeared from this world. Given Long Chen's current speed, it would not take him long to return to Sky Dragon Planet. Moreover, he had basically used all of his speed. A blood-red beam of light flew out of the Dragon God domain in about a day. After a long journey through space, he entered the chaotic star region, headed for the central core region, and then passed through the resplendent star region. He headed towards the depths. He passed through Azura Star, Rakshasa Star. Finally, he passed through the chaotic Emperor Star. Who is it? At this moment, the Chaos Star Lord sensed Long Chen's passing and rushed out of the Chaos Sea. That huge Chaos Beast rushed out of the starry sky and blocked Long Chen's path, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. But when he saw Long Chen's appearance, he was instantly stunned. The person who could erupt with such speed was actually this Long Chen. 2 years ago, Long Chen defeated the #1 genius of the chaotic star region, Chaos Kunwu. His name shook the world, and Chaos Kunwu was the Chaos Star Lord's son. And now, Long Chen appeared before him again. The Chaos Star Lord had naturally heard of many legends about Long Chen. He was doing very well in the 5 great dragon cities, but he was not very clear about his specific strength. Previously, it was Long Chen's speed that was comparable to his that caught his attention. Haha, it's actually you. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. Now that you've fallen into my hands, Yang, you don't have to use that resplendent star core to exchange with me. You can forget about leaving. The Chaos Star Lord couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, many Chaos royalty came out from the Chaos Royal Planet. They were very happy to see the Chaos Star Lord intercepting Long Chen. Star Lord, quickly capture him and bring him back to our Chaos Royal Planet. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. He said, "Move aside, I'm in a hurry." Io, you're quite arrogant. I heard that you're doing quite well in the 5 great dragon cities and even killed many experts. Do you think your cultivation base is heaven-defying? You even dare to barge into my Chaos Royal Planet. Do you think I, the Chaos Star Lord, don't exist? The huge Chaos Beast raged. Back then, the appearance of the god of primordial beginning was a great humiliation to him. The Chaos royalty roared with laughter again. Long Chen couldn't help but frown. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the Chaos Star Lord was a despicable person. If he didn't defeat him, he wouldn't give way. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. He decisively turned into a dragon and used the 10,000 death claws. His movements were swift and fierce as he charged forward. A cornered beast will do anything. The Chaos Star Lord sneered. But in the next moment, the Chaos Star Lord was dumbfounded. This attack speed, this strong sense of danger, what was going on? He didn't have much time to think. Long Chen's 10,000 death claws swept across his body and left a bloody mark, making the Chaos Star Lord scream in pain. Long Chen whipped his tail and the huge Chaos Beast crashed into the Chaos Royal Planet, causing it to shake. All the members of the chaotic royal family were stunned. They could still hear the Chaos Star Lord's painful scream. Looking down, the Chaos Star Lord was struggling and screaming on the Chaos Sea under the 10,000 death claws attack. He turned into a human, but he still couldn't avoid the pain brought by the 10,000 death claws. Listen up, I'll spare your life this time. If you don't open your eyes next time, not only you, but the entire Chaos royalty will disappear. I'm Long Chen, yes, but I'm not the Long Chen you can provoke. Long Chen said, turned into a human, and continued forward. Only when he erased the damage from the 10,000 death claws did the Chaos Star Lord stop in pain. He came in front of everyone with difficulty and looked at the way Long Chen disappeared in shock. Everyone, was I dreaming just now? The Chaos Star Lord couldn't help but ask. Chapter 23:12. The chaotic royal star was just an interlude. However, when Long Chen passed by the divine planet of destiny, he did feel a sense of danger. Is it this planet? Yang Yu had told him that it was best not to get close to destiny. It was a mysterious place with as long a history as the Demon Star. At this moment, planet Destiny was shrouded in a mysterious mist, and one could vaguely see that there were many people inside. It was hard to tell what race they were, but they were definitely living creatures. They cultivated here, grew old, fell sick, and died. It seemed like a peaceful world, but it was actually full of danger. The Sky Dragon Star was sandwiched between the God Star of Destiny and the Demon Star. In the tomb of the Massacre Dragon, the stone lock I got was engraved with Destiny Dragon City, and the key was engraved with Destiny Dragon City. Does this mean that Destiny Dragon City is the key, or that there is a key, and Destiny Star is the lock? The stone lock and the key were made of ordinary materials. There was nothing special about them, and they could be easily destroyed. That was why Long Chen guessed so. Long Chen could already see planet Heavenly Dragon in front of him. Long Chen was very anxious, so he put aside this thought and sped up towards planet Heavenly Dragon. It had been a year. He had finally fulfilled his father's last wish and returned to this place. It had been a hard year, and his life had been in danger at any time. But it had ended well. Now, he also had the face to face Long Qinglan's old subordinates on the Heavenly Dragon planet. They could totally return to the Dragon God domain if they wanted to. Long Chen rushed into Sky Dragon. He remembered where Lingxi was. Knowing that he was coming back, the entire Sky Dragon was ready. 100,000 dragons turned into human forms and filled the mountains. When they saw a red light flash in the sky, they knew that Long Chen had returned. He had returned with glory. Greetings, young master. For a moment, almost everyone half knelt on the ground and spoke to Long Chen excitedly. Some people even had tears in their eyes. Yang Yu had already told everyone about what had happened in the Eastern Star region and the Dragon God region. This huge victory was what all the cultivators of the Celestial Dragon planet longed for. Although they might not necessarily return to the Dragon God domain, they didn't want to live with a crime on their backs. They didn't want Long Qinglan, whom they followed, to bear a crime either. The fact that Long Chen was able to accomplish this task naturally convinced them completely, and they followed him with all their might. Everyone please rise. Long Chen was also filled with excitement. He landed on top of them. At this moment, Yang Yu, Dark Dragon Emperor, and Glorious Dragon Emperor were already waiting for him. A year's time was nothing more than a blink of an eye for them. But for Long Chen, a huge change had taken place. In just a year, this improvement is unbelievable. Both the Glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor were grinning from ear to ear. Although Yang Yu only revealed a pair of eyes, one could see the gratification and joy in her eyes. It was something that had never been seen before. Perhaps she was a woman full of sorrow, but she was not like that now. She was happy. Auntie Yu. Long Chen went forward and gave her a gentle hug. Although she hadn't left Planet Sky Dragon to help him, she had the responsibility of protecting Planet Sky Dragon and the 100,000 mystical dragons. It was also because she was protecting Lingxi that Long Chen could rest assured, so he was naturally very grateful to her. It's a pity that the enslaved dragon Bao was destroyed by the Sky Curtain Emperor. Only this incomplete painting is left. He said guiltily. Perhaps these were all her memories. Keep this painting well. As for the enslaved dragon Bao, that's the best place for this Dao artifact. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Yang Yu's voice was filled with satisfaction. Young master, young master. The 100,000 mystical dragons were in an uproar. They were the most loyal to Long Chen, and now they were even happier. The entire planet Sky Dragon was extremely lively. There was no worry or conflict here, and it was indeed Long Chen's utopia. Little she will succeed soon, right? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. Soon. It'll happen in a day or two. Yang Yu replied. At this moment, the glorious Dragon Emperor laughed. My children, young master didn't come back to see you. He's thinking about his little beauty. Let's disperse first. Let young master accompany Miss Lingxi. They haven't seen each other for a year. You don't know how much they miss her. Hearing this, everyone laughed heartily. Shoo shoo shoo. The children dispersed. They didn't have much patience to begin with, so they immediately went to play. The elders didn't stay. They worshipped Long Chen now, and of course, they couldn't wait to see young master. But they couldn't disturb others' reunion. Go. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with a kind smile. So satisfied and beautiful. Okay. Long Chen didn't mince his words. He headed towards the area that belonged to the two of them. It was a beautiful forest and a lake that was filled with starlight. Lingxi was in this place. They didn't tell Lingxi that Long Chen would be back today, so Lingxi didn't know at all. Long Chen was filled with longing and excitement. He stood at the edge of the lake, and he saw the core at the bottom of the lake. It gave off gentle starlight, making the entire lake look like a flowing gem. But Long Chen's eyes couldn't leave the woman sitting on the core. Under the contrast of the azure starlight, she was so perfect, like a goddess. No matter in which aspect, she was so beautiful that it was impossible to take liberties with her. Her rosy lips, clear collarbone, and perfect curves all made Long Chen have the urge to rush down to hug her and give her a good bite. He held back. Because Lingxi was at the final juncture. But this didn't stop him from admiring this exquisite beauty. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a perfect beauty in the world. Long Chen couldn't help but feel suffocated. He even forgot to breathe. There was only this soul-stirring beauty in his eyes. Regardless of whether it was her black hair dancing in the water or her snow-white skin under the starlight, they were all fatal temptations. Not to mention the curves of her upper body, waist, and buttocks. They were all perfect masterpieces. She seemed to have blended perfectly with the water around her, becoming a delicate woman like water. Maybe it was because of growth and maturity, she had greater charm and charm. She was no longer the lively and mischievous girl in Lingxi's sword, but a gentle and considerate one. But no matter how she grew, she would always be Long Chen's true love. Long Chen looked at her quietly. This beauty made him forget the passage of time, and he even wanted to freeze at this moment forever. Maybe it would be 1 day later, maybe 2 days later. At a certain moment, Lingxi's long eyelashes fluttered gently, and a pair of blue eyes opened in the water. She didn't look in Long Chen's direction. Instead, she conjured a spell, and the dazzling star below her trembled slightly, turning into a long sword covered with Tao patterns and butterfly patterns. She held it in her hand. She had succeeded. For the past year, she had been waiting for this moment. Therefore, it was unimaginable how excited she was now. Once she succeeded, it meant that Long Chen would return, and she would be able to reunite with Long Chen. This was what she had longed for the past year. She was almost trembling as she let the butterfly illusory sword enter her god kingdom. She didn't even bother to count how many Tao patterns there were. Now, she was anxious to tell Long Chen this news. In fact, because of the fusion of the two star cores, the butterfly illusory sword had a total of 750 Tao patterns, which was slightly higher than Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Given Lingxi's current strength, she would be able to unleash combat power that surpassed her level if she mastered the butterfly illusory sword. Her blue eyes in the water were filled with excitement. As she emerged from the water, she took out the star talisman. At this moment, she was completely wet as she emerged from the water. Her perfect body and faintly discernible beauty were displayed in front of Long Chen. She was like a lotus emerging from the water, and her beauty couldn't be described with words. She didn't even notice that Long Chen was right in front of her. She activated the connection with the star talisman. Her eyes were even filled with tears of anticipation as she waited for Long Chen to appear in the star talisman. Then he really appeared. Looking at this familiar man, Lingxi couldn't suppress the longing and excitement in her heart. She hurriedly said, "Chen, I succeeded." At this point, she seemed to hear her own voice from somewhere else. That was the voice from the star talisman. She was stunned for a moment. The voice came from right in front of her. She seemed to see a pair of feet. Then, she looked up and saw her lover, whom she had missed for a long time, appear in front of her. He was also holding the star talisman in his hand. Lingxi couldn't believe her eyes. However, she didn't think about whether her eyes were playing tricks on her. Even if her eyes were playing tricks on her, it was enough for her to be able to see him. Therefore, at that moment, the star talisman in her hand fell and sank into the beautiful, clear lake. Her wet long hair and the water droplets sliding down her skin were all extremely tempting to Long Chen. He had been waiting for this moment. He stared. He stared for a long time. The more he stared, the more real it seemed. Lingxi knew that all of this wasn't fake. For Long Chen, the short distance was covered in a single step. However, Lingxi was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of Long Chen. Long Chen could smell the refreshing fragrance on her body. There was no communication. It was more direct than when Long Chen tore his clothes. Over the past year, his little dragon had been hungry and thirsty. Under his hardness, Lingxi's soft and delicate body couldn't resist at all. She wouldn't resist, because she was also waiting for a violent impact. Only then would she and Long Chen be together and vent their yearning for each other for the past year. Only in such a strong way could they become one again. Although Long Chen was extremely strong, Lingxi was indeed a woman who could make him melt. No one approached them. After all, those with some experience knew what the first thing they would do when they met. As expected, the movement that could not be suppressed spread faintly. Young master's firepower is too fierce. He's really merciless. Glorious Dragon Emperor sighed. You're too old. Get lost. Yongyu rolled his eyes and said. A new volume was opened. Eternal Riot. Chapter 23:13. 10 days later, almost all the experts of the Dragon God domain had gathered in Eternal Dragon City to complete the restoration of Long Qinglan's name. This ceremony was also the experts' apology to Long Qinglan, as well as their reminiscence. This made everyone think of the era that had shone brightly because of Long Qinglan's existence. On this day, all of Eternal Dragon City was very lively. On the Time Sea, the 15 Dragon Emperors had built a tall and magnificent altar that could accommodate tens of thousands of experts. Over the past 10 days, the experts of the 5 great dragon cities and the representatives of the 72 ancient cities had rushed here from all over the Dragon God domain and gathered on this altar. Right now, everyone was looking at the highest point of the altar with solemn expressions. The 15 Dragon Emperors were like heavenly gods, exuding boundless dragon might. This time, the Black Yama beast had been killed thanks to the full effort of these 15 elders. The 72 divine cities weren't the main characters this time. Under the leadership of the newly elected City Lord Di Jun, they stood at a corner of the altar. The newly elected City Lord Di Jun was Di Yao's younger brother. He'd been in seclusion for many years, and had recently come out. He was a late-stage 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm cultivator. Although he was also one of the peerless experts, the gap between him and Long Chen's current level was like the chasm between heaven and earth. Therefore, the 72 ancient cities were also very obedient. The ceremony wasn't complicated. It was just a form of announcement to the world, to be recorded in history. Almost all the experts of the human race had participated, which showed the importance of this ceremony. The 15 Dragon Emperors lit incense and worshipped, silently chanting in their hearts. Then, tens of thousands of experts lit incense and worshipped the giant cauldron in the center of the altar. When it was over, the 15 Dragon Emperors turned back to face the common people. Among them, the first Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City took a step forward, his eyes sacred and solemn. He said in a clear voice, "Today's ceremony can be held because of one person. However, he isn't here now, so it doesn't matter." What does it matter? Because he has already accomplished everything he wanted to accomplish. Congratulations! 10 days ago, everyone saw the Aurora technique and understood it. Since we're here today, I won't beat around the bush. From today onwards, the Eternal Dragon Emperor is still the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I don't wish to hear any unfair words towards him in the entire Dragon God domain. Can everyone do it? Everyone answered without hesitation. We can do it. Basically, after the Dragon God realm had gone through the Black Hell Emperor's calamity, it had already reached its best state. It was united against the outside world, and facing off against an unprecedented situation. After understanding Long Qinglan's situation, as long as they didn't have a personal grudge against the Eternal Dragon Emperor, they basically wouldn't be so unreasonable anymore. Now that they had Long Chen, everything was different. Apart from this, there is another matter today. Everyone, please listen carefully. At this point, the Eternal Dragon Emperor paused for a moment. Everyone held their breath and listened to his other matter. The other 14 Dragon Emperors probably knew, so they were all smiling at the crowd. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said in a clear voice, "Since ancient times, the rule of our Dragon God domain is that as long as a dragon martial artist from one of the 5 great dragon cities can defeat the combined strength of 15 Dragon Emperors and make meritorious deeds for the human race, and with the approval of more than 10 Dragon Emperors, they will be conferred the supreme title of Dragon Emperor." He was conferred the title of the Supreme Dragon Emperor, a title that was rarely seen in history. In other words, he was the Dragon Emperor with Dragon City as his title. In the past million years, the human race has only had one eternal dragon emperor. At this point, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In their minds, a person couldn't help but appear. That was of course Long Chen. Now, after the discussion of the 15 dragon emperors, we all agree that Long Chen may be able to do this in the future. In other words, he will complete 3 steps. The first step is to defeat the combined strength of the 15 dragon emperors, the second step is to make great meritorious deeds, and the third step is to obtain more than 10 dragon emperors. If he can complete the first 2 steps, we will prepare to elect him as the Massacre Dragon Emperor, the leader of the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of the descendants of gods, and the supreme emperor of our human race. From today onwards, the 15 dragon emperors will begin to observe him until he can complete the first 2 steps. As long as he can complete the first 2 steps, everyone can also supervise him together. The 15 dragon emperors were first to complete the 3rd step for Long Chen. The 15 dragon emperors all agreed that in the future, Long Chen might bear and enjoy any and all of this supreme power. Now, it had been announced to the world. Whether Long Chen could become the Massacre Dragon Emperor in the future depended on his future performance. Generally speaking, according to his current state, the possibility of success was at least 80%. Massacre Dragon Emperor. Everyone could not help but gasp. This title was too shocking. It belonged to the same level as the unique Eternal Dragon Emperor. Not just the title but also the supreme power. As the Emperor of the human race, he could command the 15 dragon emperors, which was equivalent to Ling Huang's status in the spirit race, or even higher. He was as famous as his father. Everyone seemed to be able to see that day. Then, the Eternal Dragon Emperor announced that it was over. Everyone could return to their respective dragon cities and god cities, and start a peaceful life again. In the corner, the expressions of the city lords of the ancient city of God's descendants were somewhat unsightly. They could not accept that someone who killed City Lord Di Jun could become such a supreme existence. Even giving Long Chen this opportunity was cruel to them, because if that was the case, in that case, they would forever lose any chance of revenge. Don't be too pleased with yourself. It's not that easy to defeat the 15 dragon emperors working together, unless the 15 dragon emperors go easy on them. But if that's the case, this Dragon Emperor massacre won't be able to convince the masses. Moreover, whether or not he has made a great contribution is something that needs the approval of everyone in the world. It's not something that can be decided by just a few people. With Long Chen's personality, it's fine as long as he doesn't cause trouble for the world. This sacrificial ceremony was also a grand meeting, and it was also a method for the Dragon God region to announce to the other Demon God region, Spirit God region, Sorcerer God region, and Sea God region. During this period of time, the Dragon God realm had been in chaos, and some of them had even suffered heavy losses. However, the other forces of the Eternal Life God realm had been very quiet. They had been observing the changes in the Dragon God realm, and some of them were even ready to make a move. The 15 Dragon Emperors had also used this method to let them know. He shut his mouth completely. Long Chen had been to the Spirit God realm and the Demon God realm. He believed that those who knew him before would tremble for him now. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed on the Sky Dragon planet. A year of not seeing each other had been exchanged for more than 10 days of communication through the night. The two of them were practically riding the clouds, and every time they reached the peak of hysteria, they would completely release their longing. Then, they would rub each other's ears and whisper to each other for a few days. It was as if they wanted to fill in all the words they had said. After a year, the Mistress Su Seal had once again played a great role. Although the current Lingxi was much weaker than Long Chen, it could still bring him great feedback and harmony. To Lingxi, now that she had 3 ancestral dragon bodies and had surging power, Long Chen was simply a huge supplement. Due to the huge nourishment, Lingxi's rate of improvement had been rather slow this year. She had been focusing on the astral core. However, in the few days since Long Chen's return, he had helped her clear a samsara tribulation. At the same time, Long Chen was also advancing towards a higher level. His next breakthrough would be the 6 Paths tribulation. Now, he was already invincible under the demigod body. If he rushed to the 6 Paths realm, he would probably be able to start fighting against those old people who had just woken up. If he went further up and rushed to the 7 Stars Reincarnation Tribulation realm, he might be able to rush to the peak of the Dragon God realm, be on par with the 15 Dragon Emperors, and reach the true strongest realm. Of course, this was not Long Chen's end. To Lingxi, these few days were already a little tired. Now that the starlight fell on her slender and smooth body, It was filled with extreme temptation. Her breathing was rhythmic, rising and falling. It was also filled with extreme temptation. Rest first. Long Chen stroked her forehead and said with a smile. Okay. I'll go look for Yang Yu. I have some questions to ask her. Go, I'll wait for you to come back. From today onwards, I will never leave you for the rest of my life. No, it should be many lifetimes, endless reincarnation. Me too. Such a beautiful woman, unless it was truly irresistible, Long Chen would still not leave her. This year was enough. However, this year was too dangerous, too busy. Until now, Long Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed. Coming out of the lake, in front of him was a stretch of black mountain peaks. Under the starry sky, the peaks shone with colorful starlight, as if there were countless gems hidden in them. As for Yang Yu, she was on one of the tallest mountain peaks. That was the place closest to the Devil Star. One could see a huge black vortex, like a huge mouth, aimed in the direction of the Sky Dragon Star, as if the Sky Dragon Star would be swallowed at any time. In the blink of an eye, he was standing next to Yang Yu. Yang Yu was dressed in a black dress, like an orchid in an empty valley, with a refreshing fragrance, almost blending into the night. She was such a woman, sometimes very strong and bright, but more often than not, as if she didn't exist, as if she was as lonely as the night. "Aunt Yu," Long Chen called softly. Yang Yu didn't look back. Looking at the Devil Star, she said, "Now that the secret of the Devil Star has been solved, it's all your credit. It's just that after so many years, the Devil Star hasn't been able to send anyone out. Do you know why this time?" The two in the Devil Star said that it was Mo Xiaolong's masterpiece. Long Chen told Yang Yu the details. If they can send two out, they can send more out. The demons and primeval troll of the Devil Star won't give up. The seal has lasted for millions of years, and now it's almost time. I dare predict that whether it's the Dragon God domain or the entire Eternal God domain, they will probably encounter a calamity. And my Sky Dragon Star will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. If the primeval troll of the Devil Star succeeds, Long Chen couldn't help but have a headache. This was indeed very scary. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.